For 25 years, distinguished owners have poured their resources and their passion into the game just to say, one more win. A collection of managers agonized over decisions that would enable them to say, one more win. There have been all-star players that put it all on the line. First competitors, men with genuine desire to please the Rangers fans just to say, one more win. That moment has arrived tonight. This manager, these players can finally say on behalf of all those who preceded them and the fans who have waited 25 years, one more win. Baseball time in Texas. A huge crowd at the ballpark at Arlington, and tonight just may be the night. It's game against the California Angels. That means everything to the Rangers, maybe to the dance for the very first time. Good evening, Mark Holtz along with Tom Grieve. It's been our pleasure to bring you great baseball this year, and tonight if the Rangers win, it's over in the American League West. My partner here is Tom Graves, been with this club for 25 years. Tom, a special meeting for all of those who came in 1972.
No doubt about it. With a win tonight, the Rangers can finally put to bed the old statement, this team has never won. It's a real tribute to these players who have had to live with that all season long, and it'll be a real thrill for 46,000 people tonight who hopefully will get a chance to see history being made.
There's your starting pitcher. He's been the ace. Ken Hill against Jason Dixon next on Friday night. There go the Rangers. Game 160. The marathon may be just about over. Welcome to Arlington, Texas, as the Rangers try to become the best in the West. There is an intensity and there is a feeling with these players down in the dugout preceding this game, Tom Gray, that really hasn't been there before. They are on the threshold of newfound happiness.
We saw a little bit of it last night with a tremendous ovation when the players took the field. And then after a victory last night and Seattle's loss, they know they can do it right now. It's even more intense.
Let's take a look at the batting order. First of all, for the visiting Angels on our Southwest board tonight, Randy Velarde leads at second base. J.T. Snow will hit second and play first. Jim Edmonds batting third in center field. Chili Davis bats fourth, the designated hitter. Tim Salmon hits fifth, the right fielder. Garrett Anderson batting sixth and left. Gary DiSarcina batting seventh, the shortstop. George Fabregas hitting eighth and catching, and George Arias, the youngster, batting ninth and over at third. Johnny Mack may be closing it down this weekend. He's had 18 years of managing, and right now he's trying to get this team going on the road. They've lost 7 in a row on the road, and they are horrendous on the road. 25 under for the season. Behind Ken Hill tonight, Greer in left, Hamilton in center, Gonzalez in right, Palmer and Clark are the corners, Elster and McLemore the keystone, and Pudge Rodriguez will catch.
Kenny Hill will be making his team-leading 35th start tonight. His last start was a big one. It followed John Burkett's victory in California, and it was a 4-1 victory, a 9-inning victory for Kenny Hill. 8 hits, only a run, 8 strikeouts, and 2 walks against these same Angels. He's 2-0 with a 2.28 ERA in 1996 against the Angels. 7th in the league in earned run average. 3rd in the league with 243 innings pitched.
There's Johnny Oates, who has not been to this step before as a manager in a relatively short big league career. 2 years in Baltimore, his second with the Rangers. So he is ready to take the step along with this club. 24 years of waiting, and they've got a chance, actually 3 chances, to get this thing done. If they don't do it tonight, there's another time, but they would love to do this before what is going to be a huge crowd tonight and get this over with. Here's Randy Velarde, 288 for the year, and here we go. Game 160 of the season. And there is strike one. It is a chilly night in Texas. Should warm up tomorrow. They're saying 70s and then 80s, but we have had a cool day in the 50s and 60s. Velarde, Snow, and Edmonds. And there is strike 2.
Well, if the first two pitches are any indication of the stuff that Kenny Hill will have tonight, it's going to be a pretty good night. Crisp fastball right on the corner, and then a terrific slider right on the outside corner, and right off the bat, it's 0-2.
Well, he's got two of his pitches tonight. And he's got 3 pitches and 1 out. Velarde is gone. Sharp breaking pitch away. 1 up, 1 down on 3. So Hill is rolling.
Well, this backs up the other slider with another perfect pitch right on the outside corner. And if a player's ever been overmatched in an at-bat, this was it. Randy Velarde took a strike and then swung at 2 perfect sliders.
The adrenaline seems to be flowing, doesn't it, for everybody? Here's J.T. Snow, 259 hitter for the year, 17 home runs. 1 up, 1 down. The pitch count is 3. And there's the first ball of the night. Darrell Cousins will be at the plate tonight. Tim Welke is at first. Crew chief Joe Brinkman is at second. And Ken Kaiser over at third. And a foul back. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rangers coming in at 88 and 71. They've won 4 out of 5. The Angels have split 4. And these two clubs have played 10 times, and the Rangers have won 7 out of 10. Will Clark. Ken Hill. And there are 2 up and 2 down on the old 3-1. It is a bit chilly for Texas. But hey, get used to playoff weather maybe. 61 degrees. The wind is a little different tonight. It's 18 to 23 miles an hour, partly cloudy. Usually it blows right in from right center field. Tonight it's a little bit of a blow in from left field. So we'll see if that will turn around in here or if it will stop balls to the outfield. At the moment, a strikeout swinging on Velarde and a snow bouncer to Clark. And here's Jim Edmonds hitting at 305. Edmonds has had a little bit of an abdominal strain and hasn't played every game. Erstad played yesterday. And Edmonds takes strike 1. And there's a foul away. Hill is 7-5 the second half, and Tommy's been great against the Angels. He's 2-0 against California, and he had a complete game Sunday against the man he's facing, Dixon. He gave up 1 run on 8 hits in 9 innings. He's seen a lot of them. His third start, or he has had 3 games. This is actually his 4th starting, and he's 2-0. But he seemed to have handled this club pretty well. Edmonds at ball 1 and strike 2. We're even at 2-2. Chili Davis on deck. Hill hoping he sees him in the second. Again, he's got a chance for a 1-2-3 quick first. Crowd into this game very early and on every pitch. And there's strike 3. The Hummer right there. Little blue smoke coming up. 1, 2, and 3. The Rangers bat right after this.
Lynn coverage of Rangers baseball is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, with low fares on every flight, every seat, every day. Fly Southwest Airlines, the airline that provides Triple Crown service. By your North Texas Coca-Cola bottler, official sponsor of the Texas Rangers. By AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Taco Bell, there's nothing ordinary about it. Taco Bell. And by Bud Light. If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Back on a chilly, at least on the temperature front, Arlington, Texas tonight at the ballpark, but a warm crowd inside. Boy, they are pumped up for this. Trying to take the big step tonight. We'll look at the Ranger lineup in a moment. Darrell Hamilton will lead it off for you. The Rangers have a very nice inning from Ken Hill. He was throwing pretty hard, it appeared.
Well, he had great stuff. He had a good fastball, excellent slider, tossed in a couple of good split fingers, but he didn't need the split finger. He could have gone just with his fastball.
This is Jason Dixon, 23 years old, against Hamilton. Again, we'll give you the whole lineup in a moment. Hamilton is 5 for his last 12. He steps in 4 points shy of 300. And we go to strike 2. Dixon was pretty tough on the Rangers the first time around. They hit him for a couple of home runs, but 6 2/3 in a loss on Sunday. Pretty good stuff. And the 0-2 is punched toward the hole. Velarde makes a nice play to his left, and Hamilton is on. 1 up and 1 down. Here's the Southwest Airlines board for Johnny Oates tonight. Hamilton leads in center. Pudge Rodriguez hitting second and doing the catching. Batting third, outfielder Rusty Greer. Batting in the number 4 spot, right fielder Juan Gonzalez. Hitting fifth, first baseman Will Clark. Batting sixth, third baseman Dean Palmer. Batting seventh, DH Mickey Tettleton. Hitting eighth, second baseman Mark McLemore. Batting ninth, the shortstop Kevin Elster. The Ranger 9, and that's the lineup they had penciled in April 1st when the season started. That's the lineup they wanted to play. That's what they've got on September 27th. Here's Rodriguez at 3-0-2. Breaking ball, strike one. Behind Dixon tonight, Anderson, Edmonds, and Salmon left, center, and right. Arias and DiSarcina on the left side. Velarde and Snow on the right side, and George Fabregas will catch the game. 0-2.
Dixon lost to Kenny Hill 4-1 in his last start, but he had good stuff. We saw a really good curveball. Only gave up a couple of runs, pitched into the 7th inning. He's pitched his way up through the Angel organization this year, AA and AAA. Only 23 years old. He's got a good arm.
Canadian born in Ontario, Canada. Ball 1 and strike 2. No score. We are in the bottom of the first inning. Welcome aboard Lynn Television tonight as the Rangers try to put this thing away. They will have 2 games left tomorrow afternoon and Sunday afternoon if they can't do it tonight. And we go to 2-2. Rusty Greer on deck. The Rangers are 18 over at home after last night's win. They're 48-30. They've won 4 out of their last 5. The magic number is 1. This is a 2-2. And that'll go foul. The Rangers are playing very well on defense again, Tom. They still have the fewest errors around. They also have not given up any miscues in 7 games now. So they've got a little streak going. 7 games that are errorless. And the 2-2, and that's slashed away foul. And we're now even, still at 2-2. Pudge is the hit leader for the Rangers. Hello there. It's almost October. We've got baseball plans, Tom.
Definitely do. Hopefully we'll take care of them right now, right tonight.
92 in that hit total for Rodriguez, which is 5th. Hamilton at 184 is 8th. So the Rangers with 2 of the top 8 in hits in the American League. Full count pitch. Dixon to Rodriguez. Breaking ball is hit deep third. Nice backhand Arias. Long throw, and it got a great stretch by Snow at first. Snow had a Gold Glove last year, and he can really get out there. And Rodriguez is out on a deep backhand at third. 2 gone for Rusty Greer.
It's a nice play by Arias. Randy Velarde played third base last night for the Angels and had a tough time over there. Made a couple of errors. Here's a look at J.T. Snow going as far toward third base as he can to catch that ball.
Guy's Willie McCovey Jr. Here's Greer. Ball 1. Rusty at 333. That's 6th in the league. He is the Lone Ranger in the top 10. Batting average. Since coming back off the injury, Greer is 8 for 22. And he's really put this lineup right back together. Clark going down to 5th, Palmer 6th, and Tettleton 7th. Everybody back to where they've really performed well. All 3. Juan Gonzalez at a home run off Dixon on Sunday, and he's next. 3-0. You automatically take that with Gonzalez next?
Most times you do, but if you've got a hitter in the middle of the lineup hitting 300, you feel pretty comfortable giving the green light. Give a guy a chance to get a base hit. Give Rusty a chance to hit a good fastball, maybe hit a home run himself.
Lays off that pitch, but it's a strike. Well, had a nasty little break on that. Ball 3 and strike 2. So he's gone from 3-0 to 3-2. 2 out, no one on. Bottom of the first. Hill got the Angels 1-2-3. Burr slaps it foul. I don't remember too many nights this chilly at the ballpark, even in September, Tom. 61 degrees here at game time.
I think actually it's a perfect temperature for the ball game. The wind is not that bad. The players like playing under these conditions.
A little bit of a respite from the heat, although we're supposed to have a warm Saturday and a warmer Sunday. Full count as Dixon works on Greer. Rusty needs one more RBI for 100. Last night came up with 99 on a sacrifice fly. He and Ulster are close. Ulster has 97. And here's a shot toward the gap, left center field. This is in there for extra bases. The Red Baron on his way to second is a stand-up double. So Greer, the first hit of the game, a double the opposite way on 3-2. And here comes Igor of the Americas.
Good look at Rusty staying with what looked like a changeup. Something down and away, drives it into the gap. Anderson was way around toward the left field foul line, which created that huge gap. Rusty's 41st double. He's 8th in the American League. He sets up an RBI opportunity for Juan Gonzalez.
Juan with 143 RBIs. That's 3rd in the league. He's 4th now in home runs at 47. Standing at 317. He's 6 for his last 18. Still an MVP candidate. And Jason Dixon gave up a home run to him on Sunday. And there's strike 1. This is the current look of leaders this Friday. Albert Bell still out in front. Some company for Gonzalez. Mo Vaughn had a 3-home run game, of course, recently. And there's Rafael Palmeiro, the all-time RBI leader now for the Orioles. 4 pretty good years right there.
Juan is definitely one of the front runners in the MVP voting. Be nice for him to have a huge game tonight and see the Rangers win and clinch their first Western Division championship. Juan has struggled over the last couple of weeks. He's hit around 200. Hasn't hit that many home runs in the last couple of weeks. He's had a tremendous season, tremendous statistics for what looks to be a Western Division championship team. But it'd be nice to kind of put the exclamation mark on that season with a big game tonight while everybody's watching.
Now, we should also mention the regular season voting ends after the regular season. The playoffs have nothing to do. If you'd go base hit craze during the playoffs and postseason, it shouldn't have any bearing on your MVP, Cy Young, or any other award. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dixon does not have to throw to second base. We're getting a pretty good lead. They play Gonzalez deep and way around to the left. Way tight. Gonzalez at this moment has hit more home runs on the road than he has at home. 24 on the road, 23 at home. So he's got a couple of chances to even it up. George Bell, the Latin home run champ, at 47. Gonzalez has tied that. Andres Galarraga still in that race. Ball 2 and strike 1, and a foul back. And there are a lot of personal things on the line here, but you talk to this team, none more important than the team overall. A lot of people throw a lot of verbiage at that, but that's the team that we care about, but don't really mean it. This team seems to have that concept pretty well in hand, that it's going to be much more meaningful if they go on instead of just accomplish something individually. Check swing, and he's out. Off speed pitch. He really had him messed up at the plate, and that's the inning. No runs on a Greer double. We're after 1, no score. This is the Lynn Rangers Television Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Texas Rangers Baseball Club and is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, recablecast, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Texas Rangers Baseball Club is prohibited.
Ballpark in Arlington, second inning, no score. The Rangers and the Angels. And the Rangers helped the Angels last year. They gave them a playoff. Remember, they beat the Seattle Mariners twice here on a Saturday and a Sunday. The Angels then got their playoff chance in the Kingdome, and the Voodoo Palace did them in. 1 ball and no strikes to Chili Davis. Charles Theodore at .295 for the year. Close to the 100 RBI mark. He and Salmon, the next 2 hitters, both with 95 runs batted in for California. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hill threw 11 pitches in the first inning. He had 2 strikeouts, bookends on Velarde and Edmonds, and Snow in between. And a bouncer to Clark. Hill was very sharp. He had pitched 23 innings against the Angels, 23 plus innings coming into tonight's game. So again, these 2 teams with Hill against the Angels have seen a lot of each other. Here's the 2-1. And the 7 out of the final 9 for Texas against the Angels. This is a lot of California, Tom, but so far so good.
So far so good, and a great crowd. Last night we remarked that this was the one game in the 4-game series that had a lot of seats left. Well, after the game last night and Seattle's game, they went quickly today, and this is another sellout.
They are still coming in here. Big traffic around the park, as there always is at every park when a big one's going on, and this is a big one. 2-2 to Davis. And a bundled up crowd again in 60-degree weather here in the Metroplex. Angel record, by the way, now 20 under. They're 69 and 89. The Rangers, whose top record is 22 games over, currently playing at 88 and 71. Rangers were 83 and 61, their best record. And they got that team ERA going the right direction. Full count. Deep and foul, still full to Chili Davis. Whatever happens to the Rangers, this won't be the most wins they've ever had in a season. They did win 94 in a previous year, so they could get very close, but it won't be their top winning year, but it will be their most exciting. Ball 3 and strike 2. And another foul back. I think some old Rangers are pretty happy and pretty intent on watching this one, Tom. Many of the Rangers still live around the Metroplex, and probably, if not here, enjoying this one.
I saw Pete O'Brien the other day at a golf tournament, and he was pumped up talking about the ball club and how well they've played and how much he thought of Johnny Oates, and you seem to hear that from all the ex-players when you bump into him.
And he struck him out. Nearly took something off. Looked like the split. Chili's gone. 1 up, 1 down. 3 of the first 4 have struck out. Let's say hello to Bill Jones in center field. Bill?
Mark and Tom, you talk about this big crowd. A lot of this crowd around me right now. And I can tell you it's a loud crowd, too. Nearly 6,000 tickets sold today. Yes, they are loud. There's an electricity in the air out here in center field. They're waiting for the Rangers to win this tonight.
Thank you, Bill. Here's Tim Salmon. Have some punctured eardrums by the end of this one. 1 ball and no strikes. Now, if the Rangers can win this game, you'll want to stick around. We'll be in that locker room with some pictures and some microphones for a long time. There's a foul back at the right side, so settle back, relax, get a little hot chocolate or coffee going, and enjoy some baseball from your warm living room tonight. Throw a log in the fire. You got your fireplace going yet?
No, there's no one home. My wife's out here at the ballpark. Well, the only people home are the dogs, and they like it a little cool in the house.
Ball 1 and strike 2, and those dogs will fight off anybody trying to get in. Those are killer dogs that he has. So
killer dogs and a loud burglar alarm that's on and ready to go off.
They like it cool.
Listening.
They get very hungry. Cool. Clark can't get in for that.
Actually, I really feel comfortable in the house now with that 5th Doberman that we bought.
Oh, yeah. You mean that little barking machine that
we
you plug in?
We leave 2 outside, a couple inside.
Oh, look at this. He is totally covering himself here now, folks.
Not to mention that the Dal Worthington Gardens police patrolled the neighborhood on a almost minute-by-minute basis.
Somebody got him very worried in a hurry. Grandpa sitting in the backyard with a shotgun, too. That's the most...
You did read about that thief last year that used to go around robbing people while they were at their son's high school sporting events. You never know. He got about 3 or 4 of the households from the Martin School District, a lot of friends of mine. This guy would read the schedule in the newspaper, find out when the team was playing, find out where the kids lived.
You know, you should not be passing.
Assume their parents were at the game and then rob their house.
2-2. They did catch him, though, right?
Oh, they got him.
Here's a nice breaking ball down again, and Salmon is gone. He has struck out 4 out of 5. Check this out. He has Velarde and Edmonds in the first inning, Davis, and now Salmon.
Well, Kenny Hill is definitely pumped up for this game. He had a big game in his last start in Anaheim. He went 9 innings with great stuff. But so far in a short period of time, just 5 batters, this is about as good as Kenny Hill can throw. We saw it earlier in the season in Detroit in a game. There's maybe 4 or 5 games during a whole season where you have your really, really best stuff. And through 5 batters, that's what you could say about Kenny Hill right now.
And he's got strike 1. This is Garrett Anderson, who beat the Rangers with a double in Anaheim. And then last night, shook him up a little bit, hit a 2-run home run in the second inning to put him in front 2-0. And McLemore diving can't get this. Probably a base hit. Diving backhand try, and Anderson is on again. So 2 out, 1 on, and that'll bring up Gary DiSarcina. Here's a nice shot by the doctor trying to dive for that ball, and looked like it hit leather a little and then squirted to right center.
Just went off the end of his glove. Anderson hit the ball sharply. Mac gave it a great try, but couldn't quite come up with it.
Checking the strikeout log here, Tom, of Ken Hill. He has struck out 9 twice against Oakland in April and against Oakland in July, and those are his strikeout highs. He's not a real big strikeout man. He can get an inning or so going pretty well, but he's never been into double figures as a Ranger. DiSarcina, first ball hitting, 258 hitter, pops to Hamilton and still errorless for the year. Harold Hamilton with a 2-handed catch puts it away. No runs on a hit, no score to the bottom half of number 2.
Lynn coverage of Rangers baseball is brought to you by Bud Light. If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. And by Hoover. Nobody gets the dirt like Hoover. Nobody.
Well, Ken Hill has a great start tonight for the Rangers. He has 4 strikeouts, no walks, a quick 2 with a single in the infield. The only hit off of him. And up will come Will Clark in this scoreless game as Hill and Pudge Rodriguez, the batteries of the night for the Rangers, sit there and talk it over. Clark at 285 now with 13 home runs. Rangers had a 2-out double from Rusty Greer, left him aboard of the first. Jason Dixon throws at a high fly ball. Edmonds, a couple of steps toward left center, and there's 1 up and 1 down. Dean Palmer coming up. Palmer talks about heading out last night and the crowd level.
No, I had goosebumps, man, running out on the field. There's, you felt the excitement. Playing here, it's been good all year, but the last night was unbelievable. I think, and it shows. I think it carries down onto the field, and the players really respond, and it gives you that little extra boost.
And a boost it was. The Rangers came from a 3-0 deficit, 1-6-5. Palmer has played some great defense in the last week. And he's got 106 runs batted in, career high in homers and RBIs. And there is ball 2. And a hopper at Arias. He has it and throws him out. Palmer, one of those that has been around for a long time. You look at Jeff Russell, of course, who was here and left for a while, but Dean Palmer has always been in a Ranger uniform, Tom, and it's extra special for the guys that have labored here a little bit longer in the red.
Well, I think they all feel that way. Certainly Dino has played on a number of Ranger teams, played on some teams that were picked to win at the start of the season. This one was picked by the so-called experts to come in 3rd. So it has to be an extra great feeling for the players who have battled through this whole season. They've heard fans and people in the media talk about the team doesn't play well in the heat. They can't win after the All-Star break. The organization has never won. They've taken a wait-and-see attitude, but the team has handled that very well. They've bounced back, and here they are.
0-1 to Mickey Tettleton. 24 home runs for Mickey. RBIs better than last year. Home runs a few less. He had 32 home runs last year, but did not reach 80 in RBIs. It's a little trade-off there. 1 ball and 1 strike, playing through the bad back and the bad knee here the last 2 months. Dixon looks pretty good again, Tom.
Dixon's got a good curveball, and he's throwing very well tonight. He pitched well against the Rangers in his last start against them. On the season, he struggled. He must not have had the same kind of stuff day in and day out to the other teams that he's shown to the Rangers. On the season, opposing hitters hit .317 against him. He's walked almost as many as he struck out, but the Rangers have seen better stuff than that.
And he had that weird start. His first major league pitch came in New York. Derek Jeter hit his first pitch ever in the big leagues for a home run. Then he won the game, which, by the way, is still his only win. He's lost 4 since, but that was his start. 6th round pick in '94. Went to Northeastern Oklahoma A&M. He's only 23. That's good. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, 2nd inning, no score. 61-degree night, a full house. I'm glad to have you with us as the Rangers try to make a little bit of their own history. They are packed in here. This is the right field section. And a shot toward right, and that is a foul ball. That hooks over just a bit. The tight wall down there. So Tettleton at 2-2. McLemore and Elster, the 2 that haven't batted yet. Rangers, since the All-Star break, are 2 over at 37 and 35. So they are 2 up since the break had the good start.
How about that catch, Mark?
Looks a little wet there.
Someone asked the question, does a hat count? Well, what about a cup? We definitely will count a cup.
It's a very nice play.
Wow.
Also a wet play. But
the question is,
it looks like a Gaylord Perry.
Did he try to do it, or was it just a huge stroke of luck that it hit and went in his cup? We don't know for sure, but he ended up with it. That's all that counts.
2-2 the count. And this is Velarde on the Snow, and that's the inning. 1, 2, 3, through 2. No score on this Friday night. Now these messages for your local station. Back at the ballpark, the Rangers are offering postseason hospitality packages. If you've got a group of 20 or more, call to find out what you can get here for postseason play. Pre- and post-game parties, tickets plus more. 273-5000, and ask about the postseason hospitality package. We go to the 3rd. Fabregas, Arias, and Velarde due up. Little pennant fever here with the Rangers. They will win the West if they win this game. The Oakland A's and the Seattle Mariners play later on. So they can forget about that if they win this game. They're doing cheers as we go here. So it's a festive mood that these folks are in. Fabregas takes a pitch a little wide, 1-1. The next telecast will be Sunday. That's a 2:05 game. We're on at 2. National TV tomorrow for the Rangers, who hopefully will be the Western winners by then. 1 ball, 1 strike. And a foul away. Again, if they win it tonight, you want to stick around, because if they do, we're headed to the locker room. And you'll see the boys of October in red. Well, there are a lot of folks that have done some work on the banners out here tonight. These are some things that are going to be sold, and I believe they're going to say Western champions on them if the Rangers can get there. Right now, I don't believe they do. One ball and 2 strikes. Elster gets a knee high, and there is out number 1 of the 3rd. No 4 strikeouts, no walks. He's not trailing in too many counts, is he?
No, he's looking very good. And so is Jason Dixon. We've had a very well-pitched game into the 3rd inning. Both pitchers are throwing extremely well.
So now here is Arias, the 3rd baseman, hitting .235, 5 homers, 26 runs batted in. team started with a number of different players at third base this year. There is a strike at 0-1. Again, the Angels were 41-40 at one time, but they've had a terrible second half, 26-44. They're hunting for a manager next year. Johnny Mack just filling in. There is McNamara. Had managed 18 years in the big leagues. 0-2. And a little slap to Hill, a little jump and a lob. And that's the inning for the second out. 2 gone. Johnny Mack has managed in Oakland for 2, San Diego 4, Cincinnati 5, California 2, Boston 4, Cleveland 2. 6 different teams, 1 World Series, Boston 86. The Elsters beat them. When they went against the Mets, Kevin played on that team. With a long history of managing in the big leagues. Here's Velarde. So Latchman was the man who resigned. Think he wants to manage Johnny Mack after this? He says he hasn't, but at 64, would he consider it?
I don't think he would. I think he's doing a favor to the Angels. He'd been a catching instructor in the minor leagues. Certainly a very capable manager, but at this stage of the game, I don't think he'll be out campaigning for another job. I think he's doing this with the idea it's just an interim thing, and that he'll probably go back to doing what he was doing before he got this opportunity.
1-1. Velarde, who struck out in the first, swings and misses. Your odds-on favorite for the Angel job. Give me 2 or 3 names.
Well, you hear Jim Fergosi's name mentioned, whether or not he would get the okay to leave the Phillies to go back there. He's a name that's mentioned. I know they'd love to have Jim Leland, but evidently he's headed to Florida.
Tom Lasorda.
Tommy Lasorda is a possibility. I haven't seen him as a real definite candidate, and I don't know who they've got in their minor league system. They might have a bright young manager up and coming in the minor leagues.
2-2 pitch, and breaking ball just a little bit down. Ball 3.
We've talked about Jerry Narron being a contender. We both feel Bucky Dent would be a solid candidate if he was interviewed. Billy Bavasi, the general manager, has said he wants a younger manager who has some major league experience, if not as a manager, at least as a coach.
3-2, and he stays alive.
So that would certainly keep Bucky Dent and Jerry Narron in the running. They've each been big league coaches. Bucky a big league manager, Jerry a minor league manager.
You interested in managing?
No, no.
Okay.
I like to broadcast food too much.
See, it's a great life up here, isn't it? The desserts just keep coming. Somebody sent us a bunch of great cookies. Big league cookies in the booth tonight. There's a foul away to the right side.
That was from Kevin Sullivan in the Dallas Mavericks.
It was.
Very nice of them to do that.
We like those Mavericks. We're pulling for the Mavs. Thank you, Sully.
Still trying to wash down that giant baseball glove that I ate.
Kevin Sullivan in mourning, one of the great White Sox fans, now turned Ranger fan. Ball 3, strike 2. And he struck a bat swinging. Sit down, Randy Velarde. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. The Rangers are rolling. Great pitching from Ken Hill. They need some runs. We're scoreless. They have the fever here. This is from dead center field. This is Vic, the cameraman. Look, he brought his glove. He's got his own ball to act like he caught one going home. So he's ready in case he gets one out there. The Tom Grieve theory of glove holdover.
I'd like to see Vic catch a couple of Ranger fly balls today.
Make them leap up and stab one. Here's Mark McLemore, and the doctor takes ball 1. No score, bottom of the 3rd. Rangers have a double from Greer back in the 1st inning. And the Angels have an infield hit that McLemore tried to backhand, and it squirted off his glove into shallow right center in the 2nd. Each team with a base runner. And Dixon looks tough, and he's got a 1-1 count on McLemore, who's sitting at 292. 7th in stolen bases in the league at 27. That does lead the Rangers. The Rangers have stolen 81 bases this year. Neither one of these clubs running much. 81 steals for the Rangers, 53 for the Angels. Not many Ricky Hendersons hanging around here. Ball 1 and strike 2.
There's a nice changeup by Dixon. Had McLemore way out in front of it. Dixon, when he's spotting his fastball, can be tough. We've seen a good changeup and a good curveball. A little bit more than a sneaky fastball, too.
And a fly ball right at Garrett Anderson. He's there and he makes the catch. And there's one out. Kevin Elster coming up, and I talked to Kevin before the game. Is it all business? I asked him, or can he enjoy it?
Well, can't enjoy it yet. It's still business, but at the same time, you know, what's not to enjoy about it? The whole atmosphere is fun. And, you know, I suspect that we'll bring it home tonight.
The suspect right there that he'll bring it on home. They do want to win it tonight. There's no question about it. You don't want this to linger and linger and linger, do you, Tom?
No, I think they really want to end it with the Ranger players, the ones on the field, not have to tune into the Mariner game, hope that the Mariners lose, or come back tomorrow. Tomorrow they face Chuck Finley. He's a pretty tough lefty, so tonight's the night they want to do it.
Kids want proof, and they want it now. They don't have tickets tomorrow. They definitely want it now. Ball 2, no strikes. No score. 1 out, bottom of the 3rd. Elster has picked up the pace again. Actually 9 for 19. So he's got some good numbers. And it's ball 3, no strikes. Covers a couple of full games. But he's really in an excellent groove the last week here. Got into it in California. And that's a strike on the inside corner. 3-1 from 3-0 to 3-1. Elster hitting out of the number 9 hole, and he has certainly admitted he'd like to get the century mark in RBIs. Hamilton on deck. And the 3-1 will put him aboard. So the Rangers get their second base runner. And up will come Darrell Hamilton, who is 0 for 1. Don't forget, if you'd still like to get the official souvenir from 2 weeks ago when Nolan Ryan's number was retired here at the ballpark, send $8 to Ryan Program, Post Office Box 852 Arlington 76004. Allow 3 to 4 weeks for delivery, but you can have that Ryan souvenir program from the Sunday ceremony where his 34 was put up forever in the right center field area on the facade of the second deck. Here's Hamilton with 1 out and 1 on. They play tight at third. Look for a bunt. Darrell hit 185. Play deep up the middle. There's 1 out. They look for the double play, but Arias in at third. They hold it first. And they don't play him too deep in left and center. They play him around the left field against Jason Dixon. There's the lead by Elster, and they'll check in. They would hit and run more than straight steal here. Elster has 4 stolen bases this year. He is 4 for 5. There's the defensive look. They don't play him deep at all in center field with Edmonds. They play him a little deeper with Salmon and Wright. Salmon's got the big arm. 1-0. Salmon has 13 assists. So the ball hit to right field. You're looking at a real gun out there. Ball 2. If you have any kind of Ranger clothing, it's probably on you tonight if you're in the ballpark. Dixon 2-0 now to Hamilton. And now ball 3, no strikes. So for the first time, Dixon gets a little wobbly here to the number 9 hitter and the leadoff hitter with 1 out in the 3rd. At the knees for strike 1.
A lot of managers like to run in this situation 3-1. You've got a hitter that makes pretty good contact. On the other hand, sometimes the 3-1 count and the runner running can force the hitter to swing at a bad pitch, one of those borderline pitches. You don't want to take it in case it's called a strike. The runner can be thrown out at second base.
3-1, and to check in at first. Dixon slowing down here after the walk to Elster. And there's the lead at ball 3 and strike 1 to Hamilton. They send the runner, and he goes back, but it's ball 4. Elster started, stopped, and Hamilton took it inside. 2 on, 1 out. And the Rangers trying to get something going in a third scoreless game. Your friendly Dodge dealer presents tonight's Dodge leaderboard, and this concerns Pudge Rodriguez doubles in the American League. Boy, it is double-itis in 96. Alex Rodriguez at 54. Edgar Martinez at 52. Pudge at 47. So a lot of folks in the 40s this year. And here is Rodriguez, who has been in a little bit of a slump. He has the most doubles ever by a major league catcher this year. The double record for the Rangers is 49 by Rafael Palmeiro in 91. So he's going to have a big weekend to tie or pass that. But here we go. The go-ahead run is at second base with 1 out. The crowd gets into it. No score at the moment. Rodriguez against Dixon. Bottom of the third. Ball 1. He's been swinging at everything. He really tried to lay back there, Tom, and he took ball 1.
He wanted to swing at it, and if it was about an inch closer, he would have. Right now, Dixon has walked 2 guys. He doesn't want to walk Rodriguez, although that's a pretty tough assignment. So you don't want to give anything good to Rodriguez because you know he'll swing at it. At the same token, if he gets patience, you don't want to walk him this time up. You got to come a little closer than those last 2.
This is great patience here. They said he'll swing at everything, but hey, there is a limit.
There is a limit.
Joe Coleman's coming out to talk about that limit. Ball 2 and no strikes. There's 2 on and 1 out. We've got some birthdays tonight. Longtime Ranger fan, Mrs. Victor Hartman from Munster, Texas, is 90. Happy birthday. J.R. Barnwell of Joshua is 11. Alan Elliott of Haltom City is 56. Dr. Peter Sakovich of Colleyville, number 40. Chad and Cody, the Cook twins, are 12. They're both 12. See, they're twins. Same day birthday. That's how that works. They're from Hubbard, Texas. John Gamble, big fan. He'll be tomorrow is his birthday, but he watches every game. Happy birthday, John Gamble.
Dixon has been cruising along. Got the first hitter in the third. He'd only given up 1 hit. That was Rusty Greer's double. Hadn't walked a batter, struck out 1. And then it looked like he just got a little too fine. Tried to make perfect pitches instead of challenging the hitters. Next thing he knows, he's walked Elster and Hamilton, and it's 2-0 to Rodriguez. Sometimes a young pitcher can get a little too cute out there instead of just challenging the hitters. His stuff is fine. Go right after him.
See if he swings at this. Ooh, fastball almost tore off his belt buckle, and it's ball 3. Maybe said pitch inside and throw pretty hard.
Well, he's thrown 3 pitches that are about the only 3 pitches you could throw to go 3-0 right now on Pudge Rodriguez.
The only 3 he will not swing at in any situation you've just seen. If he walks them, they're loaded. So the youngster, very wobbly now. Did they give him a take sign?
Got a take right here.
They set up away, and he takes ball 4. They are loaded. All of a sudden, Dixon pitching very well until he walked the number 9 hitter Elster. Now the Rangers are walking. As Greer comes up, they are loaded. The fans want to run right here. They go to double play depth in the infield. We are scoreless in the bottom of the third. Hill looks very on tonight, so if the Rangers can go get him some runs, they could maybe put it away.
Last night the Rangers were the beneficiary of some shoddy defense by the Angels in the middle of the game, led to a 4-run inning. Today it's the base on balls that's got the Rangers in business. Need a big hit right here from Rusty Greer, who Mark, with a sacrifice fly, could knock in number 100.
Let's go for 101.
All right. Or even more.
3 slams, 2 of them this year. He's hit 2 grand slam home runs in 96. 0-1 to the Red Baron. They are loaded. Ducks on a pond, and there is 1 ball, 1 strike. Boy, the guns are up. Greer, Gonzalez, and Clark are due. There's 1 out. They are loaded. Elster's at third with a walk. Hamilton right behind him with a walk at second. And at first base, Pudge Rodriguez. The crowd is standing in the bottom of the third inning. This is a hungry crowd.
I don't know that I've ever seen this in the third inning. Everybody in the stadium is standing.
Yeah, when a guy stands in front of you, you know, it kind of happens. You can't see. 1-1. They are standing at the park. No score yet. Breaking ball is off speed and inside, ball 2.
When we talk about the Rangers responding to the huge crowd, it's also a tough assignment for Jason Dixon. 23 years old, getting a taste of the big leagues, to come in under these circumstances in front of 46,000 people gives him a little bit of the jitters.
This will be a 2-1 pitch. Bases full, and Greer missed that one. That was a tough pitch right on the knees and down and in. 2-2.
Probably a ball. You don't see Rusty swing at many pitches out of the strike zone. That's a good sinker by Jason Dixon. It ended up a ball. It was a tough one for Rusty to lay off of.
Johnny Oates would like a base hit about now. 2-2. And Greer sends one back to the on-deck circle. No score yet, but the Rangers, who have been gifted some things over the last week and taken advantage of them, they are now opportunistic type club. They jump on mistakes. In the past, they've made the mistakes in the past few years, but 86 errors, the fewest in the major leagues. They don't make many anymore. 2-2 to Greer. And a deep fly ball to left. Anderson is back. Warning track. Rangers will lead. Here's the tag at third. Elster says 1-0. Number 100 for Rusty Greer in the RBI column. The Red Baron gives the Rangers the lead in the bottom half of number 3.
Well, you know that feels good to Rusty Greer. Puts his team ahead 1-0 in a huge game, and also accomplishes a huge personal goal of driving in 100 runs. Rusty missed 15 games with an injury, came back just in time to get back in the lineup and pick up those last 4 or 5 RBIs he needed to get 100.
Last year, 61 runs batted in for Rusty Greer. This year, 100. Welcome to a steady job in the big leagues. Juan Gonzalez with 2 on and right now 2 out. And there is ball 1. Gonzalez hit a home run off of Dixon on Sunday. Juan has 47 home runs and 143 runs batted in. And again, a home run to him would be huge. It would give him the all-time Latin record. He's at 47, and there is the bullseye for 48. If he hits that, he has a long home run. Move over Mark McGuire if he gets. Where is that sign? That is in the third deck.
If he ever hit one right here, this crowd will erupt.
Ball 2-0 strikes. 143 runs batted in. Folks have been very imaginative tonight. 2-0. Great hitters pitch. Breaking ball. Threw a nice one down and around. Drew a breaking ball. 2-1.
Well, that's one you give to the pitcher when you're ahead in the count 2-0. You look for a certain pitch. Juan was looking for a fastball. Dixon threw him a good curveball. You take it. Don't swing at it. If you're fooled by it, still ahead in the count. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Rangers have the lead 1-0 without a hit. 3 walks and a sacrifice fly. Gonzalez 6 for his last 19. Batting at .316 for the year at this moment. And the 2-1. Top back foul. The crowd remains standing most of the way behind each dugout. So it is a huge crowd. Tickets went in a hurry today. A lot of red. Jacketed in 60-degree weather and happy at the moment. The Red Club leads by the score of 1-0. Ball 2 and strike 2. Jason Dixon against Juan Gonzalez. On the fists. He's got him right here. Snow comes down to try to catch this fair halfway to the plate and does, and they make a big put out right there, getting Gonzalez in the high pop. 3 walks and a fly ball. 1-0 Texas through 3. Now these local messages.
Lynn coverage of Rangers baseball is brought to you by Jack in the Box Restaurants. Watch out, Mac. Jack's back.
We head now into the fourth inning. We're glad to have you along. Mark Holtz, Tom Grieve on a big night of baseball here on September the 27th. The Rangers to game 160 and try to tuck it away in the American League Western Division tonight behind Ken Hill, who has struck out 5. He has on 2 occasions this year struck out 9, so he's rocking right now. 5 strikeouts, no walks, an infield hit, and into the fourth inning he goes against Snow, Edmonds, and Davis with a 1-0 lead. 3 walks and a sacrifice fly by Rusty Greer, and the Rangers are in front. Snow went out Clark to Hill in the first inning. Talk about maybe moving Snow and making Erstadt the first baseman with the Angels. At the University of Arizona, Snow, 5th round pick in '89 by the Yankees, won a Gold Glove last year, hit .289. So this year he's dropped a bit. He's at .259, and the split finger is down, and he chases. Boy, that is really nasty tonight. 6 strikeouts. AutoZone, the best parts at Auto Parts, bringing you who's hot and who's not tonight as we wind it down in the big leagues. Dave Hollins doing well for Seattle, but they're in trouble. Henry Rodriguez, a grand slam last night. 1 game back in the wild card for his club. And on the not going so well as the final weekend comes up, the Sox have lost 6 out of 10. See you next year, maybe, in Todd Hollandsworth of the Dodgers. 7 for 40. It's our AutoZone board of the night.
Talked about the split finger pitch, Mark, that struck out J.T. Snow, and it has been an excellent pitch tonight. But the pitch that really sets everything up for any pitcher, and for Kenny Hill tonight, is the fastball. And Kenny Hill has his best fastball tonight. He's not known for his fastball, but on any given night, it's 91 to 93 miles an hour, sometimes a little higher than that. And when he's got his good fastball, that just makes his other pitches look even better. Fastball outside sign.
And it's laid in the left field. The other way, sliced a bit, and Edmonds is on after a strikeout in the first. He has singled to left. They have had now 2 base runners, no one past first. And up comes Chili Davis.
I saw Pudge Rodriguez give that sign with nobody on base. 1 is the fastball, and then where he pointed was the location where he wanted to pitch.
There's a shot of the moon, which is back with us tonight after the very nice lunar eclipse that we covered.
I've got a great story now that you brought that up. Sam McDowell, who works with the Rangers, was listening to the game on television down in the clubhouse.
That's his fault. We'll get to that. Davis, Doctor throws. Now they got a rundown coming. Need a tag, inning over. There it is. We'll talk lunar eclipse when we come back, but how about this little dip? A 4-3 and a throw out for a tag. Rangers lead 1-0 to the bottom of the 4th. We roll to the bottom of the 4th. Pennant Fever, Arlington, Texas. This is a happy bunch, and they are ready to celebrate tonight. Some may have started a little bit early. And here is Will Clark in the 4th. Rangers scored again with 1 out in the 3rd. Elster, Hamilton, and Rodriguez all walked, and then Rusty Greer, for his 100th run batted in, hit the sac fly to left. So there are now 3 100 RBI men. Gonzalez at 143, Palmer at 106, Greer at 100. Elster needs 3, and it would then be a total of 4 at that mark. J.T. Snow, 1 out. Okay, let's hear the rest of this lunar story that you're about.
Well, Sam was down there listening to the game somewhere in the stadium, and he heard us talking about a lunar eclipse, and he was dying to see it. So he left the ballpark to get a better look, saw the lunar eclipse, and then they wouldn't let him back in the ballpark.
Perfect.
He had to go back to the hotel. Says, do you know who I am? He said, we don't care who you are. You don't have a ticket, you can't get in the game.
Oh, that's treating Sudden
So I'll
Sam
tell you what,
brutally.
they do some serious security at this ballpark.
And he's blaming us.
He blamed us. He actually did.
Glad I didn't see Sudden Sam McDowell, who could throw about 5,000 miles an hour when he pitched for the Indians.
He also said he was mad because when you asked me who the toughest pitcher I ever faced was, that I didn't say Sam McDowell.
And he struck you out 10 straight times. He told me
pretty
that.
close to it.
Said Tom Grieve had no chance.
Sam was one of those guys you really didn't mind striking out against because everyone else in the lineup struck out against him too. So you didn't look any worse than anybody else.
He just didn't want to get hurt the night that he pitched. Sudden Sam, they wouldn't let him back in. I like that. Here's a high pop. Edmonds, DeSarcy, they got it surrounded now, and it is Velarde who gets sandwiched in between and makes the catch. Edmonds, the center fielder, DeSarcy, the shortstop, and Velarde, the second baseman, and the Lubbock Christian guy takes it. 2 gone.
After last night, I might let DeSarcina make that catch. Just kidding, Randy. Randy's a Texan,
and the Rangers wanted Randy Velarde. Here's some Bud Light scores as we go. Now Mickey Tettleton, 1-0. The Rangers lead. Big house, squeaker, and a Ranger lead as they try to clinch the West. Territory that is uncharted at the moment for the Rangers. They have had some good years, a 94 win season. When they had the great year, there were some teams having better years, like the Kansas City Royals and Oakland A's. But this should be the Rangers' year, you kind of get the feeling. There's a foul back by Tettleton. Magic number is 1. Rangers in their final 3 games. Their bullpen is going well, too. There's Hill and Greer. Dick Bosman. Now, there's the bookend. Dick Bosman right there. Bosman and Dent. Bosman was the first pitcher ever to pitch a game for the Rangers, and tonight he could be the pitching coach as the Rangers wrap it up. That's a nice little story, and I mentioned that to him tonight. Tom, he had tears in his eyes. He threw the first game in Ranger history after the strike in '72 in this location, Arlington Stadium right next door, which is now the parking lot. He parks his car right over there and walks on over to remember it. But we'll have some nice memories if the Rangers can win it here. From the opening day pitcher in Ranger history to the pitching coach for the first time. 25 years later. Ball 3 and strike 1.
Well, there's a lot of people behind the scenes, like the scouts and the minor league managers and coaches, who have, some of whom have been here a long time and have been rooting for a big league season like this, and they'll be very, very happy if this is finally the year.
And a base hit for Tettleton. Sandy Johnson, one of our good friends, has done a lot with it. You've got a lot of feelings for this. A lot of these guys are yours, Tom. You signed a bunch of these fellows in the nucleus. When you take a look at Dean Palmer and Pudge Rodriguez and Rusty Greer and Juan Gonzalez, they were under a Grieve regime, so I know that this is kind of a neat moment for you. And there's one of your buddies, Sandy Johnson, who signed a lot of these fellows for you out of different places.
That's for sure. And I think one of the things I'm proudest of the 10 years I spent as the Ranger general manager was the people that worked here. And Sandy was certainly an integral part of it, heading up the scouting department. He hired some great scouts, and they did a superb job of putting the nucleus of this team together. And Sandy is very appreciative that they are finally getting some recognition. The scouts are the unsung heroes behind the scenes that do all the work. Other people get the glory, but they're the ones that do the work. And it's nice to see them recognized and get some satisfaction that a season like this can bring.
1 ball and 1 strike to McLemore, 2 out, 1 on. Sandy was told by someone in that box that he was on television. The great thing is he has no idea what we're saying about him. We could be nice. We could be a little nasty.
Knowing Sandy, he thinks it's the worst, too.
He's got a great sense of humor. He says, oh, they're really getting me. 1 ball, and here we are being very nice.
You know, the other guy that did a good job, he doesn't work with the Rangers anymore, is Marty Scott. Marty Scott was the farm director for a long time, put together a lot of the minor league managing and coaching people that are still here. and help develop a lot of these young players. And Marty and Sandy did a great job.
Darryl Strawberry's manager.
He was Darryl Strawberry's manager.
Ball 2 and strike 1.
Got him back in the big leagues.
Did they ever win that wacky Northern
They did.
League?
They won it all.
They did that.
They won it all. The pig will be on the calendar
The
next
PBS
year.
documentary that they did, that Northern League where they signed free agents. Ball 2 and strike 1 the count here. The Rangers lead 1-0. Sacrifice fly by Rusty Greer is the story of the night offensively. Dixon and Hill hold the rest of the story. 2-1. Ball 3 and strike 1.
Nice to see McLemore get on and give Elster a shot to add to his total in RBIs, get closer to 100.
If he
home run would do it.
He would. We need a little Bob Prince bloop and a blast right here. Ball 3 and strike 1. 2 out, 1 on. And there's a little bloop. And here comes Tettleton to third, and runners on at first and third.
Well, you got the first half of it right.
Oh, the Gunners.
That was
the Gunners looking down and smiling.
That was the ultimate bloop.
Now the blast. This is McLemore, and he just hits this thing off the very end of the bat. I'm still liking the Sam McDowell story as I watch this.
Sam was funny. I got a bone to pick with you.
Got thrown out last night because you told me to look at the lunar eclipse.
Well, heck, if you come out to the part of the ballpark where we were, you could see it from here. You didn't have to leave the ballpark to see it.
It's a better man for it. Here's Kevin Elster. If he hits one, he is at the century mark at RBIs. Brother is watching tonight in California, who's also his agent. Boy, does he want to see the long ball right here. 2 out, runners at first and third, and there is a strike on the inside corner. Rangers have hit 215 home runs. That's a new record. Their old record was in the 190s. They have a good differential. They've hit 215, given up 166.
Talking about Kevin's brother, Mark, Pat listens to virtually every game with his family. And knowing Pat, he's probably more nervous right now than Kevin is.
He's pacing. There's a throw over. Back in time is McLemore.
Pat was actually the one that really talked Kevin into coming back and playing. Kevin needed a little push, and Pat nudged him in the right direction, and Kevin decided to come back, and look what a terrific year he's had.
0-1 to Elster. 2 out, 2 on. Sitting at 97 RBIs, and the Rangers could use a big base hit right here. They lead 1-0. And he pops it right on the hands in front of the plate, and he's out. So the Rangers get a chance but can't deliver right here, and that's the inning, leaving 2. They've left 5 and through 4. Texas 1, California nothing. Now this.
Ball players can be a little superstitious, so we've got to be careful how we say that the Rangers are about to not lose their first ever division title. Knock on wood. Which means you've only got a few more chances to catch the soon-to-be division champs, whoever they might be. One thing we can say is when the Rangers don't lose the division title, it's probably going to happen on Lucky 39.
Welcome back to the ballpark in Arlington, where the Rangers lead the California Angels 1-0 as we start the 5th inning. A capacity crowd here tonight, but one guy who's not here tonight. Let's show you Tom Vandergrift, the former Arlington mayor. He is just a few miles from the ballpark. Of course, he's the man most responsible for bringing big league baseball to Texas. He had to keep his commitment tonight. He is the master of ceremonies for homecoming festivities at Arlington High School tonight. But he is keeping his eye on the ballpark as well. Back to Mark Holtz and Tom Green.
All right, as he should. Boy, there is a man that can take great pride on this franchise, and hopefully a nice moment for everyone involved with it. But he was one of the real catalysts for all of this. We go to the 5th.
And as we go to the 5th, Tim Salmon has just hit a home run to dead center field. He gets a fastball from Kenny Hill on the outside part of the plate and drives it over the right center field fence. Huge scramble out there for the ball, and it's thrown back into the playing surface. Tim Salmon with his 30th home run of the year, and he continues to do a pretty good job of assaulting Ranger pitching. We've got a new ball game, and here's another look at it. Actually, it's a fastball right down the middle. Pretty good pitch to hit, and Salmon does the rest.
Tom Vandergrift didn't like that very much. Salmon has made a killing against the Rangers the last couple of years.
Tom Vandergrift is definitely the best dressed high school football announcer in the state of Texas. probably the most eloquent, too. Garrett Anderson had a base hit in the second inning. He's 1 for 1. He's hitting .280 on the season. Kenny Hill through 4 innings has not walked a batter and struck out 6. Takes a strike right at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike. California has lost 7 straight games on the road. They've also lost 21 out of 28 games. A couple other birthdays here. 2 more for Friday the 27th, which is today. Damon Miller, an all-star little leaguer from Crowley, Texas. Molly Osmus, 82 years old from Paris, Texas. Happy birthday. Ground ball toward the middle. Nice play by McLemore. Clark can't scoop it. Probably go as a base hit. McLemore made a nice play up the middle. Backhanded it on a short hop. Couldn't get much on the throw. Nice backhand. Jump throw in the dirt. Clark can't scoop it. That'll go as a base hit for Garrett Anderson.
Did about all he could. He couldn't get any more on it.
That was a nice play by Mac. Boy, we've seen him make some terrific plays all season long. Both going up the middle, going to his left, going back on pop-ups. Terrific defensive season for Mac. Nobody out. There goes the runner. Throw! Forget it. See you later. Rodriguez throws out Anderson at second base. And there was no contest on that one.
Pudge is trying to stay at 50%. This should bring him back after a stolen base last night. Another laser beam, and 50% is what he's after, and this will help.
Probably a hit-and-run play. DeSarcina trying to protect the runner, but Hill gave him a great slider. He swung and missed at it, and after that, Rodriguez took care of it.
Tommy's now 44 of 88 thrown out, so again, this puts him right at the terrific mark of 50%.
Boy, what a great throw. Right on the base. That was a hit and run. DeSarcina swung and missed. And Rodriguez delivered his typical laser right on top of the bag. A little bit outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Best in the majors. Charles Johnson from the Florida Marlins is close, but Pudge Rodriguez has the lead. Strike 3, slider right on the outside corner. That's been a great pitch for Kenny Hill tonight. Kenny hasn't made many mistakes. About the only one was the fastball to Salmon. He got it down and right out over the plate. Salmon hit a home run. But he's had superb stuff. That's Tim Salmon. Got a good fastball, excellent slider, probably the best slider that we can remember, and an effective split finger pitch. Fabregas, the catcher, falls off this pitch. No balls and 1 strike. Fabregas grounded out to shortstop in the 3rd inning. He's been a hot hitter lately. .340 in his last 31 games. Doing most of the catching. All of the catching against right-handed pitching. Got a couple of more birthdays tomorrow. We won't be doing the game tomorrow. But R.L. Sparks, nicknamed Sparky from Stephenville, Texas, has a birthday tomorrow. And Bub Thedford will be 90 years old from Graham, Texas. And Lynn Wiggins will be 70 tomorrow. Happy birthday to all of you. Little tap to shortstop. Elster makes the play. Hill is out of the inning. But Salmon's home run has tied it. Kenny Hill continues to pitch very well. 4.5. It's 1-1.
Lynn coverage of Rangers baseball is brought to you by your local North Texas Coca-Cola bottler. Always a grand slam, always Coca-Cola. And by your friendly Dodge dealer.
Welcome back to the ballpark. Kenny Hill has given up a home run to Tim Salmon, which has tied the game at 1. Angels have 1 run on 4 hits. The Rangers have 1 run on 3 hits. The Angels have only left 1. The Rangers have left 5 men on base. Rangers really didn't capitalize on a big opportunity in the third. Jason Dixon walked the bases loaded. Greer got a sacrifice fly, and Juan Gonzalez popped up to first base to end the inning. Had another shot in the fourth with 2 outs. Tettleton and McLemore singled, and Kevin Elster popped up. So the Rangers have had a couple of opportunities go by the wayside in the third and fourth. Both pitchers throwing very well. Dixon, although he had a little control problem in the third inning, has had a good fastball, good overhand curveball, and a little changeup, working very well to a tough lineup. Heading the count to Hamilton, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hamilton walked in the third, grounded out to second in the first. He's 0 for 1. Darrell at 296 on the season. Pulls a sinker to third base. It's short to second base for out number 1. Dixon has nice movement on his fastball. When he throws it outside to a left-hand hitter, they need to take the ball the other way. You try to pull it, and you end up doing exactly what Darrell did. Little tapper to second base. So 1 out for Pudge Rodriguez. Pudge is 0 for 1. He grounded out to third and walked. Rodriguez at 302. If he can hit another home run, he'll have 20. And if he can knock in 4 more runs, he'll have 90. Terrific season for the all-star catcher, 4-time Gold Glover. As we showed earlier, is throwing out runners at a 50% clip. The trainer's going to go out to the pitcher, Jason Dixon, and give him a tongue depressor to help him get the mud off his cleats. Sometimes that cakes up there and can be uncomfortable to pitch with. Saw that in the game last week. As we mentioned last night, the Rangers have 215 home runs. That's 4th in the American League and the 11th most in Major League history. Huge year for home runs. Curve ball outside, ball 1. Rangers are back on track defensively after a 2-week lapse. 7 straight games without an error. Fewest errors in the major leagues. Playing Ranger-style baseball right now. Pudge takes low, ball 2. Pudge has 635 at bats. He's only walked 35 times. Being patient. Ball 3. Well, if Dixon can walk Rodriguez in the 5th, he will have done something that not many pitchers have been able to accomplish against Pudge Rodriguez this year, and that's walk him in back-to-back at bats. Rodriguez takes a strike, 3 balls and 1 strike. Rusty Greer will be the on-deck hitter. Rusty has driven in his 100th run today. There's a fastball inside, and Rodriguez has walked 2 straight times. Rangers have a base runner for Rusty Greer. Rodriguez last night had a good night. 2 for 4, a double, an RBI. Great defensive game behind the plate. Rusty Greer has doubled in the first and then had a sacrifice fly in the third. A long fly ball that drove Garrett Anderson, the left fielder, right back to the base of the wall with the bases loaded. Takes low for ball 1. Rusty at 335. If he can maintain this average, he will have had a season of the highest average for a left-hand hitter in Rangers history. Mickey Rivers at 333 holds the record right now. Fastball, good fastball, popped up. DiSarcina makes the play, and that's out number 2. Here's an update on the Citgo Super Premium Power Race. The American League home run leaders. Mark McGwire at 52, followed by Griffey, Brady Anderson, and Juan Gonzalez tied with Albert Bell at 47. Let's get up and go. Citgo says go. Juan Gonzalez is 0 for 2. He struck out in the first, popped up in the third. Juan at 316, looking for a big hit And he gets one lined in the left field. Anderson can't make the play. That was a bullet. Rodriguez is going to try to score. Waving a slide. Safe. Jerry Narron waved Rodriguez around. Gary DiSarcina had no idea Rodriguez would try to score. No one told him. By the time he turned around and threw, Rodriguez had scored.
Tom, a great call. You had it right on the nose. Narron anticipates Anderson throwing to DiSarcina, and he keeps waving Rodriguez. And sure enough, Anderson, without looking too much, throws to third. The extra relay to the plate allows him to score. Narron never once held Pudge Rodriguez. That is a great play by Narron and some great speed by a catcher.
Boy, that's great baseball. Rodriguez off at the crack of the bat with 2 outs and a great slide. 2 outs. Will Clark pops up to center field. Edmonds makes the catch. But on a great bit of base running and some nice coaching by Jerry Narron, the Rangers take the lead 2-1. Now these messages from your local station.
Here's tonight's Chevrolet game summary. We are through 5, and on a big play, the Rangers lead 2-1. Hill has pitched 5, giving up a run on 4 hits. Home run by Salmon, the difference. Dixon has pitched well, 5 innings, 2 runs on 4 hits. And Juan Gonzalez is 1 for 3. He now has 144 runs batted in. And this is that play again. This is a single to left, but look how hard and over it is toward left center field. Rodriguez to second, to third with 2 out. Anderson, without really looking, throws to the cutoff man, who then has to relay home. And there is the go-ahead run as the Rangers try to clinch the West. And if that play has the final say, it will be a spectacular. Not many catchers run like Rodriguez, Tom, and not many third base coaches like Jerry Narron would take that chance.
Not many catchers can make that kind of slide into home plate. Boy, that was beautiful.
There's a little emotion being played, and there's Jerry Narron. Nice going.
The coaches don't always get much credit either, but that's a play where you have to give a lot of credit to Jerry Narron. A real aggressive heads-up play.
Arias, the hitter, he had a high comebacker to Hill in the 3rd inning. Mark Holtz, Tom Grieve, we're glad to have you along. The Rangers lead now 2-1, and that slide by Rodriguez. You saw how pumped Pudge was last night when Penniman got the final out. He went to the mound shaking one finger in the air saying one more game. Well, he just had the 1 run that put him in front. This is a 24-year-old kid really that has blossomed with 4 All-Star games and on his way to a playoff, perhaps. 2-2. That ball scoots in low. We've talked about how you don't really realize how young the Rangers are, but Rodriguez is still 24, and you think of Juan Gonzalez as an old man. He's been around so much and been hurt a couple of years, and you think, well, he was a good young talent. Where is he now? Guess his age at home. There is ball 4. Juan Gonzalez is 26 years old.
That's Kenny Hill's first walk.
Well, there is a man on base. Well, don't forget, at the Legends of the Game Baseball Museum coming up is the Japanese History Exhibit, which will be on display October 10th through January of 1997. The artifacts and photographs are on loan for the first time to the U.S. from the Japanese National Baseball Hall of Fame in Tokyo. You'll want to see it. Rangers just signed a Japanese player who had been injured and released from the league yesterday. Hasn't pitched since '92. He's a left-hander, and they're going to see if he's got some stuff. Nomo has awakened the interest, of course, in Japanese baseball. They throw very hard over there now. They don't soft toss anymore. Velarde struck out twice. Looks like he really wants to bunt. And that's how you get a guy out of the old bunt stance. That's the old Don Drysdale special. Sit down.
Well, Kenny Hill jumped out in front of George Arias 0-2 on 2 perfect sliders and then walked him on 4 straight pitches, and now has gone to 2 balls and no strikes to Arias. So all of a sudden Kenny Hill running into some control problems after a great start to the inning with 2 sliders right on the outside corner.
And Dick Bosman jumps out to the mound. They say to pitch tight when a guy squares around like that, Tom, and that was pretty tight.
Well, they want you to pitch tight maybe on a squeeze play. Right now, if you're going to give an out, I think they want Kenny just to throw a strike. That's a little bit too tight.
Quick trip from Bosman. Ball 2, no strikes. At the moment, Ken Hill breezing along with great control until the lead walk. Now there's a fastball down the middle. Palmer in. There's one. The doctor to first. Dip. From a sacrifice bunt attempt into around the horn. 5-4-3. They dip 2.
Well, that was a case of Velarde having the Rangers looking for bunt all the way, squaring around as if he's going to bunt, bringing the bat back, swinging away, hoping to catch Palmer charging. He did. Only he hit a one-hopper right straight to Dino, who turns it into a double play. Tough break for Randy Velarde, who did his job, but Dean Palmer was right there waiting for it and made the play.
7 strikeouts, 1 walk, nobody on, 2 out, 1-0 Texas. Top of the 6th. Rangers win. It's over in the Western Division. Snow 0 for 2. Nubber. This is tough. Palmer going to throw, and he got it there. Palmer with a great right arm had to charge on a little slow roller to third. This inning's over. Thank you, Dean Palmer. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Rangers 2, Angels 1. Congratulations to Aaron Schofield of Hearst, Texas. He's this weekend's Winn-Dixie Friday Night Hall of Famer. Aaron is a pitcher-catcher for the Tri-City Texans. Last season, Aaron pitched a perfect game while playing in the Bronco League. And nice going. Our Little Leaguer of the week, Aaron Schofield. Our thanks to Winn-Dixie for featuring a youngster a week. Maybe a future big leaguer. Here's Dean Palmer. Bounced the third and popped the second. The Tallahassee man at 280 for the year. Well, what do you think, Tom Grieve? It's 2-1 in the bottom of the 6th.
I like the way things are going right now. Rangers are getting some nice defense, excellent pitching.
I like to check in
hey,
with
when
you
you
every
score
once in a while.
when the catcher scores from first base on a single, you know things are going well. Not that we've got an ordinary catcher.
Well, I'll check back with you every once in a while just to see if you're enjoying.
Okay, Mark. So far, so good. Okay. Thank you for checking in.
1 ball and 2 strikes. That was an amazing play. Again, there were 2 outs. So when Gonzalez hit the ball toward left center, Pudge was running, and he got to third, and he was looking to run, and Aaron waved him. So a RBI and a single, putting Gonzalez at 144 for the year, and the 2-1 lead is on the single where Pudge scores from first. There's one. As the Rangers have scored without the home run in this series. Sacrifice fly by Greer and the RBI by Gonzalez. Salmon has hit a home run for the 1 Angel run, and Palmer is gone. Jason Dixon at 23 years of age, pitching well tonight in a tight game. Before Tettleton bats, let's go see Bill Jones. Bill?
Mark, we found some Rangers super fans, 4 of them right here, and they traveled a long way. Just how far did you travel?
We drove 100 miles without tickets. We decided just to jump over the walls into the stadium to watch the game, just to prove Randy Galloway wrong. The Rangers will not choke. AL West champions!
Not exactly Randy Galloway fans out here. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you. And not exactly paying customers.
I'd like to know what fence they jumped.
This is great. Bill's going to get these guys in the Huskow tonight for entering illegally. Speaking of the famed one, there is Mr. Galloway of the Dallas Morning News and WBAP radio fame. One of the most listened to. He has the highest.
I hope he turned up the sound and heard those kids.
And now, see, this is great. These guys don't know if we're being nice or we're not. Let's show a bunch
of Tom and Mark are probably saying nice things about me right now.
Andy, you've just been taken to task. Hey, but they read them. That's all you want. Here's Tettleton at the plate. Ball 1 and no strikes. The stirrer of controversy right there, Mr. Galloway. There's a line drive to right, the base hit. Tettleton is aboard. 2-1 Texas, 1 out. We're in the 6th inning. Johnny Oates putting on the signs. Let's do something, he says, as Mark McLemore comes up. Now, what signs with a very slow runner would he have at first base? He just went through a whole bunch of signs.
I don't think you'll see much going on right here. You could possibly see a hit and run, but with Mickey's knees bothering him, you wouldn't think that that would be a big threat. But you have to give signs all the time. If you only give a sign when something's on, it's pretty easy to pick up the signs if you're the other team. So you give them even when nothing's on. This isn't a situation where you'd expect much to be on. One out, McLemore's not going to be bunting unless he tries for a base hit. About the only other thing that could be on would be the hit and run.
He can go through all those signs, and if he doesn't touch his chin, it means nothing. That could be an indicator, or an ear, or a part of the cap.
Belt buckle.
Who had the most complicated signs that you ever played?
I played in winter ball for a guy named Tony Pacheco one time, who the signs weren't that complicated for the players, but believe it or not, every player in the lineup, 9 players, had a different set of signs, and he kept track of it.
Oh,
so if there was 2 men on and a hit and run, he had to give it to 3 different people.
No wonder he never made the mix.
3 different signs. We spent all the time worrying about poor Tony, whether he's going to be able to remember the signs. But each person had a separate set of signs.
Did you ever make it in the major leagues?
No, he was a tremendous scout, but never did manage in the big leagues. He managed in winter ball, but when in the States, he came back and was a scout with the Houston Astros, and a real good scout and a real good guy.
It's bad when you interview for a job and confuse the general manager. You're trying to become the manager. Hey, the general manager doesn't understand all this stuff. 1-2 the count. And that's high. 2-2 to McLemore. 1 out, 1 on. How is Billy Martin? Did he have a lot of signs?
Not really. Not really. You never know. The players really don't know what the signs are between the manager and the third base coach. So all you know is what the third base coach gives you. And they're different by every team and every coach, but they're not really that complicated.
Here's a hot shot to second. Velarde, DiSarcina, Snow, and this inning's over. The single by Tettleton erased. We're through 6. It's 2-1 Texas. This is the Lynn Rangers Television Network. Back at the ballpark, let's take a look at the Taco Bell game flashback for you. Rangers lead, and here's how. They led 1-0. Tim Salmon, who usually kills the Rangers, hit the home run here. That's his 30th of the year to the hitter's backdrop in center. But here's the big one. 2 out. Gonzalez, a base hit to left. Rodriguez was at first. Anderson throws to the cutoff man instead of the plate. Rodriguez keeps coming. And the Rangers get the lead on a throw that was late. Got Anderson a little problem coming up with the ball. There were 2 out. Narin waved Rodriguez, who can run, and he got it done. Here's a drive to deep left center field, way back on the run. Greer, and he's got it. Jim Edmonds hits it toward the bullseye in left center field. That ball almost on the warning track. That's close to 390 plus. A real deep alley.
Rusty Greer had to run about a 50 or 60-yard sprint to get to this ball. He wasn't playing Edmonds very deep and a little around toward left field. Edmonds gave it a ride to the deepest part of the ballpark, and Rusty Greer chased it down.
The deep valley out there. It's a little bit like Yankee Stadium, where the Rangers hope they may be going on Tuesday. Doesn't Edmonds. Here's Chili Davis. He struck out and hit into a double play with a tag on it. The ground ball is second with a runner on. They got the out at first, then tag Edmonds. Chili at 294 at this moment with the 0 for 2. Rangers are 8 outs away, but with a 1-run lead. 7th with 1 gone. Elster, 7th with 2 gone. 7 outs to play, Tom. On defense, this is a tight one. You wouldn't want it any other way, would you? You want a blowout one way or the other right now?
I like a well-pitched game every now and then.
Great defense, tension on every pitch, fly balls that you get a little nervous on like Edmonds hit. This is baseball.
We had some tension last night.
We did.
Mike Henneman got the last out of a close ball game.
This is Salmon, who has hit one to the hitter's hill in center for a long home run tonight. Later in tonight's game, we'll pick the player of the game, brought to you by Hoover. Nobody gets the dirt out like Hoover. Pudge Rodriguez, a good candidate. And it's now a ball and a strike. Oh, the weather is probably now in the upper 50s, but not a real strong wind at the moment, and it is rather pleasant. It's not chilly at all right now.
No, it feels good.
Maybe it's just the warmth of a good baseball game, but not much of a wind right now. It's changed around a little bit. It was blowing in from left. Now it's kind of moving around the stadium flags.
Kenny Hill's not going to give Salmon a good fastball to hit this time up. He's thrown him a couple of sliders, and that was a good split finger pitch. Got the count even now with 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Crowd is standing and getting into it, trying to end the 7th. Just missed outside and low.
Good job of hitting by Salmon. Kenny Hill threw him the same split finger pitch, but this time Salmon laid off it. Good discipline.
7 strikeouts for the game for Hill. Remember, he had struck out 4 of the first 5. Here's a looper to left center field. This is going to be a base hit in front of Rusty Greer. Tim Salmon on again. Home run and a single, and up comes Garrett Anderson, who is 2 for 2 with a couple of singles. So the go-ahead run, and the man who has done in the Rangers a couple of times recently comes to the plate. 24-year-old Garrett Anderson, his 2nd full year in the big leagues, number 2 in the rookie voting to Marty Cordova last year. Hit .321 last season, so he's down a bit. .281 isn't bad, but he's 40 points lower than he hit in his rookie year. Strike 1. 2-1 Texas. Anderson, the go-ahead run at the plate. He's hit 12 home runs. 69 runs batted in. Hill does not give up too many home runs. The one hit by Sam tonight was the 19th that he's relinquished. And he's now at the 250 mark in innings pitched.
He's trying to keep the ball away from Anderson. Anderson hit a home run last night on an inside pitch. Kenny Hill's going to give him a strike, but he's going to keep it away from him.
Anderson and Hudler had homers off Burkett. And that's a little wide. Ball 2, 2-1. Top half of the 7th inning. Edmonds has hit a deep fly ball to the alley that Greer caught. Davis hit one right at Elster for the 2nd out. Salmon has singled to left center. There is Tim Salmon at first base. 2 out, 1 on. 2-1 Texas. Only 2 left on base tonight. Actually, only 1 left on base tonight for the Angels. That came back in the 2nd inning. With 1 on in the 5th. He was thrown out trying to steal. Crowd is standing. One of the leaders of the pack right there. He says, get up. Ball 2, strike 2. Inside, that hits a shin guard and comes back out of play. The second base. And that'll be a wild pitch. That ball really in the dirt. Pudge did not get much of a chance for this ball, it did not appear. A wicked breakdown, and it's now ball 3 and strike 2. This is the split finger.
Pudge gets over the best he can. He's not looking for the ball to be that far inside. There's not much he could do on that wild pitch.
We'll check a pitch count on Hill here in a moment or two and find out how many he's thrown for the game. Maybe getting a little tired. Here's a big 3-2. And a bouncer up the middle. This game's going to be tied. Salmon to the plate. We're 2-2 as Garrett Anderson has hit a full count pitch up the middle. He's got a 3-for-3 night. His 70th run batted in. Hill really upset as this game is starting over again in the 7th inning. Rangers having a tough time getting Anderson out, and here comes Dick Bosman to talk about DeSarcina. Dick does not pull pitchers, but this is a clean base hit right up the middle.
Well, the wild pitch set the run up. With 2 outs, you could get away with a single with a man on first, but when Salmon moved to second on the wild pitch, now he scores on Anderson's 3rd hit up the middle.
So Bosman talking it over here. There's a runner at first base. The game is tied at 2 in the 7th inning, and the Rangers will have to do a little more on offense. Russell, the right-hander, and Cook, the lefty. Is he talking, are you tired or not? Or how are you going to pitch the hitter?
I think he's just telling him to concentrate. Kenny was a little upset with the wild pitch and the tying run. So what Bozzie went to do was to settle him down and say, hey, look, still a 2-2 ball game. Get your concentration back. Get this hitter. Come on into the dugout. And the bats will get hot and score you a couple runs. Just a kind of a settling down trip to the mound.
88 pitches for Ken Hill at this point. And this a little roller out to McLemore. This should be the inning. He looks at it and throws him out, so it doesn't go any deeper. But a run is home. A wild pitch on a split finger has hurt Ken Hill. 2-2. Stretch time in the 7th.
Lynn coverage of Rangers baseball is brought to you by Southwest Airlines with low fares on every flight, every seat, every day. Fly Southwest Airlines, the airline that provides Triple Crown service. And by Miller Lite. When you're in Texas and you've got the great taste of an ice-cold Miller Lite, life is good.
Go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Ranger fans are hot tonight. She's got earmuffs on. It is a bit chilly here. Elster, Hamilton, and Rodriguez are due. Happy birthday to the twins, Corey and Casey McGregor. Happy birthday to Christopher Harkey, who's 13 in Dallas. Yolanda Venturia of Burleson has a birthday. Gene Kraft has a birthday, and so does Chad Jenkins. So happy birthday. Elster hits one deep, way back down the line. Coffin corner caught. Elster almost against the boards at left field. It hooked a little bit. It was a couple of feet foul. And a long, loud out. And Elster goes back empty. He is with a walk, a pop to the catcher, and a deep 330-foot fly ball out down the line and left.
It looked like a home run coming off the bat. Kevin might have hit it just a little bit toward the end of the bat because he's certainly got the power to hit it out of the ballpark down the line. But it looked like it had a chance when he hit it.
Hooked it over just a little. Hamilton takes strike one.
Mark, we might add on all the birthdays that we've had so many in the last couple of days that there might be some disappointed people, but we've got about 30 or 40 on the message machine, and we're not going to be able to get to all of them.
You're right. We've tried, but we got a ball game going here, too. But thanks for watching, and sorry if we've missed someone. 0-2 the count to Hamilton. Rodriguez on deck. And a shot foul again down the left side. They are playing half as deep where Hamilton had left as they were for Elster. They were deep for Kevin Elster. You mentioned how many fly balls he has hit in the last 3 weeks to the warning tracker to the wall, and they know the Rangers were in Anaheim, and Elster just a little bit short on one. 2-2 game. Way high for a ball.
Kevin definitely leads the Rangers. I don't know about the league in fly balls caught at the warning track.
Had a good year in sacrifice flies. Bunts is in the top 10 in each of those categories. Here's a little looper over the mound, slowed down perhaps by Dixon, picked by DiSarcina, who throws out Hamilton. 2 down for Pudge Rodriguez. We're at a 2-2 game. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. On our trivia board tonight, brought to you by Miller Lite, here's the question: how many current Rangers have postseason experience? There's more than 3 or 4, so come up with a bunch of them. How many current Rangers have postseason experience? Matter of fact, there's 9 of them, so come up with 9. Here's Pudge Rodriguez, who has bounced to third and walked twice. Rodriguez scored a big run back in the 5th inning with 2 out. He was at first. Gonzalez hit a deep single to the alley in left center. Pudge came all the way around. 1-0 the count.
Pudge finally got a pitch right down the middle. He doesn't see many pitches like that. He had a great swing, but didn't take advantage of it. Fouled it back.
Jason Dixon. Well, he's done a fine job tonight. And Pudge pops. Shallow right field. This should be the inning. Tim Salmon is there, and he makes the catch. The Rangers have gone 1, 2, 3. It is a squeaker tonight, 2-2 after 7. Now these local messages. We are back at the ballpark, and playoff Rangers, there's actually 10 of them. A lot of pitchers on this list. And there they are, the 10 that have seen some kind of postseason play. So they have some, not everyone has been void of playoff pressure at this point. Two-two game. Jeff Russell now in. Ken Hill is out.
Kenny Hill pitched very well. 7 innings, 6 hits, only a couple runs, a walk, and 7 strikeouts. But Jeff Russell will pitch the 8th. Russ has been throwing well. 5 1/3 scoreless innings over his last 9 appearances, and an ERA under 2 over his last 21 appearances.
So Russell against Fabregas, and then Arias and Velarde. We are into the 8th inning and a 2-2 ball game. Rangers had a lead of 1-0. Salmon tied it on a home run. Then they led 2-1, and Garrett Anderson tied it on a single after a single and a wild pitch. So Hill will not get a decision in this one, and unless something happens out of the bullpen for him, he'll wind up 16-10. Russell has been red hot, and there's a base hit by Fabregas to right field. So a big and quiet crowd right now. The Rangers had led 2-1 up until the 7th inning.
See a pinch runner for Fabregas. Orlando Palmeiro is going to pinch run.
So Will Clark with some new company over at first base. And now let's see if they try to move him along. And they will, and the bunt goes foul. Arias bounced to the mound and walked. Hill tonight goes 7 innings, giving up 2 runs, make it 6 hits. And he was blazing when this game started. You talk about some adrenaline flowing. He had 4 of the first 5 men struck out in this game. This is Rodriguez. Plays the sacrifice to first, where the second baseman McLemore is. So it's a sacrifice, 2-4 if you're scoring, to move Palmeiro now into scoring position at second base. No relation, by the way, to Rafael Palmeiro. So Russell now has to contend time with the head of the order, Velarde and Snow.
One thing Russ has right now is a pretty good curveball. We've seen it the last couple of weeks. Russ's curveball has started to come back, go along with his above-average fastball. At least he's got all of the weapons in his arsenal working for him right now. And he's pitched very well over the last couple of weeks for Johnny Oates. Sure, Johnny feels very comfortable with Russ in there right now in this key part of the ball game.
Rangers keep a left-hander up and throwing in the bullpen, as it is Dennis Cook. Snow switch hits. Edmonds is left. Davis switch hits. Well, those switch hitters really make it tough for a manager. Russell pitching the go-ahead run at second, and high and tight for ball 1. Velarde out of Lubbock Christian. There have not been many base runners left the board by the Angels tonight. 1 left out in the first and 1 in the 7th. He left 2 men on base.
This will probably be Russell's last hitter, whether he gets him or not. Snow is a better hitter left-handed, and he would hit left-handed against Russell. Cook, the lefty, would come in to face Snow right-handed and stay in the game, of course, to face Edmonds, who's left-handed.
Ball 2, no strikes. And Russell missing with a fastball tonight. He's up at ball 3. So 3-0. Crowd wants it tonight. They don't want to wait. The Rangers at a 2-1 lead. That's by the board right now. We're starting over at 2-2, but now Russell at ball 3, no strikes. Russell in that great groove, 2 earned runs in 17 2/3. And he missed on all 4, first and second. Boy, do they need a double play ball. And here comes Oates out, and you're right, Tom. That's going to be it for Russell. A single, a sacrifice bunt, and a walk. Not what Oates had in mind when Russell arrives. So it'll be the UT man out of Dickinson, Texas. Dennis Cook coming in. And we'll be back after the pitching change. Now these local messages. Welcome back to the ballpark and into the press box. Mark Holtz along with Tom Grieve. We're delighted to have you along tonight. This could be the night, but the Rangers have to first now get out of an inning and then have their own inning. Tom, a good ball game, 2-2. Hill and Dixon both pitched very well tonight.
Well, the Angels aren't making it easy on the Rangers, and they certainly didn't make it easy on the Seattle Mariners. They beat the Mariners 2 out of 3. They lost to the Rangers last night in a real close ball game, and it's 2-2 in the 8th inning right now. Dennis Cook is going to come on and try to keep the Angels from going ahead here in the 8th inning. Dennis has won his first game since June 26th on Tuesday. He's allowed a run in just 1 of his last 6 outings. Had a little tough stretch after he came back from arm problems, but lately started to throw better. He'll face J.T. Snow, switch hitting and batting right-handed, and then the left-hander Edmonds.
So here is Snow, who is 0 for 3. They have just announced that this is the largest crowd in the history of the ballpark in Arlington.
Wow.
They found out those guys jumped in. They went over and counted them tonight.
They set the record for those guys.
You know, maybe bigger than they think with the guys that Bill Jones found. This is a key moment. Runners at first and second. Cook spins off the mound and looks back. John Blake is accepted. He now has corrected that to the largest crowd of the season. So I stand corrected. It's almost 47,000. One ball and no strikes. And also just announced there are 250 tickets left for the 12:05 game tomorrow and 2,000 for Sunday's 2:05 game. One ball and no strikes to Snow. One of the Rangers need 2 and 2 outs in a hurry. Ball 2, no strikes. Hill 7 innings, 2 runs, 7 hits. He struck out 7, walked 1, and gave up a solo to Tim Salmon. Russell a third of an inning. Single, sacrifice, and a walk, and the Ranger bullpen gets busy again. They've got enough to go through a few this late in the game. Ball 2 and no strikes to Snow. As Tom told you, he hits much less from the right side.
Some people may say, how much less, Mark?
Well, 197 right, 288 left, a lot less.
That's a lot less.
Now watch, now he'll hump one. He has hit 17 home runs, 3 of them right-handed, so it's not like he's totally aghast batting right-handed, or he wouldn't. And he's thought about not switch hitting. Ball 2 and strike 1. But he's switch hitting here, and Dennis Cook is taking a look. Infield at double play depth. And the 2-1 pitch. Way high. Time was called. It didn't count. Somebody asked for time and got it.
That's a break.
It is. That pitch was not a very good one. Snow has hit into a lot of double plays, 19 of them. Dick Bosman moving around. He wants to find out what's going on in the bullpen. Busy time in the Ranger dugout. 2-2, 2 on, 1 out. There's the pen. Vosberg left and Patterson right. 2-1. And that's down the line and slicing back foul into the big crowd. The largest of the year, we understand, and not the largest ever. Ball 2 and strike 2. Here's a look at it. The seats are full. There's standing room in dead center field. As the Rangers try to put it away, and they're scuffling right now with the Angels. This is a good battle tonight. Hill pitched well. Jason Dixon, the young 23-year-old, born in Ontario, Canada, pitching very well. Now trying to inspire Cook. They stand. And talking to the players, they hear all this noise. You can focus, but you can't block it totally out. 2-2. Snow gets a little tired of waiting and steps out. His focus time ran out.
Well, you can only stay focused and in your batting stance for so long before you do lose your concentration. And that's the best thing a hitter can do, is to just step out and regroup.
2-2 pitch. Tight. Next is a left-handed hitter, and Jim Edmonds. They won't pinch hit along here, you wouldn't think. Edmonds, Davis, and Salmon are due. There's real trouble waiting if this inning continues anymore.
As a matter of fact, Edmonds last night pinch hit against Stanton.
The A's and the Mariners have started, by the way. They're scoreless and just into the game. Ball 3 and strike 2. Any Ranger win or any Seattle loss, and it's over. So the Rangers, if they can do it here, could actually get some help later on tonight by Oakland and win it that way, which they would prefer to be on the field and do it themselves.
The delay is the fan in the center field grassy knoll section. We're not going to show them.
Parents would be proud as
but that is the delay.
Off and away. We do not want to embarrass the parents, so we will not show him. Ball 3 and strike 2. Three-two runners go, and a foul away. Boy, the runner at second had a great jump. Palmeiro was running there for Fabregas, and that ball had been hit fair into the outfield. He was home. He was a third of the way, now half of the way to the plate when the ball was fouled. A little delay at first.
The thing about J.T. Snow, right-handed, he only hits 197. But in 183 at-bats, he's only struck out 11 times. So he doesn't hit the ball very hard. He's only got 6 extra base hits, but he doesn't strike out very much either. That's why the runners were running.
Ball 3 and strike 2. 2-2 game. Runners at first and second, only one out. And Cook does not have to throw to second. He spins off the mound and takes a look over that way. Now we're ready again, full count. See if the runners go. They do not. And a ball ripped deep left, but hooking. Should be foul, and is. Oh, he got way out in front of that ball. And Snow hammers it down the line. A bit foul at ball 3 and strike 2.
Well, the fans have been on their feet for a long time. Dennis Cook is working slowly, giving it every bit of concentration he needs in this situation. Key moment in the ball game. 2 men on, 3-2, only one out.
Rangers looking for a double play ball if they could get it. Ball 3, strike 2 again. And another shot deep and foul, way out in front this time. Angels now about hit the Rangers 7-5, but they've stranded only 2. The Rangers have left 6 men on. They left 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth. Johnny Oates settled back and jacketed for this one. He's got 3 chances with his own ball club and 3 chances with the Oakland A's over the 3 games, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So the odds are in his favor, but somebody's got to do it. 3-2. Runners do not go, and a little hop toward Elster. He has it to flip to second. They did get the middleman, and just barely. Elster, a little flip back to Mark McLemore, and they got Velarde by half a foot at second base on his slide in. A fielder's choice that will go 6-4.
Well, this is a gutsy play by Elster. He's got a pretty good shot at first base. He elects to go to second, and he might have been out by a half a foot.
Or a quarter of a foot.
He definitely wasn't out by any more than that.
That was
a little bit
close.
of a chance by Kevin Elster right there. He got one of the lead runners. The lead runner at second ends up at third. But boy, you have to make sure you come away with an out. Kevin did it, but he did it the hard way.
It was very close. He also almost got Mark McLemore tangled up at second base. Here's Edmonds. Good hitter. He struck out, single, and fly to left. As Edmonds waiting at the plate. First and third. Now 2 out. 2-2 game. And a foul back off Rodriguez for strike one. Boy, this is a tension-filled moment here. That was a very close play at second. I don't want to see that again.
I don't know that I want to see the replay again.
No, we've seen it. He's out. Joe Brickman, the crew chief, said that's it. That's enough. Look at how close that was. Mr. Elster's a pretty cool customer, and he made a dandy play. Cook is the third pitcher of the day. There's Kevin Elster. What a season he has had. What a busy man he is. And Elster has played in 156 of the 160 games. Cook's now seeing a lot of games. This is his 59th appearance. Been a busy man. And needs an out on a tough hitter. Jim Edmonds at 0-1. Go-ahead run at third. It's a little wide.
Fans wanted it. Fans thought that was a strike. Boy, they're into it.
They really are. Edmonds, an all-star last year. There's the home plate umpire, Joe Cousins. One and one the count. Way high. Edmonds did not just pop on the scene. He spent 6 years in the minor leagues. This is his third year with the Angels. But he had a good year last year. He hit 33 home runs. He's got a runner on third right here. Runner at first. Palmeiro can really move at third. Velarde's a good runner at first. So some speed here. Ball 2, strike 1, 2 out. Way tight. Next hitter is Chili Davis, so Cook now has a big pitch or two to bring to the plate. There's Chili. He's got 95 runs batted in. It doesn't get any easy. Great quote by Johnny Oates. Nobody said it was easy, but nobody said it would be this hard. Ball 3 and strike 1. Cook backs off the rubber for a moment. Mickey Tittleton had a great line about the Rangers. He said this is a very stubborn club. Stubborn's a good word. They don't give up. And they ride the roller coaster a little. 3-1 pitch. And whoa, the roller coaster is on right now. The bases are loaded for Chili Davis. Decision time for Johnny Oates. He's got the bases loaded. He says, Boz, go talk to this guy.
Well, Cookie tried to throw 3 straight sliders to Edmonds. All 3 of them stayed way up and in. Didn't even come close with them. Trying to get him on the outside corner. They all stayed up and inside. Ozzie will try to settle him down.
Might want a pitch selection. Here's our scoring summary at this point. The Rangers led on a Greer sacrifice fly back in the 3rd inning. Then Salmon hit a home run, and we were tied at 1 as he hit his 30th of the year. Rangers led 2-1. Rodriguez scored on a Gonzalez single all the way from first. Salmon scored on an Anderson single, and we were 2-2. And that's where we still are, but the bases are loaded. This is the bullpen. Patterson, hand on hip right there, the right-hander, and Vosberg, the lefty. Larry Hardy is the bullpen coach, and here's the Jamaican-born Mr. Davis. 0 for 3, hit into a double play in the fourth. The Rangers just need one out. Chile has had some big games against the Rangers, and they are hoping this won't be another one. They need him as an out. They are loaded with 2 gone. 8th inning. Strike one. Oh, was that a late call by Cousins? He looked at it and then threw up the right hand.
Right on the corner. He takes a good look at it. That's the tough pitch for the umpire to see. He sets up on the inside part of the plate. He sees the inside corner very well, but the one on the outside is a little bit tougher to see.
0-1. That's a big call for the Rangers. Here's a ball way up and away. 1-1. Cook looks a little out of sync, doesn't he?
Well, he's throwing as hard as he can. He might be overthrowing just a little bit, trying to throw it a little extra hard, put a little too much behind it. Most of the pitches that are out of the strike zone have been way up and away to right-handers, up and in to left-handers.
You can get too psyched, can't you, for this game?
Sure.
Trying to do too much, although they need a big out here. 1-1, bases loaded, tie game. Chili Davis pops it up. Somebody catch this. Will Clark, fair, calling. He's got it, and the inning is over, and they leave him full. Davis pops to Clark, and the Rangers survive the 8th. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 2-2 tie. Back when the Rangers won 13-4 against the Orioles in April. Old day uniform, obviously. And Dean Palmer with one of the major moments in Ranger lore of 1996. Rangers, of course, beat Baltimore with 26 runs. This is the year of the 16-run inning. Rangers right now had settled for 1. Rusty Greer has doubled at a sacrifice fly and popped to short. 46,764 at the park. 1-1. Shot foul. 1-2. Boy, did Dennis Cook just get a big out, Tom.
He sure did. It was looking a little shaky there. He was having trouble with his control. But he made a big pitch to Chili Davis, and he popped it up to first base. Chili Davis has been swinging a hot bat. He's been hitting over 400 in his last 10 or 11 games.
There's a backdoor breaking door, and Greer has just struck out. Here's the pop-up. Cook. And Chili was just late.
It's up there.
1 away. Dennis Cook is the pitcher of record. Hill, Russell, and Cook for the Rangers. Juan Gonzalez tonight has struck out, popped to first, and singled with Rodriguez at first, and Rodriguez scored. Boy, give some credit to Jason Dixon. He has really pitched well. And a little nubber right to Snow. Pitcher covers, and there's the old 3-1, and they get a big hitter with a little, excuse me, cue ball down to first base. 2 gone for Will Clark.
We really do, Mark, have to give a lot of credit to Jason Dixon. He's come into a hostile environment, 46,000 people, on a night when the Rangers are trying to clinch it, and he's held them to only 2 runs. Rangers only have 5 hits. Had a little bit of a control problem in the 3rd inning. He walked 3 in the 3rd. On the game, he's only walked 4. That was his 3rd strikeout. He's really kept the Ranger hitters off balance with an excellent curveball.
Well, Clark, the hitter, 0 for 3. And there is ball 1. Well, the Rangers just got out of a major traffic jam in the 8th inning with the bases left loaded. We're now in the bottom of the 8th. Greer has struck out. Gonzalez has bounced to first. And Dixon, the 23-year-old rookie, pitching well. There's the 1-0. And that's low for a ball. Like we've reinvented MASH here. All of the local stations have their helicopters up above the ballpark right now. Ball 2, no strikes. Dixon on the way to Will. And the throw lines it back foul. Temperature was 61 degrees at game time. It's probably down a few degrees, but the wind not blowing real hard now, and it's not that bad in the park. As we get a little bit past 10 o'clock in the Metroplex, we're glad to have you along. Mark Holtz, Tom Grave, and our Loon All-Star crew. Ranger win, and it's over in the West, 2-1. And Clark foul tips it right into the glove of the catcher for 2-2. Rangers have left 6. The Angels have just left 3 in the top of this inning. 2-2. In the hole, this is Velarde backing, picking, and from the edge of the grass throws. And he didn't get it. Will Clark is safe at first base. Clark rambling down the line is safe. Velarde had a back into very shallow right field. And Clark, who's not known to be a great speedster, of course, just hustles this one and just beats it. Boy, that's tight. Now Palmer, the Rangers get a big batter to the plate with a little Clark hustle.
Well, I think you called it, Mark. Will's not known for his speed, although he runs a lot better than people give him credit for. But he hustles all the way out there just like everybody else on the Ranger ball club. And he gets himself a hustle base hit ahead of Dean Palmer.
He really did. There's Mr. Palmer. He's bounced to third, popped to second, and struck out. Well, if he could hit one here. He had a home run off Dixon Sunday in Anaheim. They played very deep on the left side. And he takes a shot at one and pumps it back foul. Boy, the left side of this infield is way back. Arias has disappeared. He's down the line. And as deep as you can play at third, very deep at short with DiSarcina. Jason Dixon, the youngster, pitching well, and now Palmer at 0-1. Breaking ball hit quickly to short and through. DiSarcina can't get it. Clark throws on the brakes at second. The go-ahead run is in scoring position. DiSarcina just missed this ball. It was hit very hard, and Mickey Tettleton comes up. This ball stayed on the ground and was really hit hard.
It's a curveball that Palmer waits on, and he does hit it hard. Joe Coleman, the pitching coach for the Angels, is coming out to the mound, and this looks like it will be all for Jason Dixon.
He's pitched a fine game. John McNamara, of course, has had that blood clot that was in his leg, so he doesn't come out to the mound much. Thankfully, he's okay. When he first took the job, he was too sick to be with the club. Now he's there, but he doesn't walk around that much. Pitching change, don't go away. Bottom of the 8th, tie game. Back after this. Be sure to get your free copy of the Ranger full-color merchandise catalog simply by calling 273-5015. Leave your name and address. They'll send you the brochure outlining all the clothing and novelty items available from the ballpark in Arlington. Ranger gear. New pitcher, a right-hander to greet Mickey Tettleton, who will stay in and obviously hit from the left side, his better side.
And Mike James is a tough right-hander. The Rangers saw him in Anaheim. 79 innings, only 61 hits. Hitters hitting the low 200s against him. He's only given up a couple of earned runs in his last 18 innings. One of those was against the Rangers in Anaheim. This is a tough right-hander coming in with a couple of men on to face a tough hitter in Mickey Tettleton in what is a definite key situation.
Now, this is a major moment. I'm not sure what they're trying to spell here. Believed. I guess that's a past tense.
We know what they mean.
It's a tense situation. Here we go now with Tettleton. There's a new catcher in this game as they hit for Fabregas. That's the youngster Todd Green. 116 pitches for Dixon. Boy, he did pitch well. Angels, of course, In 1986, were the Western Division champions. Thought they had it last year. They didn't get it. Now they try to keep the Rangers from winning the West tonight. Here is Mickey Tettleton, a big at-bat. 2 out, the go-ahead run at second base, and Will Clark. Rangers do not deal with a lot of speed on the bases. Clark and Palmer are 2 of the slower runners, and Tettleton not one of the quicker runners around. There's Clark, the go-ahead run at second, but there is some experience, especially with the Clark ability to run at second. 1-0. They play Tettleton bunch towards center a bit in the outfield. And he takes ball 2. The on-deck hitter is Mark McLemore.
You know, Mark, there's more to being a good base runner than your base speed. Will Clark gets a good jump. We see it every time he breaks up a double play. Mickey Tettleton gets a base hit. You'll see Will Clark give it every shot to score from second base on that base hit.
It's a good jump. Knows when to run. Ball 2, no strikes. There's 2 out now in the inning. And Tettleton slaps this one back foul. Mickey with a couple of hits tonight. James wants a new baseball. Got autographs on the inside of that hat. Ball 2, strike 1. Actually, I think it's things to remember when he's pitching, if he wants to take a look. 2-1 the count. Man from Oklahoma State trying to give the Rangers the lead to the 9th. And he should get something pretty good here. Ball 3 and strike 1. Rangers have just again gotten out of the top half of the 8th where they left the bases loaded. There were 2 out here in the 8th. Clark just beat out an infield ground ball for a hit, and Palmer singled by the diving D. Sarcina. So 2 2-out singles, and now 3-1 on Tettleton. They are loaded for McLemore.
This resembles the top of the 8th. Couple of men on, a walk to load him up.
He Steve's pitching now, getting him into a lot of trouble. Mark McLemore with 2 out, the base is loaded, tie game, bottom of the 8th. Hitting coach Rudy Jaramillo hopes that all that time over the last 7 months with McLemore will now pay off. 1 for 3. Hit into a double play in his last at bat. Clark is 90 feet away right here from bringing home the run. And that is ball 1.
And it all started with 2 outs. Jason Dixon struck out Rusty Greer, got Gonzalez on a little tapper to first base, then singles by Clark and Palmer chased Dixon, and a walk to Tettleton by Mike James has set the stage for Mark McLemore.
Well, the Rangers right now have Cook, the pitcher, a record. They've got the bullpen going again. They'll worry about that later. Right now they want McLemore with a hit of some kind. For the year, he's a .292 hitter. Go-ahead run at third in the bottom of the 8th inning. Mike James. And that's a nice sinking pitch at the knees, 1-1.
Mac taking all the way. Wanted to make James throw a strike. He just watched him walk Mickey Tettleton. Wasn't going to take a chance on swinging at a pitch and letting James out of the inning. He's going to make him earn it.
And, of course, these are Dixon's runs on base here. First 2 of them. This is a 1-1 to Mac and a foul back to the second deck.
James has excellent velocity on his sinker. He's not one of those 85, 86 mile-an-hour guys. He's in the 90s. He's got good movement on it and great velocity.
New baseball, he rubs it up, and he wants another one. They like the feel of those seams sometimes, and then they don't like others, and he wants a new one. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's 2-2. The line score is 2 runs on 7 hits and no errors for both teams. The Rangers have stranded 6. Angels 5. Ball 1 and strike 2 to McLemore.
The fans will erupt with a base hit right here. They're ready.
Oh, they are. Big moment. Tight. Gonna have another big one at 2-2. Boy, this has been a tight game. Well pitched. Some opportunities missed, and you can hang on every pitch. Mack does not leave the batter's box. He stays right in there at 2-2. And a look at his face. Concentration. There's Clark at third. 2-2 coming. And he stays alive with that pitch. That was, he's got to protect the plate here, and that was almost on the corner.
That was a nice bit of protecting, too, because James threw him an excellent sinker. Tailing away right on the outside corner. Again, a 90-mile-an-hour plus pitch. Mack just flicked his wrist and spoiled it. Tried to get a better one to hit.
First two in the inning were out. Greer struck out. Gonzalez bounced out, but then 2 hits and a walk. 2-2, bases loaded, and a 2-2 game. And Mack now steps out at the plate. Todd Green, again, the new catcher. There's the tension-filled Ranger bench. They say just 1 run, and they can tuck it away in the 9th. Dennis Cook, not quite sure how to wear his cap. 2-2. The study of concentration. And a high foul ball. I remember talking to Mark McLemore, Tom, on the recent road trip, and he said, you know, this is what you dream about. He says, as a little kid, I used to play in my backyard, and it always come up, you know, in the 8th or 9th inning late, the game on the line. He's got one of those occasions here. He's won a few for the Rangers.
Well, I remember that when you talked to him, it was on the little clip right before his at-bat in Anaheim, and he singled in the go-ahead run in the 10th inning.
2-2. Let's see if he can do it again. And another foul ball. He's having a great at-bat.
Boy,
and Mike James is throwing some kind of pitches here, too.
This
is a classic battle.
He's not trying to trick anybody. You don't see any split-finger pitches, no curveballs, no sliders. All you're seeing is heat.
Here at
Good
home,
movement on his heat, too.
Yeah, if you're at home, get out of the easy chair, walk around it once, and then sit back down. You need a little circulation. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Bases loaded at a tie game in the bottom of the 8th. Most of the crowd standing here at the ballpark. Mike James against Mark McLemore. And another foul ball. So he is really battling away here. We'll see if he can keep this at bat going for about another 5 minutes.
The fans are still standing, still cheering, yelling, clapping. They're getting a little tired now. That's about 5 straight pitches that Mack has fouled off. The tension continues to build.
Ball 2, strike 2. Bases are loaded again. And McLemore keeps fouling them off. And he struck him out swinging. Got him on the high fastball right in the letters. So McLemore is out swinging, and the Rangers, like the Angels, leave the bases loaded in the 8th. We're even to the 9th. Now this. Well, we head into the 9th inning, and one thing Johnny Oates has had is faith in newcomers. Meet Danny Patterson, who's pitched very well. Oates not afraid to hand the ball to some young pitchers who have had good years, and he had one in the minor leagues. Here's his limited go in the big leagues.
Well, it's a pretty good limited go, too, Mark. 8 innings, no runs. And he was the stopper in AAA. Danny pitched a couple of games in the playoffs. I think he saved 3 or 4 games coming down the stretch under AAA pressure. This is a little bit of a different situation, though. 46,000 fans. Johnny's got a lot of confidence in Danny, though. Danny's pitched very well for him. He's got the good hard sinker, a slider, and the unusual split finger pitch that he holds in the middle of his hand and calls the Vulcan pitch. I'm sure the Angels will see it tonight.
This is Tim Salmon, who fouls one off. Danny Patterson was 6-2 with a 1.68 ERA in AAA. In 80 and a third innings and 44 games, he had a 1.68 earned run average. That's outstanding. So he's got Salmon, Anderson, and DeSarcina. Salmon is 2 for 3 tonight. He is 16 for 46 against the Rangers. Again, he's having a great year against Texas.
Salmon's a little bit upset. He swung at a sinker down and in out of the strike zone. Now ahead in the count 0-2. See if Danny goes to that unusual pitch. There it is. You can see it right between the middle fingers. That one didn't drop as much as some of them.
Now, the other night we were riding on the bus near him, and we started to talk about this. He says that Benji Gill showed it to him.
That's what he said.
He said Benji Gill showed him this pitch. Now, where did Benji pick this up?
Well, hitters are notorious for having good off-speed pitches, whether it's a knuckleball or a curveball, and they warm up with them every day. Here's a look at Benji. Used to be a shortstop. Now he's a pitching coach.
That's right. He was a pitching coach, personal man with Danny Patterson. This looks like something other than that, and it is. So it's ball 1 and strike 2.
Well, the hitter can't see what we're looking at. Otherwise, he'd know what kind of pitch was coming. This is hidden in the glove. But when he puts the ball between his two middle fingers, that's the changeup, the Vulcan pitch. When he has the two fingers on like this, it's either a slider or a sinker. There's a sinker.
Strikeout swinging. Good sinker. One away for now Garrett Anderson. That is a huge out. He comes in, and the youngster strikes out Tim Salmon, who runs the Rangers wild.
Danny Patterson is also a pitcher that doesn't throw in the mid-80s. He's a 90-plus guy, too. Good movement, good velocity, and you know that he is really pumped up for this appearance right here. He's well-rested, and you should see his best velocity right now.
This is Garrett Anderson, who has a perfect night. He's 3 for 3, and he spoiled the Ranger lead in the 7th inning. It was his hit that tied the game. It was his hit that beat the Rangers in Anaheim. Hit a home run last night. He's had a great series so far. 4 hits. And there's a slap ball in the hole. He's got another one. He's got a 4-hit game in this one. So to deep short and through, and now 1 out and 1 on. Patterson, of course, down the road, Tom, could be the future stopper of this club. He has been groomed in the minor leagues to be a stopper, and he's kind of got that makeup and the pitches to go with it.
I think he's probably done a great job of pitching himself at least into strong contention for the staff next year. Whether or not that will be the stopper role remains to be seen. That's up to Johnny and what he decides to do in spring training. But I think everybody is very impressed with the arm and the results that Danny's gotten since he's been here.
Now Gary DiSarcina. He's flied to center, struck out, and bounced to second. Glad to have you along. It's 2-2 in the 9th. The Rangers and the Angels from the ballpark in Arlington. We'd invite you out if you're in the area, but I don't think we have any room.
Unless you want to hop the fence like 4 of the fans we saw earlier.
It's a high fence, too. 1 ball and no strike. I like to have seen that.
Must be used a pole vault.
Rangers could use the old double play ball right here. Again, they're in a 2-2 game. If they get to the bottom of the 9th inning, Elster, Hamilton, and Rodriguez are due. The A's are in front of the Mariners 2-0 in the 5th. What if that game ends before this?
They must be playing a quick game.
Hey, slow down.
They're catching up with us.
Any Ranger win or any Mariner loss, and it's over. But the Rangers would rather do it on the field themselves, but what the heck, they'll take anything. Ball 3, no strikes. Angels have played well against the Mariners and the Rangers, Tom. They haven't let anybody cakewalk through. 3-0 pitch. Patterson misses high. Ooh, the Rangers struggle into some, check it, it's a late strike call, and they're starting to struggle into some bad territory here. If they put DiSarcina on, but a strike call there, and he's now at 3-1. Again, the Angels and the Rangers both had the bases loaded in the 8th inning. Both left them loaded. That's Green. The catcher due next. There's a strike, so he's battled back from 3-0 to 3-2. Got that corner pitch, and now he has evened it up. Crowd is standing again. Oh, they've been up and down all night. Like a Beach Boys concert. Love every song. 3-2. Oh, tight, and he's walked him. Now you really have to be careful. This is a young catcher that has come to the big leagues that hits an awful lot of home runs. Green had a home run against the Rangers in the weekend game in Anaheim, as he hit one off Darren Oliver. So Green, who is a fine prospect, coming to the plate. Vosburg left, Whiteside right. Todd Green. And right now, runners at first and second. And that's high for ball one. Out to the mound goes Rodriguez.
A lot of times you'll see this with young pitchers that are really pumped up. Danny's a sinker ball pitcher who needs to keep the ball down around the knees, and he did it against Tim Salmon. But since that time, he's been up with his pitches. Pudge Rodriguez is going out to reassure him, calm him down, get Danny to get that ball back down in the strike zone.
Green had 40 home runs in the minor leagues. This is a guy off a big year. As he steps in here at ball one and no strikes, his first at bat. Here's a call up. This is his first at bat of the game, and he hits a foul ball just by the bag foul at third.
Boy, he was going for it.
Oh, what a swing he's got.
He took a Carl Yastrzemski swing at that pitch. He was looking for a fastball. He got one, and he was trying to do it all with one swing of the bat.
He's got 2 home runs and 71 big league at bats. He's batting .197, but check this hack.
It goes all the way around.
1 ball, 1 strike. And a chopper to Palmer. He has to back up. He gets one at second, but that's all. Good throw to second base. Fielder's choice. He looked like he wanted to charge it and maybe go a little bit more quickly, Tom, but there's nothing like experience. He had that in-between hop until he backed up.
Well, Dino realized he wasn't going to get a double play anyway. The ball wasn't hit hard enough, so he fields it, squares himself to second base, and makes a good, accurate throw to make sure he gets the sure 1 out. Sometimes you'll rush that play in a futile attempt to get a double play and end up making an error. So it's always best under these circumstances to make sure you get 1 out. Now there's 2 outs, and that might be it for Danny Patterson. Here comes Johnny Oates.
So they get the man from Georgia Southern, the hard-hitting minor league catcher who's about ready to make the big leagues for sure, you would think. So Patterson now has a runner at third, a runner at first, and now 2 out, and it'll be Ed Vosburg time. So the Rangers are going to change right here. George Arias is due. We're still tied at 2 in the 9th. Back after this. Well, they had announced Darren Erstad as a pinch hitter, and Vosburg now comes in to relieve Danny Patterson. The Rangers again on the hook to try to get an out here to send it scoreless to the bottom of the 9th inning. The game is 2-2.
Vosburg is 8 out of 10 in save opportunities. He has a .320 earned run average in his last 36 appearances, and he needs 1 more out to get the Rangers out of another jam here in the 9th inning. They got out of a jam. Dennis Cook got him out of a jam in the 8th by getting Chili Davis to pop up. Now Vosburg will face Darren Erstad with 2 outs and another tough situation.
The governor of the great state of Texas and the First Lady.
And his wife, Laura.
Governor George W. Bush. They look a little chilly.
They look a little tense, too.
They look chilly and tense. Says, look, I got some things to do. I got to run the state. Could we get this over with, please? I got a state to go run. First and third here for Erstad. It's a 2-2 game. There are 2 outs. Salmon struck out. Anderson singled in the hole, as he always does. DiCercino walked. Green hit into a fielder's choice. Erstad batting. Vosburg pitching. The Rangers have used Hill, Russell, Cook, Patterson, and Vosburg. Erstad played last night. Singled and dropped the sacrifice fly. And there is strike 1. Ooh, a big opening pitch. The pinch hitter, stat is 2 for 8. He's a .286 hitter. A ball and a strike. These teams are again each trying to forget about the 8th. Each left the bases loaded. Now the Angels start again with a chance to get the lead. First and third, 2 out here in the 9th inning. Slow down breaking ball, and that just hung up long enough for a strike. Boy, did he soft toss this. Ball 1 and strike 2.
Well, that's Vosburg's curveball. He likes to drop down against left-hand hitters, and it's a big sweeping breaking ball. Starts out almost behind the left-hand hitter, and it's a tough one to stay with.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner at third base. No room for error here, and a fastball is fouled back.
Not an easy situation for a young rookie. Erstad's going to be an outstanding major league player, but he doesn't have a lot of experience against crafty left-handers like Ed Vosburg. He's got a lot of natural ability, and that makes up for inexperience. But Vosburg will probably try to get him with that same sweeping curveball.
1 and 2. In the hole, McLemore to the left, has it, rim of the outfield, throws him out, and the Rangers are out of a traffic jam again. Nice going, Ed Vosburg. Any kind of a run, and the Rangers will win. It's 2-2 to the bottom of the 9th. Little pennant fever in Arlington, Texas. Check this out. We are 2-2 to the bottom of the 9th inning. 46,764. The largest crowd of the year as the Rangers right now try to put it away. They have Elster, Hamilton, and Rodriguez up against Mike James. Been some great pitching, and Tom, some tremendous work out of the bullpen as we see some of the sights and sounds of the ballpark. Great relief job by Vosburg.
Boy, I tell you, there's been some clutch pitching. The Rangers have left 9 men on. The Angels have left 7. Both teams have had some scoring opportunities, but there's been some good clutch pitching with men on lately by Cook and Vosburg, and also by the Angels' Mike James, who got Mark McLemore on strikes with the bases loaded to end the 8th inning.
Well, a couple of things could happen here. The Rangers win with any kind of a run. It could end on 1 pitch. If somebody hits a blast right here, this would come to a quick conclusion. So we will be watching every pitch for you, because this could end any time. It hopefully will. Schofield at third base, so it's Schofield, DiSarcina, Velarde and Snow third to first. And Warren Newson is going to bat for Kevin Elster. Rangers have not pinch hit much this season, but here is the Deacon. So Newson comes up to bat for Elster. Mike James against Warren Newson. Bottom of the 9th, the run, and the Rangers will win the West. If not, they'll play at least the 10th. They're in the 6th inning at Oakland, and the A's lead the Mariners 2-0. Some more good news. James always from the stretch. Johnny Oates says, how about now? Way inside. Newson is 3 for 16 as a pinch hitter. He's a .255 hitter. The one thing the Rangers have not done well all year long is pinch hit. They're 8 for 70 with no home runs.
That sounds to me like someone's due.
Oh, there you go.
James is really firing it up there right now. He is throwing some big-time gas right by Warren Newson.
How fast is he chucking here?
Well, we don't have a radar gun, and I've never seen a reading on him, but I'll bet, based on what your eyes tell you, that it's somewhere between 93 and 95 miles an hour.
Let me know if you see smoke coming out of that ball. Call for an investigation. Ball 1 and strike 2 to the Deacon. 2-2 game. We're in the bottom of the 9th inning. If the Rangers score, it's all over.
This is a pretty good tandem that the Angels have. Mike James in setup relief, followed by Troy Percival.
They are getting their pitching together. They do have Percival. If they ever get ahead of you, you have a major mountain to climb. 2-2. And a slap foul ball to the second deck. Rangers have won 4 out of 5. They'll have 2 to play Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon. But they just as soon be playing with cigars. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The champagne is on ice if they can just get a run. Ball 3. He slipped coming off from that.
He either slipped or that's the first breaking ball he tried to throw. He's been throwing all fastballs, and that was something off speed that was way out of the strike zone.
Crowd up and down all night. Again, they are standing on a chilly evening. Looks like he did try to throw something different and just slipped out of his arm, out of his hand. So Newsom back in, one of the 10 with playoff experience. On the full count. Ooh, high pitch. That would have been ball 4, but he couldn't check it in time. That bat head was flying.
It was flying, and fortunately for Warren and the Rangers, he made contact.
You don't want that strike 3 call, do you, right here, though? You want to go down with wood flying if you do.
Well, it's tough to lay off a guy like this. When he throws a high fastball, he throws so hard, you've got to get the bat started. You don't have as much time to look at the pitch and decide. That leads to some high swings like the one McLemore had.
3-2 and a pop. Should be caught. Velarde slips to the edge of the outfield grass. 1 out. Just checking the Rangers through their first 24 years, Tom. They came into this game, or this year, and then this game with a chance to win it. But coming into the year, over 24 years, the Rangers have played 169 games under 500. They'd had some real good years. They had a 94 win year, but as we mentioned earlier,
they had a couple of 94 loss years,
yeah, well,
too.
They did that, too. But the Royals and A's had real good years, and the Rangers had a good year. But they were 169 games under 500 when the year started. So they're trying to polish one off. They're 88 and 71.
They're trying to use the peck-away theory to get that 500 record.
Well, he's a peck away a few more years, maybe.
20 games over a year.
162-0 to get even. 0-1 to Hamilton. He's got 6 home runs. How about somebody just belt one and
that'd be fine.
We'll all go crazy. 0-1 the count. 24 years, no playoffs. That could change with a win. And Hamilton lines one to DiSarcina. And there are 2 out. Here's Pudge Rodriguez. Nobody said it didn't have to be done in extra innings. And they'll play at least 10. We're 2-2 in the bottom of the 9th. The Rangers have been out hit by 1. There's been 1 home run. That's Tim Salmon, who hit his 30th tonight. The Rangers are homerless in the series. Game 2 of a 4 game. Here's Rodriguez. He has 19 home runs and 86 runs batted in, hitting at .301. James to Rodriguez, 2 out, nobody on, bottom of the 9th. Ball 1. Sellout crowd, standing room only. They've been standing most of the night, whether or not they had a ticket or not. Some standing room may be a little more expensive than others, but they've been on their feet. 1 ball, no strikes to Rodriguez. He took a rip at that. Look at him tell himself, ooh, that's a little high. It's hard to try to not do it all at once now, isn't it?
Yep. Especially with 2 outs and nobody on.
That's
you know,
right.
In this situation, you're really not trying to hit a single. You want to hit an extra base hit to try to get into scoring position.
Greer is next.
Not up there trying to get a single now.
Mr. Double here. Oh, and he flails at a pitch. Breaking down and away. Way off stride, 1 and 2.
Boy, when James starts to mix that slider in with that fastball, he's really tough.
Rodriguez with 47 doubles. The Ranger record is 49 by Palmeiro. He does have the most doubles ever by a major league catcher. And the 1-2, and he foul tipped it at the plate. Tag, no, didn't foul tip it. Drop third strike, and he's out. Pudge is gone, and we go extra innings. Friday night in Arlington, Texas. The Rangers and the Angels tied at 2. We'll be back after these messages. It has been quite a night. The Ranger fans have been anticipating something since probably the last 2 weeks. But from pitch 1 in this one, it was Hill against Dixon. They are now both departed. The Rangers have used 5 pitchers: Hill, Russell, Cook, Patterson, and Vosburg. Dixon pitched very, very well, and Mike James is throwing peas to the plate. Boy, he is really throwing hard. And we're into extra innings. In the meantime, they're in the 6th inning at Oakland, and the A's lead the Mariners 2-0. Remember, it's a Ranger win or an Oakland win over Seattle, and the Rangers have the Western Division Championship. They'd like to do it right here, but it is a street brawl tonight with the Angels. They have really played well, and they've played tough. Lou Piniella would be very proud. Randy Velarde 0 for 3 with a walk. Benji Gill is now the shortstop. Kevin Elster is out of the lineup after the pinch hit. Vosburg on the way, and that's a ball. Were you surprised they hit for Elster?
No, Johnny's done that a little bit toward the end of the year in a tie game. In that situation, he felt the tough right-hander against Warren Newson was a better matchup.
By the way, it is interesting how things play out, isn't it? Perhaps the most disappointing time in Benji Gill's life was a back injury in Port Charlotte 2 weeks into spring training. He went to the minor leagues. He didn't hit well. He had a rough year down there. I think mentally he's kind of back now. Wants to earn the job, and all of a sudden here he is on the game that the Rangers might win the championship on. He was part of this team all year long, and the guy who's been such a big part of it is now on the bench in Kevin Elster. But so goes the game of baseball. But there is Benji Gill at shortstop as we go to the 10th inning. And he gets a ball from Velarde, and he has it cleanly. Double pump and an easy throw, and one away.
How about Benji Gill has sat for 3 hours, goes out into the ball game, and the first ball hit to him is a tough short hop that he has to charge, catch on the run, and throw to first base, and he does it perfectly. Looked just like Kevin Elster making that play.
He didn't hit a whole lot last year, but he sure did pick it, and he picks it right there. One gone for J.T. Snow, who was bounced to first, struck out, bounced to third, hit into a fielder's choice.
Boy, it's nice when you pinch hit for your shortstop, who's such an outstanding defensive player, to have another one on the bench waiting to come in.
This is Snow for ball 1. And of course the Rangers eventually, this is a little bit later on, we don't need to talk about this very long, but have to pick a playoff roster. But that's another day. Ball 1 and no strikes. The Rangers 10th inning tied at 2. And a pop foul. Both teams missed great opportunities in the 8th. The Angels had them loaded. They did so with 2 out, and Chili Davis popped out. David Valley says, how about winning it right now? All those years with Seattle, he missed their playoff. The Rangers in the bottom of the 8th inning had the bases loaded with 2 out, and McLemore struck out. So each have had terrific chances in the 8th. Benji Gill taking a few ground balls, and there's 2 up and 2 down. Here's Edmonds. Well, let's get a Gill going.
The Angels are going for the guy that's cold out there, but Benji's foiled their strategy with 2 flawless plays.
He's been warming up in the tunnel, Tom.
He's been ready.
Taking fungos down in the tunnel or something.
2 different styles, but equally successful defensively, Benji Gill and Kevin Elster. Elster relies on a quick release and an accurate arm. Benji takes a little more time, has a little more arm strength. 2 outstanding defensive players who do it a little bit differently.
Jim Edmonds, 27 home runs here. Vosburg trying to go 1, 2, 3. And he may. The doctor. And we're going to the bottom of the 10th inning. The guns are due. Any kind of a run, and it is over. Greer, Gonzalez, and Clark hit next. It's 2-2 in Arlington. It has been a happy crowd. They've been into this one all night long. We're 2-2 to the bottom of the 10th. They understand if the Rangers score, they can dance for a while. Benji Gill, she knew something. Greer, Gonzalez, and Clark are up. So these are some big-time hitters against a flamethrower tonight. And Mike James, here's Greer, who has a run batted in for his 100th. He's gone from 61 RBIs last year to the talk of the town, the toast of the town, at 100 RBI year. And it'll be followed by Gonzalez and Clark. Rusty has had some big game winners. He can have one right here. Mike James against Greer, bottom of the 10th inning. The largest crowd of the year. It's a sold-out standing room, 46,764. And I'd venture a guess, Mr. Grieve, that no one's left.
They may have left to go to the concession stand, but no one has left the ballpark. They're going to wait and see the end of this ball game.
Unless you were delivering, you need to stay. Ball one. Again, both teams left the bases loaded in the 8th. The Angels left 2 on in the 9th. Glad to have you along wherever you may be. Mark Holtz, Tom Grieve, and the Lynn All-Star crew. The Rangers try to get it done on Friday night. 1 ball and no strikes. One. Jim Abbott pitched well last night. The Angel pitching has been pretty good against the Rangers. There's Tettleton, Bucky Dent, Johnny Oates, and a rather tension-filled, edgy bench. 1-1. A run and it's over. And there's a hit. That's in the alley. Garrett Anderson cuts it off quickly. Greer's aboard, and the Rangers have the division clinching run on base. Fasten your seatbelt. Here we go. Rusty Greer is single to left center, and if he scores, it's over.
There's some serious anticipation on that Ranger bench. Nice hitting by Rusty Greer. He does just what you should do with a sinker ball pitcher who keeps the ball on the outside part of the plate, and that's not try to pull it, have to hit it the other way. Joe Coleman, the pitching coach, is coming out, and we're going to see a new pitcher. That'll be it for Mike James, and we might see Troy Percival in this situation.
Lou Pinella's on the phone saying bring in Percival.
Well, that's probably who we're going to see in this situation.
Lou's calling the shot here. Juan Gonzalez will be up. And it is Percival against Gonzalez when we come back. The Rangers, with a little flair for the dramatic, have the winning run at first base in the bottom of the 10th inning, tied at 2. And here comes another flamethrower. These are real flames. Troy Percival is now in.
Well, Percival is probably the most dominating pitcher in the American League. 72 innings pitched, only 38 hits. Hitters hit 153 against him for the entire season. 97 strikeouts in 72 innings. This guy throws right around 100 miles an hour. He's got a hard slider, and he is really tough to hit. But he's not unhittable. We scored a run. Rangers scored a run against him in Anaheim. Gonzalez got a base hit. Line shot to left field. So he's not invincible.
Any chance that Mr. Gonzalez? No, there's no chance.
That what? He'll try to hit a home run?
No, he'll try to bunt.
Did he try to bunt?
If he does,
I will fly out of the window and sprout wings.
His bunt total for the year is 0. I'd like to see that. I hope he bunts.
Well, I'll try to fly. Luckily, there's not too far to fall.
Why don't you say you walk to New York or something?
No.
Why don't you go out on a limb?
Remember when Jim Rooker did that?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He had to walk from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia.
Tom will walk from Arlington to New York if he bunts. Guaranteed. 1 for 4 with an RBI in the 5th when Rodriguez scored from first on a single. Winning run is on. And a drive to center field hit pretty well. Edmonds is back near the warning track, and he'll make the catch. It comes down about 12 to 14 feet short. Gonzalez straightaway fly ball and back to first base. Never crossed his mind.
You could throw a fastball 200 miles an hour to Juan Gonzalez, and you won't throw it by him. He was all over that 98-mile-an-hour high fastball. Hit it a little bit toward the end of the bat. And watch the fans. They want that home run ball. If it goes out of the ballpark, that would be a treasure.
1 out for Will Clark. Greer has pretty good speed. Remember, the one thing with Rusty, he's got the bad rib, and it hurts him still a little bit to run. Although he's close to 100%, he isn't quite at 100%. But on a gapper, we'll see what happens. He's got real good base running ability.
What's unusual about Percival, he's only given up 38 hits, but 8 of them have been home runs. So for a guy that's given up an average of 153, 20%, actually a little higher than 20% of the hits he's given up have been home runs.
Money time in Texas. Here's Will Clark. Thrill has played well in September in his life. He's got a big chance here. Winning run at first, 2-2 in the 10th. And he takes a hack and fouls it. Well, you got to get that bat moving, don't you?
You got to make up your mind quick. You get it started, and you're ready to swing. In fact, you say to yourself, I'm going to swing at this pitch, and then try to hold back if you don't get a good pitch to hit. But you don't have much time to make your decision. That's why you'll see the hitters swing and miss at so many slightly high pitches against fastball pitchers like James and Percival.
0-1. Check in at first. Percival is 0-2 in the one loss column, but he has 36 saves.
In fact, he's 36 out of 39.
And he's 4th on the list in the American League. 0-1 to Clark. Winning run at first is Rusty Greer, 1 out in the 10th inning. And a little looper to left. Garrett Anderson is right there, and he makes the catch and hung up for him. 2 down for Dean Palmer. So Palmer against Percival. We're in the 10th inning. The game in Oakland is now in the top of the 7th inning, and the A's 2-0 as that game really moves along. So the A's getting some great pitching tonight.
Seattle's been hitting for quite a while in the top of the 7th inning.
Dean Palmer. Percival has not seen too many of the Rangers. Palmer's 0 for 1 lifetime off of them. Greer going, and a foul away to the right side. Rusty Greer took off.
Well, that's a good move right here. The Angels have the young catcher Todd Green in the ball game. He's got arm strength, but he's just learning how to catch. He's been an outfielder most of his career. He might make a good throw. Chances are, as we've seen before, his throw can be a little bit off. Greer got a good jump and probably could have had second base stolen.
He threw a ball into center field on the Rangers in Anaheim. Trying to scare him a bit. Greer's 7 out of 7 in stolen bases, and he'll go back to first.
Green looks to the bench for the sign. Johnny McNamara has probably Joe Coleman calling the pitches, so every time he squats down, he looks into the dugout to get the sign that they want to use from the pitcher.
Jerry Narron at third will have a decision to make on a gapper. Do you try to score Greer, or what do you do?
I bet he tries to score him.
I bet he does, too. There goes Greer. And a swing and a miss. Double pump, no coverage, stolen base. He couldn't get it out of the glove, and DiSarcina seemed to cut a little late. Winning run in scoring position. We'll see if they walk Palmer. Good jump.
Yeah, I think Green just can't get the ball out of his glove. He wants to throw it, but he can't get it out of his glove. And with a count of 0-2, Mark, I think he'll just go ahead and pitch to Palmer.
Yep, you're right.
Mickey Tettleton's a tough left-hand hitter next, and Dino's got his work cut out for him. If he can get a game-winning base hit right here, he deserves a huge pat on the back against Percival.
Base hit could do it. Winning run at second. Pitch to Palmer. Tight. Ooh, that one almost shot by. 1-2.
That's a great play by Todd Green, the young catcher, to be able to jump that high.
He was the guy that missed the pitch right down the heart of the plate. He was looking for a breaking ball, and it hit the umpire. Remember that?
I do remember that. He made a nice play to catch that ball. That looked like it was headed all the way back to the screen.
Palmer with a 1 for 4. He's got 106 runs batted in. If he gets 107 right here, the Rangers will have won it all. Ball 1 and strike 2. 2 out. Winning run at second. And a foul back.
He took that one right off the mask.
Boy, this is some kind of a battle in the 9th and 10th innings here.
Todd's thinking to himself right now, well, I've made the decision to go behind the plate. You got to stick with it.
This is a great game. Win, lose, or draw tonight for the Rangers. This has had the tension, the atmosphere, and the playoff.
Well, it looked like it was going to be a 2-hour and 20-minute ball game. We're about 3 hours and 35 minutes right now. The Rangers are doing their best to drag out the drama as long as they can.
A little playoff seat squirming right now. 1 and 2. Winning run at second. And he struck him out swinging. He is tough. The Rangers get a single, a stolen base. They get the winning run in scoring position and can't get him home. 2-2 to the 11th. Now this. Back at the ballpark in Arlington, we are headed toward the 11th inning in this game. The RBIs for Texas. Greer on a sacrifice fly in the 3rd. Gonzalez on a single in the 5th, where Rodriguez scored from first. For the Angels, Salmon a home run, his 30th in the 5th. And Anderson an RBI single on a 3-2 pitch after Salmon had singled and wild pitch.
That's Dee Rose, Rusty Rose's wife, managing general partner. Dee a little chilly. I think she's ready for this game to end.
Here is Chili Davis against Ed Vosberg. Hill for 7, 2 runs on 7 hits. Russell a third, no runs on a hit. Cook for 2/3, no runs and no hits. Danny Patterson pitched in this game. He got 2/3 of an inning, no runs on a hit. And now Ed Vosberg, who has retired 4 in a row. Each team left the bases loaded in the 8th or in the 11th. Chili Davis, Mark McLemore, and to Will Clark. That throw carried just a little bit toward home plate.
You thought it was sailing, didn't you?
I was about ready to kiss the dugout. Here comes Johnny Oates. Kind of stiff-armed this one, didn't he?
Well, Mac fields it, gives it the quick flip, and it sails just a little bit on him, but not enough for real concern. He's confident. Will have to stretch just a little bit.
Nice job by Vosberg. They're going to change here. Here comes Henneman in for Salmon, and he retired 5 in a row. Pitching change back after this timeout. Back at the ballpark, the Texans do not take summer lightly, and they don't like to be too cold. It feels like New York.
Well, it's hard to call this summer, so we'll call it fall.
Supposed to get warm again on the weekend. Here's Mike Henneman. The blankets are out. The Rangers 1 away. 2-2 game. Salmon against Henneman in the top half of the 11th inning.
Pretty good pitch.
Yeah, that's apparently either low or a little inside or a little of both. Salmon with a strikeout, a home run, a single, and a strikeout. Henneman a career high in saves. This is a situation now, Tom, where they don't want the ball game to go too long. They've used Russell early, Patterson, and now Henneman. So the right-handers have kind of depleted the stoppers role out of the bullpen now with the arrival of Henneman here to Tim Salmon in the 11th. Although Henneman, who had long saves with Detroit, could maybe pitch for a while tonight.
Well, if you look to the Angels, though, Mark, they've depleted their 2 best, James and Percival.
Well, that's good news. This is Palmer to his left. Tough play. Gets it out. Throws. And he got him at first base. Pretty play by Palmer, who really had a hurry with his momentum carrying him towards second. Kind of threw that thing side saddle on the way to first base, and he cut him down.
Well, Palmer is guarding the line in this situation, and so what normally is a routine ground ball becomes a tough play. Palmer has to go all the way from the line over. He catches it, gets his feet under him, makes a good throw, and nips Salmon at first base. Nice play. Rangers will give up a single. They don't want the double down the line. That's why Palmer is playing right down the line.
Here is Garrett Anderson, whom they have not retired tonight. He's 4 for 4 with 4 singles and a run batted in. Henneman 31 of 37 in save opportunities. This isn't one of those, as we're 2-2 in the 11th. The Ranger bench in the 11th inning.
One thing Mike needs, and he could get it tonight, Mark. You know what that is?
A win.
A win. Mike has a streak of losses going. He's 0-7 this year. Sometimes losses aren't the only measure of a relief pitcher and don't mean as much. 31 saves mean a lot more, but I'm sure Mike would love to get that first victory under his belt this year.
Anderson flailing at that last pitch, fooled on the speed, and we're at 1-1. 2 out in the inning, and he hits a little bump up the middle. He is 5 for 5. That is a career night for Anderson. 2 infield hits, an RBI single back in the 7th, and then 2 more singles in the 9th and in the 11th. Garrett Anderson is 5 for 5.
He's 5 for 5 and hasn't hit a ball hard yet. If his thumbs hold out, he might go 6 for 6 tonight.
Placement is everything.
Look
so
at
are the
this.
thumbs.
He's got about 2 or 3 little ground balls, a blooper to center field, but in the newspaper tomorrow, he'll be 5 for 5.
He says to Will Clark, well, I haven't hit him hard. Tom Grieve is right,
but I'll take it.
When was his last 5 for 5?
That's a good question.
And it's fouled away.
Back in Pittsfield, Massachusetts in Little League.
Well, he made the Hall of Fame. 0-1, Pittsfield Hall. 0-1 the count. That's a pretty nice night for, as you mentioned, hitting the ball a grand total of about 240 feet. He's got 5 hits.
If you added all 5 up, it might add up to a line drive, maybe. Came into the game at 278. That'll do wonders for your average.
Sarcina against Henneman. Rangers are 5 and 6 in extra innings. The Angels are 7 and 7. And you don't want to get too far behind here, if at all, due to the fact, let's rephrase that, you don't want to get behind, and if you do, you don't want to get too far down, because again, they're facing Percival, who just does not give up any hits. His hits to innings pitched ratio is terrific. Sarcina against Henneman. Lifetime, he's 1 out of 6 against him. And a chop ball to Mack. He's got it. The doctor throws him out, and we go to the bottom of the 11th again. If the Rangers win, it's over. 2-2 to the bottom of the 11th. We head to the bottom of the 11th. The fans are yelling at us, Tom. They want this game to end, and they pick now.
I don't blame them.
They're getting a little chilly, a little antsy, and they want to do it themselves. 2-0. Oakland leads the bottom of the 7th already at the Coliseum. We've borrowed a slogan or two, and here's one of them.
Not very original, but it's appropriate.
It's a sign. Tettleton, McLemore, and Gill are due up. The Rangers get a run, and the largest crowd of the year will be happy. There is not an empty seat that I can see around the horseshoe here. Boy, they have stayed. They have hung on every pitch, and this has been money's worth your ticket. Rangers, for 24 years, played 169 games under 500. They're getting good bullpen work tonight, too. Their bullpen's given up 1 run in some 15-plus innings now. Here's Tettleton. How about hitting one out? And the speed of Percival is a little high, ball 1. Any kind of a run, and it's over. Again, Percival really hasn't seen the Rangers very much. For example, Mickey Tettleton is 0 for 1 against them lifetime. So there's not much to compare here. Tettleton with a 2 for 3 night plus a walk. There's a drive to right deep. Salmon back. He's at the wall, and it's going to be short. He comes in and makes the catch. 1 away. Got
you nervous, didn't it?
It did. Salmon broke in a hurry. And there's one out.
Mickey got that one off the handle just a little bit.
Look at that dugout. Everybody now breathe.
Just missed it.
One out for Mark McLemore. Mac is 1 for 4 with a single back in the 4th. He's hit 5 home runs. He was up and struck out with the bases loaded in the 8th inning. And he fouls this pitch off 0-1. We're in the bottom of the 11th inning. The Rangers 2 and the Angels 2. The Rangers led 1-0. Salmon tied it on a homer. The Rangers led 2-1 when Rodriguez scored from first on a single to left by Gonzalez. And the Angels tied it when Anderson got one of his 5 singles. And we're 2-2. There's been no scoring in this game since the top of the 7th. One and one. Ed Vosberg has done a very nice job tonight. 4 up and 4 down.
Actually 5, Mark.
Yes, he had the one batter in the 11th. You're right. The last one in the 9th, then 3 in the 10th, 1 in the 11th. So 5 up, 5 down for Vosberg. Oakland has gotten some more runs. They lead 4-0 in the 7th inning against Seattle. Crowd making a reaction, and that's what it was too. A couple of runs by the A's.
Did you see what Kevin Gross just said? I could read his lips. We had to score before that game's over. He just saw the 4 runs go up and said, we have to score before that one's over.
There is something about doing it yourself with the authoritative, we did it before anybody else. Strike at 3-1. Lifetime. This is Mark McLemore's first at bat against the right-hander, who's retired 4 in a row. He got Gonzalez, Clark, and Palmer in the 10th. Struck out Palmer. He's gotten settled in on a fly ball, a rather deep right field here in the 11th. And he gets him on a real high pitch right there. So that was a 2-2 count. McLemore is up. Now the Rangers are definitely having problems with this guy. And Lee Stevens will bat for Benji Gill. This will necessitate the 3rd shortstop of the night for the Rangers. Probably Benji Gill will be replaced by Rene Gonzalez if we continue to the 12th. But here's Big Lee Stevens, the most valuable player from the American Association. Former Angel. Boy, would he love.
Pretty good way to make the postseason roster if he can hit a home run right here.
Vying to be the left-handed pinch hitter. He's 0 for 4, batting .247. 3 big league homers and 12 runs batted in.
My advice is go deep right here.
This place would explode. An explosion of happiness. Ranger fans are here. They're standing again. They're in the bottom of the 11th, 2-2. Johnny Oates with that ever-present pen that won't have an eraser.
You know, the hard thing will be if Oakland goes ahead and wins that game and our game extends. How do you show your emotions, you know, during the game while it's still going on? I don't know that I've ever seen a situation like that before. Come on, Lee, hit a home run. Take care of that situation.
Jump out of the booth or something. Well, I guess we'll find out. 1 ball and 1 strike. Might have to stop this game. They would like to do it themselves, though. But they have one tough customer. He threw a breaking ball, didn't he?
No, that was heat. That was
it?
That was slow, straight, unadulterated heat.
1 ball and 2 strikes.
He's got a breaking ball. Also doesn't look like he sees very good. That gives you a bad feeling at the plate.
1-2. Those are fastballs there, and it's 2-2. Well, Ryan Duran used to come out and look like that. Well, this guy cannot see, and then he's going to fire one up there about 100.
I'm not going to get dug in too deep right here. Percival, though, has pretty good control. He's only hit a couple of batters this year. He throws hard, but he's usually around the plate.
2-2 to Lee Stevens.
There's the curveball.
He struck him out.
Whoa, where'd that come from?
So 3 up and 3 down. We're headed to the 12th. We're still tied at 2.
Lynn coverage of Rangers baseball has been brought to you by Southwest Airlines with low fares on every flight, every seat, every day. Fly Southwest Airlines, the airline that provides Triple Crown service. By your North Texas Coca-Cola bottler, official sponsor of the Texas Rangers. By AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by Miller Lite. When you're in Texas and you've got the great taste of an ice-cold Miller Lite, life is good.
We head into the 12th inning at the ballpark in Arlington. Mark Holtz along with Tom Grieve. It'll be Green, Erstad, and Velarde due up. And the Rangers have another new shortstop. Mike Henneman on the mound. And Green, who hits the long ball, fouls one off. Ney Gonzalez has gone into short. So
Oakland just scored a couple more, Mark, and the fans noticed it.
It's a race against time. 7-0 in the bottom of the 7th. Oakland. Some of the pressure maybe have taken off here, huh? But the Rangers don't want to back into this.
No, they want to win this ball game.
You know what? And even if they don't, Tom, this has been a great game.
It has been a great game. We've seen some tremendous relief pitching. And good starting pitching. Both Kenny Hill and Jason Dixon had good stuff tonight.
Rangers had a 12-inning game at Kansas City back on the 28th of July.
The runs keep coming. It's up to 8 now.
In fairness, we will keep you abreast of what's going on other places. Rangers had a 12-inning game at Chicago in July that they won. I think this is the longest they've played all year, 12 innings. Pudge got stuck right there. The idea is here, too, on a chilly night, hopefully nobody gets injured. This is the barehander Rodriguez. This does really remind you of how fall ball is played, though, Tom. It can be very chilly in those eastern cities. Start in cold weather, chilly weather at least, and you end in chilly weather. Rangers in 1982 played in New York, supposedly to open in New York. Got snowed out for 2 days. It was supposed to open in Yankee Stadium and went home without playing. Although there's no snow in the immediate forecast. Here's the 1-2. And that's fouled off. Unless you're in Denver. It snowed in Denver yesterday. Texans just are not used to cold weather.
Boy,
look at that.
Got it all.
Hey, it's like 58 degrees. We're freezing to death.
Get the
down
idea
there.
she's got a huge smile on her face underneath there?
I have no idea. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cuddle time at the ballpark. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dixon, James, and the flamethrower, Troy Percival for the Angels. Hill, Russell, Cook, Patterson, Vosberg, and Henneman. Johnny Oates with 6 pitchers. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's a high foul back. Some of the pressure taken off the Rangers. They've gone to the 8th inning in Oakland. It's 8-0 A's. Maybe we could have the A's run around and high-five everybody. Kind of an early celebration for the Rangers. And then we'll do it later.
I think if they win it, when their game's over and our game's still going on, we should all run to the middle of the field, have the pile-up, get it over with, and then finish the ball game.
Great idea. You go first. And see if anybody goes with you. I'll be doing this game by myself. 2-2.
I'll get kicked out of the game with Sam McDowell.
Todd Green is a strikeout swinging, and there's swinging 1 away. So Henneman has Green down, and now they'll come up with Schofield, the third baseman.
Well, Green battled Mike Henneman very well. Fouled off a number of pitches and then gets a nasty split finger pitch. Goes for the big swing. Doesn't get it.
I'm thinking right now Johnny Mack ought to rest Percival for the final 2 games of the series.
Yeah, you don't want to hurt that stopper going into spring training.
Chilly night. First ball hitting, Schofield to the shortstop. Rene Gonzalez pulls Clark a little toward home, but he's out, 2 gone, and that'll bring up Velarde. And maybe a race against time. The Rangers in the bottom of the 12th inning have Hamilton, Rodriguez, and Greer. And they have 1 out to get there, where, again, any kind of a run would win it. They're 2-2. in the 12th. The last run scored in the 7th when Anderson singled home the tying run. Rangers have never trailed in this game. Remember that heartbreaker they had in Anaheim where they never trailed until the last pitch of the game?
Yeah, if it wasn't for that, we'd already be celebrating. Henneman's throwing very well.
1 strike here. 0-1 the count, 2 out. They have not had a base runner since the walk to DiSarcina in the 9th. Oh, they have. I beg your pardon. Anderson had a single. Palmer knocks this down, and the throw to first. They've had 1 base runner since that time in the 9th. And here we go again. The Rangers get a standing O as they come off. Head of the order do a run, and it's over. 2-2 to the bottom of the 12th. We head to the bottom of the 12th, a run, and it's over. Right now, let's check in with Bill Jones. Bill?
Mark, a quick update on that Oakland-Seattle game. Oakland does lead it 8-0. They now play in the 8th inning. In the bottom of the 7th inning off Bobby Ayala, Geronimo Baroa with a 2-run double, and Scott Spezio had a 3-run homer for Oakland. So Scott Spezio may be the star of this Ranger night. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Bill. All right. One way or the other, I think it's going to happen tonight.
Well, if it happens in this inning, someone named Holtz is going to get beaten.
There'll be a happy Holtz.
And it won't be you. It won't be you. Well,
there's no relation to anyone in the booth or anyone at Notre Dame.
Mike Holtz is having a fine season. 251 earned run average, fewer hits than innings pitched, more strikeouts than innings pitched. But even with those statistics, I think the Rangers are glad to see him in there. Not necessarily to see him in there, but they're glad to see Troy Percival out of there.
That's a good point. They were 0 for 6 off Percival, Hamilton, Rodriguez, and Greer. A run, and it's over. The Rangers getting a lot of help on the coast, so it's not quite as tension-packed at the moment. And Hamilton hit the top of the bat and comes back. That's a strike.
That's some bad luck right there. He tried to dive out of the way, but he kept his bat up in the air, and that ball hit it.
It's a little wild here.
Looked like it hit his helmet at first, but that thing hits the bat. When you know you're really having bad luck is when it does this, hits the bat, and then rolls back to the pitcher for an out.
Oh, my. Juan says, look at that. That's a strike.
Juan's not sure what happened.
That is bad luck. We need that slow motion right there to make sure. It's strike 1. And here's a breaking ball, punched to short. Short hop pickup by DiSarcina, and Hamilton is out. So Mike Holtz gets the first out. First out here in the 12th.
Well, you know, you look at the 3 relief pitchers that Seattle has used today. James, Percival, and now Holtz. Holtz also has great numbers. California, excuse me. And those are 3 pretty solid relief pitchers for the future. Their starting pitching has hurt them, but their bullpen has the makings of a fairly solid bullpen with those 3 guys. They've all had terrific years.
Ivan Rodriguez 0 for 3 with a couple of walks tonight. Crowd screaming, Pudge, Pudge, Pudge. Greer will bat next. A run, and it's over. We're in the bottom of the 12th. One way or the other, this looks like the night. Change up away. 1-1. And again, whatever happens here, these fans have been great. These are the best fans. They have waited 24 years. They'd like to see it done one way, but hey, they'll take any which way. Ball 2 and strike 1. Rangers also have played very well at home. They did finish under 500 on the road, but they're 18 over in this park.
Mike Holtz is being careful to Rodriguez. He's trying to keep the ball away from him.
He's hit lefties fairly well for the season, but Pudge is not in the greatest of grooves right now. 7 hits in his last 36 at-bats. And he is on base, and again, the Rangers get the winning run on. The last time they had that in the 10th. They couldn't move him along at all. Here comes Rusty Greer up, and then Gonzalez. What do you think about the bunt, Tom Green?
You got about as much chance of a bunt here as you did when Juan was up the last time.
Well, neither one has a bunt all year long. I just thought I'd ask.
You might see
some crazy theory or notion.
Well, you could possibly see a bunt for a base hit. You certainly won't see a sacrifice bunt with one out. But Rusty, you know, against a lefty, might bunt for a base hit. Knowing Rusty, though, he's going to be trying to hit a double to win this ball game.
Got a great hole on the first base side. They hold Snow, and Velarde is swung towards second. They'd like a double play ball. So there's some room on the right side. The winning run is on. Remember, Rodriguez is the guy that scored from first base on Gonzalez's single in the fifth, so he can run.
Boy, that'd be a nice play to see end the ball game, wouldn't it?
Oh,
Rodriguez hook sliding into home plate.
Count is at 0-1. We're in the 12th inning and tied at 2. The relief pitching has been excellent. Good go by the Angels tonight. Dixon, James, Percival, and Holtz against Hill, Russell, Cook, Patterson, Vosberg, and Henneman. There have been some people playing in this game tonight as you look at Will Clark. Want to make sure Rodriguez doesn't cheat at first. Started with 46,764. They appear to all still be here. 0-2 to Greer. And a changeup breaking ball for strike 3. Oh, he really took something off. 2 gone, and that'll bring up Gonzalez. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning in Oakland, and the A's lead 8-0. So if the Rangers want to do it right here, they probably need to get it done in the 12th inning, and Coleman's going to a right-hander.
Johnny McNamara is going to make it as tough as he can on the Rangers. He's going to change pitchers again.
So that is it for Holtz, who goes 2/3 of an inning. That last pitch really froze Rusty Greer. Johnny Oates writing it down. And here comes a right-hander to face Gonzalez. We'll be back right after this pitching change timeout. We have a new pitcher in the bottom of the 12th inning. The winning run is at first base. The scenario is 2-2 bottom of the 12th for the Rangers. And in Oakland, bottom of the 8th, the A's lead the Seattle Mariners 8-0, Tom.
Another reliever with pretty good numbers. Pep Harris came over from Cleveland in a trade. His ERA is under 4. He started off in Double-A, then went to Triple-A in Vancouver, where he was 9-3. And now he's been pitching in relief for the California Angels and doing a pretty good job.
Well, these fans would like to do it themselves. They apparently will have help from the coast if, in fact, they need it. But here is Juan Gonzalez with Rodriguez aboard. Juan is 1 for 5 tonight, and he hit the single where Rodriguez scored from first, which is a huge run in this game. Would he like to get a hold of one here? There's a ball that gets by. Punch is going to second. Scoring position for Rodriguez. We'll have to see how they score that, if it bounced or not.
I think it did, Mark. That'll probably be a wild pitch.
So the Rangers with a base hit could win this thing by themselves. That did bounce. He couldn't block it. And a wild pitch has moved Rodriguez to scoring position. Now a base hit, and this could be it. The outfield is playing extremely deep for Gonzalez. They'll now walk him and pitch to Will Clark, even though it's left-handed.
That's some pretty good respect for Juan Gonzalez to put him on base to face the left-handed hitter Clark.
See the look on Will's face. Mr. Clutch is coming up. He has really thrived on this kind of thing. Juan wants to be pitched to. Look, he's ready to hit. There is ball 4. Runners at first and second. There are 2 out. Now they have a force at second or third. And here's Will Clark, who is 1 for 5. And he could be the hero. They're still in the bottom of the 8th at Oakland, so nothing is over yet. And here is Clark. could be a nice moment. Bart takes ball one from Pep Harris. The winning run is at second base. A walk, a wild pitch, and an intentional walk. The Rangers have been the team this year to take advantage of other clubs' mistakes.
Here comes a line drive to left center, so get ready.
Okay.
Here it comes.
All right, Doctor.
Here it comes. Get your call ready.
1 ball and no strikes.
Not necessarily on this
Grieve is
pitch.
getting real greedy.
I feel it.
He wants this season over. 1 ball and no strikes. Mark takes the breaking ball low. Ball 2 and no strikes. He'll get something to hit here. The on-deck hitter is Palmer, so the Rangers feel again they've got the right guys up if they can just hammer one and get this thing over with. Any kind of a run and the Rangers will win the Western Division. It's ball 2 and no strikes. Rodriguez is the winning run at second. Gonzalez at first. We're in the bottom of the 12th inning. Rangers have stranded 10. The Angels 8. Pep Harris against Will Clark. That one sails on by, and Rodriguez goes to third. Oh, this is wild here. 2 wild pitches. The Rangers may not have to put the ball in play. Now they may walk Clark.
That's what's probably going to happen. Here goes my line drive to left field, but this is another pitch in the dirt. Green should have blocked that ball. It's a wild pitch because it bounced, but it goes right between the wickets. And that's one of the problems with having a young, inexperienced catcher in the end of the ball game like this. Your best defensive guy is out. This sets up a key situation for Dean Palmer.
And there is ball 4 to Clark, so it's now Dean Palmer with 2 out. The winning run is now at third. 3 walks, 2 wild pitches, and here comes Joe Coleman out. They've gone to the 9th inning in Oakland. It is 8-0. The A's lead the Mariners. So here is Palmer as the Rangers try to do it, perhaps with a time limit to do it themselves.
So the Angels don't have anybody warmed up, so Pep Harris is in there. And he's a kid that started the season in Double-A. Don't think he's not nervous right now with 46,000 people. And he might have been nervous, too. He looked like he was biting his fingernails.
And the Rangers trying to get it done right now. Dean Palmer is the hitter. 1 for 5. Bases loaded. 2 out. Bottom of the 12th inning. And there's ball 1.
They need it right here, and they'll nip Oakland. They'll get it before Oakland wins that ball game.
Who said there was no clock in baseball?
This is the drama. They got to do it quick.
24-second clock is running. Shoot it. 1-0. There is a clock. Pep Harris to Dean Palmer. Ball. Nope. Late call again by Cousins. Make it 1-1. Crowd was screaming ball 2, but the right arm shot up. Bases loaded. 2 out. The winning run for the West Championship at third. 1 ball, 1 strike. Grounder to third, cut by Schofield. We go to the 13th. The Rangers have left the bases loaded. And the clock is running. No runs on no hits. Oh, my. To the 13th, tied at 2. Now this. Welcome back to the ballpark in Arlington. We've been here for a while. It is 2-2. The Rangers have left the bases loaded in the 8th. The bases loaded in the 12th. And now we're going to the 13th. The Angels, on the other hand, left the bases loaded in the 8th. 2 on in the 9th. So some teams have had chances here. The Rangers just can't put them away. There is great help in Oakland. And in any other situation, to be very honest with you, this would be a nice moment with the A's helping them out, but the Rangers hope for rain delay or something in Oakland, Tom, so they could kind of do it themselves. Here's Mike Stanton as we get to the 13th. They don't want this to be a bit anticlimactic. They'd love to do it on their own time frame.
Well, Mike Stanton becomes the 7th Ranger pitcher today. He'll be in to face Snow, Edmonds, and Davis, the 2, 3, 4 hitters in the Angel lineup.
How's that scorecard looking?
It's looking pretty ugly.
Check this one out. Ooh, we're starting to run into
jamming it all in right at the end now.
The margins pretty good.
No more pitcher slots left. Doubled up.
It's been a long night. 13th inning. This Longest game of the year for the Rangers. They're in the 9th inning at Oakland. It's 8-0. So if they get some decent pitching in the 9th, it should be over.
I think they don't even need decent pitching.
Watch the mirror. Griffey will hit they'll have like a 15-run inning, and this will get serious again. But the Rangers have kind of had that edge taken off with the A's helping them out tonight. The Art House lead in the 9th. Maybe we can have a 4-pitch inning and get it done. You know, you really have to give the Angels some credit here. They played a great game. This is a team that's going nowhere, but they're in the big crowd. They want to put on a big league game, and boy, they have. They've had some great pitching. Will Clark, one of those intentionally walked last inning. You know, the wild pitches wound up hurting the Rangers. With the ultimate result, they didn't get Gonzalez and Clark to hit, and Palmer hit into a fielder's choice. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
One big game still going on in the National League. The Dodgers lead San Diego 2-1 in the 7th. They've got a 2-game lead on San Diego. If they win it, it's over, isn't it?
Yeah, that's for the marbles. The big pie, the whole enchilada. 1-2. Here's a drive that may be trouble. Hamilton in the gap. He overran it. He dropped it. And on the way to second base, that'll be a double. That ball came back on him. He's on the run. We'll see if they give him a double or not.
If they don't, we've got a story.
Oh, we do. And what do you think? That ball was hit pretty hard.
The way it ended up, it looked like a hit. But Darrell actually overruns this ball and has to come back and try to catch it. That's going to be a tough one. I don't even want to venture a guess.
I'm not guessing.
That is a tough one.
That's somebody else's call.
Seattle must have lost.
It is over. The Oakland A's have beaten the Seattle Mariners, and let us pause for a moment. See how the Rangers react to this.
They don't know what to do.
They're looking up. They're about ready to flip up the final out there. The moment, not quite the anticipated moment for the crowd, but it is a moment. The Rangers have just kissed the American League Western Division Championship.
And you've got a lot of happy players, but boy, are they disappointed that they didn't get a chance to do it on the field.
A mixed bag here, isn't it?
What a
crowd
shame.
Wanted the Rangers to do it, save their celebration, but hey, it's over. And the Rangers have won the American League Western Division.
I tell you, Seattle just gives us fits. We can't beat them, and they can't even win when we want them to.
That's right. 1-1. Here's a bunt back foul. It's an amazing moment for the Rangers because this is what they wanted, but it's like having a good Christmas, but that big thing you've always asked for isn't quite under the tree. You know, you got a nice bicycle, but the scooter you wanted isn't there.
What about your, what is that kind of horse you used to have?
Oh, yeah, you wanted a pony and you got a broomstick.
A broomstick horse. Yours was named Spot or something like that?
Hey, his name was Sonny.
I forgot about Sonny.
Here's an out. And the other thing is, what did they do with that? Did they give him a hit on that deal?
They gave him a hit.
That's
a double.
That's close. Ball was hit hard. He was on the sprint. So Edmonds is out on a fly ball to left. Tom, I'm baffled. What kind of emotion should I feel at the moment?
Oh, I'm happy that we won, obviously, and so is everybody else. I just think it's a shame that the Rangers didn't get a chance to celebrate before that game was over on the field. Now, that doesn't take anything away from the accomplishment.
No, it doesn't. Chili Davis, we're in the 13th inning. And the Rangers, you can't say backed in. They've got a great game going here, but the game that is usually played without a clock caught up to them tonight because They started the game way too early in Oakland.
And I don't think you can say the Rangers backed into anything. They've been in first place, I think, every single day of the season except 3 or 4. So they were the front runner, and they earned it. They didn't back into anything.
They certainly did not. But the A's have defeated the Mariners 8-1, and the Rangers have become the American League Western Division champions for the first time in 25 years. A lot of work went into this. Ken Hill pitched, it seems like yesterday, 7 innings, 2 runs on 7 hits, no decision. He'll wind up 16-10. The thing that Johnny Oates can do now, let's talk postseason, is over the next 2 days rest some regulars and basically get ready to face the New York Yankees.
He can rest some regulars. Darren Oliver will pitch tomorrow, and he can keep his pitch total down, keep him sharp for his game. And then on Sunday, Bobby Witt and Roger Pavlik will both probably split that game. Johnny will have his pitching staff set up very well for the postseason play, which begins Tuesday in New York. Kenny Hill will be ready. He was taken out in the 7th inning, so he's well rested.
This is the 7th pitcher of the night. Everybody's worked a little bit. Here's the 2-0 and a swing and a miss by Chili Davis. 1 out, 1 on. We're still tied at 2, so it's an interesting reaction from the crowd. They've quieted down a little bit. The tension-filled anxiety of waiting to do it themselves has kind of past the moment.
I think the anxiety right now is no one knows what to do.
That's right, Halloween.
Hey, we're happy, but we don't feel it.
They've taken away the costume. Here's the 2-1. And a high foul ball down the right side. I think the pony analogy is the best.
That was very good. Very good.
That was yours.
You showed some creative thinking there.
No, that was yours.
You wanted a live pony, and you got the stick pony.
Nice horse.
No, it's not that bad. This is still a happy moment.
This really is, and it has been a pitch-by-pitch anxious game all the way from the beginning.
You know, for a team that hasn't won in 25 years, they're not going to complain about the way it happens. They're going to be real happy to have this moment. Things will focus now, and we'll get ready to focus on the New York Yankees.
Ball 2 and strike 2. Chili Davis waiting. Tim Salmon on deck. Rangers trying to win this. They don't want to lose this game now, and that would back in a little bit. And Davis has struck out, and there's 2 gone. The Rangers in the bottom of the 13th have Tettleton, McLemore, and Gonzalez due up. And here is Salmon with 2 out and 1 on.
They're going to walk Salmon. Pitch to Garrett Anderson. Anderson's got a chance to go 6 for 6.
Oh, my. Here is ball 2. Rangers have used Hill, Russell, Cook, Patterson, Vosberg, Henneman, and Stanton tonight. Dixon, James, Percival, Holtz, and Harris for California. So a lot of people used in this game, which will be the last one where there's any kind of a race in the West.
Well, both managers have managed this game like it was a World Series game. They've used all their best bullpen pitchers. They've used pinch hitters, defensive replacements. They've gone after each other. No one can say that the Angels didn't come in here ready to play. They played hard.
Hardly anyone has left this crowd. They've been standing, but they're almost silent now all the way around. They're letting it sink in that they've got a Western Division championship.
I think the one thing that could really turn the whole atmosphere in the ballpark around is for the Rangers to win this ball game. If that happened on the field, I think you'd see a great celebration.
Yes, sir. And here is Anderson, who is vying for a 6-hit game. Infield hitting the 2nd, infield hitting the 5th. 3-2 RBI. Boy, there's the one that tied it up. If he didn't have that, we'd be dancing right now. Then a couple of singles in the 9th and the 11th. And this is Mark McLemore to his left. The Rangers get out of this inning. And again, any kind of a run, and the Rangers will win this game. However, the Rangers are the American League champions of the West. We'll be back after this. We head now to the bottom of the 13th inning. It'll be Tettleton, McLemore, and Elster due up. And the Rangers are celebrating right now. And they get a run, and they'll also have done it themselves tonight, Tom.
That would be nice.
The new hats are out. What does it say on it? The American League?
American League West, division champs.
Here's a check swing for a ball. Or is it? No, it's a check swing for a strike, and it's 0-2. Tettleton tonight with a couple of singles. And there's a drop third strike, and there's a throw to first. We may be here for a while, and there's one away.
This game's never going to end.
My head feels over there. You got to wear that hat, Tom.
I'll put it on. I'll put it on.
Rangers are saying, hey, we've won this thing. Could we please go celebrate now? Harold Hamilton, boy, that ball was a tough one that he had. They scored at a base hit. McLemore trying to bunt his way on, flips it back to Pep Harris, who flips it to first. And flipping around in the ballpark, there are 2 down. How's that scorecard looking now?
It's getting a little bit shaky.
It's Rene Gonzalez.
All right, Rene.
They've won it. What are they throwing? Gatorade around down there right now?
Yeah, that is someone spitting.
They want to get into the champagne. They're tossing water around saying, hey, could we end this thing so we can go celebrate? The Rangers again have won the American League West Championship. The A's beat Seattle 8-1. And here's a flare to first. Gonzalez is going to be out, and we're going to play 14. The champagne is on ice because, folks, it has been over. We will go to the 14th. There's the champagne, and there's the ice if the Rangers can just get there. It's baseball time in Texas, and this is the good-looking, as I model this nicely. Tom's got a little better one than I have, I think. The American League. I can't read it that way. What does it say?
Division champs.
West
Division champs, 1996.
These hats are on sale at the Grand Slam gift shop, and they also have a great-looking T-shirt. We have a T-shirt that the players will wear here, and these are waiting for the players if this game should ever end. This is the game that may never end. The Rangers have won the West. Mr. Grieve, you wear a hat a little better than I do. How do you like that?
My prediction is the game will eventually end.
We predict this game will eventually.
It might be my only prediction of the year that proves to be correct. But we think this game will eventually end.
We also have bandanas, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Matt Whiteside in the game.
I officially have run out of space for the pitchers.
We got to get this game over with. What is it now, the 14th inning? Well, again, the Grand Slam gift shop will be open until 2 a.m., and they will have hats and T-shirts until they last that do declare the Rangers the American League Western champions. Again, it's been a very weird emotional situation here with the A's having beat the Mariners. It's taken a little bit of the tension and sting out of this crowd, but they certainly are happy. But they certainly are tired. Yes,
They've been standing up for 4 hours.
This is the picture of the night. He just ran out of gas.
I know how you feel, little guy.
This is D. Sarcina and a high chop toward Mack. And he throws him out at first. So there's one away. Still be a great game for the Rangers to win here.
If they win it, there will be a huge celebration on the field. And probably one even if they lose it. That'll be funny. The Rangers will have the last out of the game if they lose, and everybody will mob the guy that made the out.
That's right. You got to have some emotion in this. It's too bad that it is a bit, and I don't want to use the word anticlimactic overall, but just for the night. And it won't be if they can come back and win this game. But they've been at this one.
Well, one guy that's trying to win it is Todd Green. He has taken about 8 of the hugest swings of the season. He's got a strikeout and a fielder's choice, but he is definitely going for it. And if Matt keeps it right there, he's not going to get it.
Matt Whiteside is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the 8th pitcher of the night for the Rangers. It is Staff tonight. Here's a hopper to White. Oh, nice backhand, and he fires to first. Whiteside pitching well. He will probably, you would think, Tom, replace Kevin Gross on the postseason roster. We don't want to.
I think he's done a nice job of earning that. There's Paul Schieffer, Tom and Suzanne's son. He's happy. But Matt's come up and pitched very well in a key situation toward the end of the season. He saved the bullpen a couple of times with long relief outings. And he looks a lot more confident this time back. He's always had major league stuff. Now he seems to have the confidence to go along with it.
Look at, he's wide awake. He says, hey, I don't care if Oakland beats Seattle. Let's do it right here. Then we'll celebrate. We'll be up for a while. No big deal. 1 ball and 1 strike. So again, the Grand Slam gift shop, if you'd like to help celebrate the American League West Championship, open until 2 a.m. It'll also be opening at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So they'll have hats, T-shirts, and bandanas that also say American League West Champions. So the merchandise man was ready. There's one of those great bandanas right there. The red, the blue with the champions on it. So celebrate. Ball 2 and strike 3. Tom, I must have had 50 people say, well, how are you going to call this?
You don't know now, do you?
The answer is late. Maybe on Saturday. I didn't think we'd work on Saturday. 2-2. It is Saturday.
Well, we're there.
Is it past midnight?
Oh, yeah. We're there.
It's count as a Saturday?
It's count as a doubleheader.
Now, did the Rangers win it on the 27th or the 28th? There's a line drive to center field and a base hit for Dick Schofield. And there's 2 out, 1 on. And that'll bring up Velarde, who is 0 for 5 with a walk. Matt Whiteside is the pitcher of record right now. Just into the game. This will be one of the longer box scores from 1996, as this is now a 14-inning job, and this is the longest game of the year inning-wise. There are some batting averages that will take a beating tonight, and Anderson, who is having a great night, has a chance to kind of turn his back around. He's had a 5-hit game, but he finally made an out. He's 5 for 6, so that average went way up. Maybe it's way back down if he gets too many more at bats.
Well, we've talked about how long the players have been out there. How'd you like to beat Darryl Cousins? He's almost on his 5th hour of calling a game behind the plate, and he hasn't sat down yet.
It's a long night for the veteran. And a long night for the gentleman in Leesville. The Commander's out there. He had to sit down at 6:30. I don't believe he's gotten up yet. Can somebody let him walk around? Got no circulation in his legs. Paul McConnell, our fine producer, cannot walk at the moment. But he's a happy camper because the Rangers have finally won the West. And we'd like to celebrate that fact if this game will ever end. 0-2 the count. It's 2-2 in the 14th at the ballpark in Arlington. Late night. Kind of shape. These teams play at 12:05.
That's what they do.
What kind of shape are they going to be in? We may be playing.
Well, one thing for sure, a lot of the guys that you see out there right now won't be playing tomorrow for the Rangers.
Here's the Deacon. He pinch hit. Two balls and 2 strikes. Crowd thought Whiteside had that one.
San Diego tied the Dodgers up there 2-2 in the 7th. San Diego wins that game. It'll be a 1-game lead by the Dodgers going into tomorrow's game.
Angels about hit the Rangers now 11-8. There's 1 on and 2 out.
See ya.
Now there's 1 on. The side's over, and Velarde is out. Whiteside pitching very well, vying for a postseason spot. No runs on a hit. Any kind of a run. How many times have I said this? And it's over.
Cookies for everybody. Pass it around.
Tom Grieve sending cookies out of our booth. Cookies for everyone. He gave away the good.
That guy looked like he needed a cookie. Another cookie, I mean.
Somebody sent us these huge gingerbread cookies dressed in Ranger uniforms tonight with great frosting, and Tom's giving them away. I don't think I quite understand that.
Well, we've eaten 2 apiece. Kevin Sullivan did that from the Mavericks. Thanks, Kevin.
We are in the 14th inning. Hamilton, Rodriguez, and Greer are up.
How's your scorecard looking?
I got a new page. I can't even read. I'm glad we got graphics to read, Tom, because I don't know where I'm. I think we're in the 14th, aren't we?
Yeah, 14th. Bottom of the 14th. This is it. This is it.
Hamilton has bounced to second, walk, bounced to second, bounced to short, line to short, grounded to short again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's 0 for 5. Well, again, most of the people are still here. They're playing with their emotions right now. They'd like to see the Rangers win this thing. And if they could get a win, they'd be in a happy mood again. Ken Hill started yesterday. How old is this game? It's like 4.5 hours. They got to send him home to get some sleep for Tuesday. And Hamilton has struck out swinging, and there is one away. You know, this is not the night you want the longest game in Major League history or something going on here. There's Mark McLemore. And here now is Pudge Rodriguez.
There's only one way this game's going to end. That's on a home run.
Somebody hit one out.
Someone's got to hit one.
3 walks for Rodriguez, a bounce to third, a fly to right, and a strikeout swing. That's not exactly in order, but you get the picture. He is 0 for 3. And he really did a tremendous job of the bases. Otherwise, the Rangers may have needed that Oakland run and win. He scored from first base on a single by Gonzalez. And waiting, waiting, and waiting. 1 ball and 1 strike. Those were our Latin friends from Dallas who are trying to do the sports report, and it's going to run a little late. 1-1. And this is wide. Tailgater won that game for the A's. He's 4-7.
We're getting delirious.
He's falling asleep. It's like an opera singer.
Doctor, it's been a long game, hasn't it? Listening to Luis Mayoral on the Spanish Ranger Network. Let's see if Louis is still awake. 2-1. It's 2-2.
We've seen some pretty good relief pitching on the part of the California Angels. Start with Mike James, go to Percival. Mike Holtz has had a nice year. And now Pep Harris is getting a chance to come up through the minor leagues. He's throwing the ball very well.
2-2. And foul away. The Art House tonight jumped on Terry Mulholland. They got 3 earned runs in 6 innings and then really jumped on Benny Ayala.
More commonly known as Bobby Ayala.
That is a little old to be pitching. Old as Benny Ayala. He's a former St. Louis Cardinal, right?
Yeah, I think he might
60.
be a coach over in Puerto Rico.
Rodriguez is out to second. There are 2 down. They jumped on Bobby Ayala, as Tom likes to call him, for 5 earned runs in 1 inning. So this was put away. The A's led 2-0 in the 4th. It's over. And 6 runs in the 7th for the A's. Look, the fans are stunned. They don't know what. They go, wait a minute. Do I have a Saturday ticket?
Might as well just stay in your seat if you got one for Saturday. Because you're here. You know what happens in a game like this, Mark? The Rangers want to win it so badly that each hitter goes up there trying to be the one that ends the game. And you get away from the game plan a little bit, and it makes it tough.
So you're saying they're not staying within themselves?
No, I think sometimes you tend to try to do a little too much, like hit the game-winning homer to end this ball game.
Could you please go down and try that? 0-1 is the count. As Rusty Greer has had a double, a big sacrifice fly. He's got 100 runs batted in now. He's popped to second, struck out, singled, and struck out again. So he's got 2 hits tonight. And he had what appeared to be in the 10th inning a big stolen base. This is Pep Harris against Matt Whiteside.
Boy, that's a glazed look on his face.
And a stunned audience saying, what do we do now? When can we start? Ball 3 and strike 1. That's the great thing about baseball. It's always the unexpected. Whether you show up and they announce that there's going to be a strike one year and that night somebody throws a perfect game, or you show up tonight and you're in the longest game of the year and somebody else helps you out. Greer is out, and we're headed to the 15th inning of the park. Good morning, America. It's 2-2. It is 2-2 as we head to the top half of the 15th inning. It's a tired crowd. She says, honey, are we supposed to be happy or what?
Actually say, can we go home?
Are you having another cookie?
Yes.
Hey, Liz.
Not much enthusiasm here at this stage of the game.
Hey, this is the strangest thing I think I've ever been through. This is snow, I believe, and he is. Honestly, we may be here till it snows. This is an amazing night. It can't be that cold out there, is it?
I want to see his scorecard.
He had to go buy another scorecard. He looks like, you know, I don't want to give up my scorecard right now because it's going to be worth something, but boy, there are some people yawning, aren't there?
I know, too.
See, this should be Edmonds. He's gone the distance. Matt Whiteside throws. Ground ball deep short. Rene Gonzalez doesn't have a throw and an infield hit here. So Edmonds is on base. And Kaiser is at third base going, you got to be kidding me.
Give me a chance to make a call.
Oh, let me see. Edmonds now has, I'm just going to give the hits at this point. He's got 2 hits. Here comes Chili Davis up. He's got no hits. He was the big out back in the 8th inning when he popped out to Clark with the bases loaded.
He's featuring an 0 for 6 right now. He's got a chance to go 0 for 7.
Some guys may be down 10 points by the time this game is over. But they are. There are some people that need some sleep.
Looks like into a shelter.
I was going to say, it looks like a bus station right now. Oh, here's a hot shot up the middle. And and they're, oh, the ball's going everywhere here. Palmer to second, and they won't get him there. Oh, the Rangers almost got sloppy right there. Nice stab by Mark McLemore in the throw to third. The Rangers don't want to lose this game. And now there are runners at second and third as Chili Davis gets a base hit. They threw to third. I think they'll just give him second on the throw.
Yeah, that's a single, second on the throw.
Thank you. Now Tim Salmon will come up. We're in the 14th inning. There's 1 out and runners at second and third, and they may walk Salmon here, and then, oh great, pitch to Garrett Anderson.
Well, the one thing with Anderson that you will have, if they do walk Salmon, it doesn't look like they're going to walk him, but if they did, they at least have a double play set up. It looks like they're going to go ahead and pitch to Salmon. Infield's in. Excuse me.
They are, as Rodriguez had looked into the dugout to see if in fact they wanted to walk him. They're not. So second and third, infield in. There has been no score in this game since the top half of the 7th inning. By the way, the Rangers are the American League Western Division champions. 1-0. And that's low. Again, John Burkett, who won a big game yesterday, or 2 days ago, excuse me. That was on Thursday. This is Saturday. 6'5".
Now they're going to walk him, Mark.
And they wanted to see if they could get him nibbling. Hello, division title. So the bases are loaded with one out for Anderson. Again, if you should happen to just be joining us, the Oakland A's demolished Seattle tonight 8-1. And that did it for the Rangers. The magic number was at 1. So a combination of any kind of Ranger win or any kind of Mariner loss, and it was over, and it's over. The Rangers, however, are not over. They're in the top of the 15th inning on a crowd that had been tension-filled, jam-packed, and emotional. Since the first pitch, they got a little chance to relax right now. They've peaked. I think they've peaked, Tom.
I think they've got another one in them, but they're going to need a Ranger victory to bring it out, I think.
Yeah.
Now, I think whatever happens in this ball game, when it's over, the fans will show a great deal of appreciation for this ball club.
I think you're right. And here's a dive by Clark. He can't reach it. 1 run is home. 2 runs are home, and there'll be runners on the corners, and the Rangers now need a comeback. And again, give the Angels some credit here. We're not going to give anything away, and Mr. Anderson now has himself a 6-hit game. He has 6 singles. It's a new California club record. He has 2 RBIs. Oh, we told this story before, but it's worth telling. Garrett Anderson is a guy that deserves some credit in his life. He's come a long way. Here is D. Sarcina, the hitter. And the pitch is high, ball 1. Garrett, when he was born, his mother was 15 years old and in high school in California. And she did everything so that he could get an education. She dropped out, went to work, worked about 2 or 3 jobs, and said, hey, I've got the responsibility. And he's really close with his mom. It's a great story. Clark steps, throws. Here's a tag at the plate. That'll be a double play. Salmon did not come in hard on Pudge Rodriguez, and there's a 3-2 double play to end the 15th inning. Now the Rangers need 2 to keep it going, 4-2. Well, perhaps the Rangers envision this a little bit differently, but they have won the American League West. However, they do trail in the bottom of the 15th, 4-2. It's not quite the script that they wanted, Tom, but again, you can't overlook a great season and why they have already won this thing without finishing off this ball game yet.
Well, the goal at the beginning of the year is to win the American League West to begin with, and they've done that. Can't always guarantee exactly how that's going to happen, and tonight's probably as unusual a situation as we've ever seen.
Yeah, this is very, very strange, where Oakland played quickly, got great pitching, beat Seattle 8-1, and won the West. The Rangers in a 15-inning marathon here that didn't look like it would ever end, and you know, very basically is a bit anticlimactic and a bit tiring to some folks. And a foul back. She says, you told me that we would be having a great time. And right now, she's sound asleep at 12:30. Juan Gonzalez, Clark, and Palmer do. This game is not over. The Rangers have some guns up here. Here's a high pop. Give the Angels a lot of credit. This will go back into the stands. Let's see if we can find Bill Jones a bit past midnight on Saturday morning. Bill, where are you?
Well, I'm down here in the first base photographer's well, right next to the Ranger dugout. For about the past 2 hours, we've been looking forward to the 1 a.m. curfew. And then it dawned on us this is the last series of the year. And so there is no 1 a.m. curfew. But, of course, the Angels have the lead now, so it might be ending before 1 a.m. now.
Nice job, big guy. Juan Gonzalez has struck out swinging. What's the mood in that dugout? Can you tell us anything about that?
I think they're a little tired in the dugout. I know in the photographer's well, we're a little tired here. That's why there's so much life in my voice right now. But I think they're poised to celebrate right now.
Bill, there was great excitement, though, through the first 10 innings of this game, wasn't there? I mean, you could feel it in the crowd as we watch Will Clark.
Oh, sure.
This is a drive to left field. This is the second out, and there's 2 gone. But what was it like while the game was really humming for a while there?
It was a standing room only, not only in the stands, but in the Ranger dugout as well. And it sort of seemed like a Texas A&M football game, to tell you the truth. Everyone's standing throughout the game. And then, as you and Tom have been mentioning here in the last couple of innings, ever since Seattle lost, I think the fans really don't know how to respond to it.
Yeah, it's a tough emotional roller coaster they've ridden all year, and then here they are. What do we do now? Thanks. We'll join you in a little bit. We do plan to go to the locker room once this thing is over. And this thing has a chance right about now. Ball 1 and no strikes. There's 2 out in the 15th inning. And the Rangers are now trailing 4-2. 1-0. We should, again, not let this diminish what this club has done all year long, because they have provided memory makers along the way. And there's Johnny Oates, who has won the division title, not exactly the way he would want it on the night the dance was held, but
Pep Harris has done a nice job in relief. Pitched 3 innings, a couple of walks, 1 intentional, a couple of strikeouts, no hits. Nice job.
2-2 to Palmer. Well, as we mentioned way back in the 8th and 9th, this was a great game, and the Angels have played well. The crowd is starting to respond a little bit here, even in a loss. Look at this. Check this out.
This will be the first time Dean Palmer ever gets a standing ovation if he makes an out for the last out of the game.
And he doesn't. A shot to deep left center field, way back, and it is gone. Kiss it goodbye. Dean Palmer has homered. It is a 1-run game. Palmer has homered. There are some fireworks going off. I think it's celebration time on one of the very strangest times. The Rangers are down 1, but they need to get an outlet here for their emotion. 38th home run, and it's 4-3. And now here's Tettleton, and if he hits one, we'll be tied. It's the bottom of the 15th inning, and that one fells Mr. Green behind the plate.
Boy, that was a KO punch to Todd Green right there.
That is a shot from a heavyweight.
It is still standing.
Now the crowd's getting excited. The fireworks, everybody's awake now. Some without their shirts. Now they're getting happy. It's a 1-run game. They played well. They should celebrate. And again, just not the script that was written, but
well, they've had plenty of time to talk it over, what they're going to do. Are we going out on the field, or where are we going?
I think they might thank the fans for sure, because these people have been wonderful tonight. They're not all here. This thing is now past 12:30, but this is a bunch that deserve their own standing ovation. They've been here most of the time. 1-1 to Tettleton. There's 2 out in the inning. We're in the bottom of the 15th. This one may do me in for a while. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right now, Harris is trying to win his own game. Whiteside is on the hook. It's 4-3. Palmer has hit the team's 216th home run. Dean has hit 38th, and he now has 107 runs batted in. So let's give that some notice. 1 ball and 2 strikes. You know, that lunar eclipse did something, Tom, last night. I don't know what it did, but it's changed some things.
Well, the Rangers are a champion, so maybe that's what it did.
We got the hats to prove it. And there's Will Clark. The Rangers, if they lose, would be 88-72. One and 2 the count. Tettleton takes the changeup down, and it's 2-2. This has been a very long game. 8:30. This is a 5-hour game. This is the longest inning-wise for the Rangers this year at 15, and they're down 4-3 with 2 out in the bottom of the 15th inning. Thanks for staying up with us.
What a walk and a home run. The Rangers win it.
Mickey Tettleton against Pep Harrison, 3-2, and he keeps it going. Tettleton has a couple of hits tonight, 24 home runs for the year, and 83 runs batted again. We'll be in the clubhouse following this game to see what is going to happen there. Here's the 3-2, and he's walked. There's Tom Greaves' walk. McLemore hits one out, and it will be over. Look at Ken Kaiser. He says somebody either score 2 or don't score.
He's saying 2 or none, 2 or none.
Ken has just been reminded that tomorrow afternoon's game starts at 12:05, and then Sunday at 2:05. Our next game will be at 2 o'clock on Sunday. We'll take a look at the whole season, get ready for postseason play. Lou Frazier's pinch running at first base. He is now the tying run, and Joe Coleman goes to the mound. Boy, this is a dandy, isn't it?
You have to think Frazier will be going right here, too, as the tying run.
Rangers have used 8 pitchers. The Angels have used 5, so there are 13 pitchers in this game. There really haven't been too many changes other than that. The Rangers have used 3 shortstops, Elster, Gill, and Gonzalez. So Lou Frazier steps into the lineup. There are 2 out in the bottom of the 15th inning. Dean Palmer has homered, his 38th of the year. The Rangers trail 4-3 as Mark McLemore steps up as the winning run. What was the largest crowd of the season, 46,764. Half of them at least are gone now.
McLemore is squaring around as if to bunt, trying to shield the ball from the catcher to try to give Frazier a better chance to get a jump and steal second base. Frazier usually gets a big lead. He's got a rookie pitcher and a rookie catcher in a 1-run ball game.
1 ball and no strikes.
Had a good jump, decided not to go. 2 balls and no strike.
The ice is gone.
That stuff is cold, man.
It is. Hey, our cameramen have done a great job tonight. They, along with the umpires, have not gotten any time off. So nice going, guys and gals. Here's a ball a little outside. Been a pleasure to bring you Ranger baseball this year, home and on the road on Lynn Television. And a special thanks to all the folks that have helped out. They've done a great job, and they've been standing up for a long time. Ball 3 and no strikes to McLemore. Frazier at first, running for Tettleton. And there's a strike. How many pitches would you think that Darryl Cousins has called tonight?
He's got to be around 400, you'd think. Actually, per inning, there hasn't been that many pitches because the pitchers have thrown strikes for the most part, and it's a low-run game. But when you're into the 15th inning, you've got to think it's at least a couple hundred pitches a team.
McLemore takes the ball. No one going to cover at second. Not that it would mean anything, as McLemore has walked. The Rangers have the winning run on base. They get a base hit. They could tie. We're going to change pitchers.
And change hitters, too.
Oh. Let's see. Who's due here? Stillwell's coming up.
Stillwell's going to hit.
Stillwell will bat for Gonzalez. The winning run is at first. The tying run is at second. Well, the Rangers could at least get a tie. They could get to the 16th.
Hey, now you're talking.
It's 4-3 in the bottom of the 15th. You're watching the American League Western Champion Rangers. We're back after this. Our Hoover Players of the Year will be the Texas Rangers, the American League West champions. They've had a great year. They are trying to come back in this game. Greg Gore is there. It's been an emotional night for this club. They do want to celebrate. They deserve to celebrate. It didn't happen quite the way they wanted it to. Oakland again beat Seattle a couple of hours ago, 8-1, and the Rangers have gone from a tension-packed game to a championship where they can relax a little bit. They're in the 15th with 2 outs, Stillwell hitting against a new right-hander, Greg Gore.
You know, one thing I think that's happened, Mark, is the disappointment of not winning it earlier and celebrating has disappeared, and they're just looking to celebrate the end of this ball game.
I think you're right.
There's a look at Greg Gore's numbers.
This is Stillwell, who has not played very much. The Rangers have some decisions to make about who will be on their postseason team. Stillwell would be on the edge. 257, no homers and 3 runs batted in for the year. He's only had 70 at-bats, 1 for 10 as a pinch hitter. Rangers' last hope, tying run at second. And there is a strike. 0-2. The Rangers may be down to their last strike in this game. Frazier's at second. He'll be running like the wind if Stillwell hits one.
I like that. Who's that, Chick Hearn?
No, that's Russ Hodges.
Russ Hodges, that's right.
Whitey Lockman with Bobby Thompson. Here's the 0-2 and a shot down the left field line. It is a...
Oh, that would have won it.
That would have won it. Look at Johnny.
The Rangers can't catch a break tonight.
Look at this. Says, couldn't you call that fair so we could finally have some fun? Ken Kaiser said, hey. This is pretty
had a
close.
great chance to score, too. Obviously, the guy at second, Frazier, would have scored, and Mack at first base would have been waved home whether he had a chance of scoring or not.
Let's try this again. Frazier be running like the wind, and he still well hits one.
There's a long drive.
0-2 the count. And that's low. Ball 1. You know, in some ways, I don't want this game to end.
Really? What ways are
Well, I
they?
don't know. This has been a nice night. A nice night.
Well, you're right. It has been a nice night, but it's time for it to end.
Early morning Saturday. And he stays alive. This is...
I take that back. I think it's like 600 pitches. I don't think it's 400.
Well, he would have a lot. Gerald Cousins has been umpiring the plate since 7:30 tonight. 7:35 was game time. He has now
quarter of 1.
They've used 6 pitchers. Rangers have used 8. Ball 1 and strike 2. Stillwell takes strike 3. This game is over. We'll check the crowd now, see how they react. They're a little disappointed, obviously. You were right, Tom. Listen to this crowd. The Rangers are the American League Western Division champions, the first time in 25 years. They come out to thank the fans, and despite this one, the Rangers say thank you. Tom, again, it's not the script that the Rangers really wanted, but you made the statement earlier that this is a team that deserves this very much, and although they didn't race into each other's arms, that is the fact. They are the American League West champions. They deserve it. They played well, and they're going to be on to New York on Tuesday, and that emotion is still there. They played some great baseball, and it was an interesting night, wasn't it?
It was a long, interesting night. The Rangers didn't get to celebrate exactly the way they wanted to, but they're celebrating, and they didn't back into anything. They've been in first place the whole season. They've earned it. They've played well. They've bounced back from every time there was any kind of adversity. A lot of character on the ball club, and going into postseason play, the Yankees might be favored, but the Rangers have played well against every possible opponent in postseason play. Most of the fans stayed. The Ranger fans are showing their appreciation to a great ball club.
Now some folks brought champagne with them. Everybody's awake right now. It's starting to get a little momentum, isn't it?
I think the party's about ready to start.
Mark McLemore, Darrell Hamilton, who made it through unscathed in the air route, at least into the last 2 games. Rangers thank the crowd. Let's go down to Bill Jones in a moment or two. We'll be joining him on the field. We'll also be in the clubhouse, so stick around. There's a lot of Ranger baseball to come. And again, the fans giving the Rangers credit, and the Rangers giving their fans the return credit. Right now, let's join Bill Jones on the field. Bill.
All right, Mark, and one of the happy Rangers here is Mike Henneman. And what is the feeling like right now, Mike?
It's unbelievable. My whole body's full of goosebumps. It's been an unbelievable year, and we did it.
And the feeling here, some people may call it anticlimactic because of what happened in Oakland, but the feeling is just the same.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Look at the standings. Look at the banner. That's plain and simple what happened. We're the champs.
When you look at what has even happened in the last week with this team, it was, in fact, just 1 week ago, about right now, when Garrett Anderson had the game-winning double in California, and the way this team has battled back this week.
Well, we went into Seattle. We wanted to try to come out and at least a couple games ahead, and we did that, and we battled our butts off, and team never dies, and we did it. We did it.
And now you don't really think Yankees yet, do you? You just celebrate this, right?
No, I'm not thinking Yankees yet. I got a couple things to take care of right now. Celebrate.
All right, Mike Henneman, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
One of the happy Rangers. Now let's go back to Mark Holtz.
All right, you're watching the clubhouse right now of the Rangers as they file in. We'll have the clubhouse celebration as we go along, but there are some of the principals right there. That's Mr. Bucky Dent, who's had a lot of experience on this. Tom Schieffer, the president of the ball club right there. He's a happy man. He is the first president in 25 years of the Rangers to celebrate any kind of the divisional championship. Zach Manassian, the clubhouse man in the blue. Kevin Gross has been such a big part of this club. 2 runs in 21 1/3 for Gross out of the bullpen. So this is a championship club that didn't get the right script perhaps tonight. But over the year in 1996, they wrote a great script. 88-72. They clinched tonight. The Rangers now with 2 games left get ready for their first playoff in history. And a huge crowd tonight. Living on the edge for a while, believed, and they have won it. The Rangers losing tonight, but overall the big winner in 96. The hunt for Red October is over. More from the clubhouse after this. Welcome back to the ballpark in Arlington. The Rangers are the American League Western Division champions. Mark Holtz along with Tom Grieve and also Bill Jones. The run is over for the Rangers. The Oakland A's helped them out tonight. They beat earlier the Seattle Mariners, and the Rangers now celebrate their first championship. Bill is down there. Tom will be joining him quickly. Right now, let's go down and say hello to Bill Jones in the Western Division champion locker room. Bill.
We are live in the locker room, and I already need a new suit, Mark. Mickey Tettleton joins us now. In this feeling, there's nothing quite like it.
This is awesome, man. This is awesome. I mean, it doesn't matter. We got beat tonight. We busted our tails all summer. I mean, we earned this, man. We earned it.
You look at a week ago, things were down. You lost 5 in a row, and the way this team battled back this past week really says a lot about the character of this team, doesn't it?
We battled all year, man. There's a lot of people out there that doubted us right after the break when we got down to a game with Seattle, and then I'm sure there was a lot of people nervous there this last week, man, but we hung in there.
What about your feelings tonight when you're looking at the scoreboard, you're seeing what's going on in Oakland, and obviously you wanted to win it on the field right here?
Well, I mean, it would have been great, man, but it doesn't matter because, well, like I said, we earned this. We busted our tails for 6 months, and we earned it.
All right, Mickey Tettleton, we appreciate it, and now stepping in is Johnny Oates, the happy manager and a wet manager right now. And your feelings right now, Johnny?
I don't think I can put them into words. Just very grateful, very thankful for all these guys that have been so resilient all year and just kept plugging, even to the the 15th inning out there tonight, never giving up and continuing to give that effort that we expect all the time.
We waited 25 years here in Dallas-Fort Worth for this to happen. I guess it was worth it to wait 5 hours and 10 minutes tonight.
Well, we don't even know how to do it. We need some practice at this, so maybe we'll be better at it next time.
What about this team and where it is right now and what has happened even in the past week for this team to battle back the way it has?
Well, 1 week ago today, not quite this time, a little over a week ago, I was sitting in my office in Anaheim, not too happy a man. What a difference a week makes.
When you think back to Mark McLemore has said, as you're getting drenched here, Mark McLemore has said, this is something you haven't worked all season for. This is what these players have worked all their lives for.
A lot of guys have never been here before, and some of them will never be here again. Fortunately for me, I was on some pretty good ball clubs, and this is something very special, something you never forget, and I want these guys to remember, and their families to remember everything that happened today.
This is a special moment. Is this one of your most special seasons, or the most special season?
No doubt about it. It's the last couple of years here with the Rangers has been very special, and the Lord has blessed my wife and kids and I very much. And not only has my life on the field been very... Not only...
Right here! Right here!
Not only have I been blessed on the field, I've been blessed off the field with a wonderful family and a great bunch of fans here in the Texas area.
All right, we appreciate it, Johnny Oates. He's going to go take a shower. He's already had a shower. Let's get Kevin Elster up here. Tom Grieve's going to join us as well. Tom Grieve has made his way from the press box down here. And two happy men here. Tom Grieve, you're a part of this, too.
Wow, this is great, Phil. It's been a long time. It's nice to see that these players were the ones that could lift the burden of 25 years off everybody's shoulders. But, Kevin, this has got to be a great feeling for you.
Oh, so here we go. Here we go. What's up, baby?
We had the best time out there this year.
This is us, baby. This is us, baby. Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
You guys won a championship in New York. How does this compare to that one?
Well, this is about as much fun as it was, I can tell you that. This brings back a lot of nice memories. It sure does.
It was worth the wait tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. You know, believe me, we felt that burden in 25 years. And, you know, this is, I mean, we're celebrating for all of those years of frustration. You know, I know I am because I certainly felt that pressure.
Your thoughts tonight as this game's progressing, and you're almost racing against time trying to win it when you look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, we wanted to win before they lost. I had a good feeling they were going to lose tonight. But geez, you know, the way it turned out, who can complain? We still won the thing, you know.
For you personally, I know you haven't wanted to talk about personal achievements throughout this season because it's a team thing.
Sure.
But what has happened for you this season and what you've been able to accomplish?
I've been able to come back and establish myself again, and looks like I'm stuck playing for a few more years, which is great. I couldn't be happier, and I hope it's right here in Texas. I love
It happens every 10 years for you, I guess.
It's a beautiful thing. Well, if we have the same results, it'd be beautiful.
And the champagne still stings in the eyes, too.
And I'm wearing contacts now. I'm older, and they still sting.
All right, Kevin Elster, we appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin.
All right, let's get John Burkett up here. John, can you come up here? John Burkett, who, of course, was the stellar pitcher last night for the Rangers, and tonight, watching from the dugout, you're on pins and needles.
Oh, man, big time. I mean, it was emotional roller coaster the whole game. It'd been nice to win on the field, but maybe one of these next series we'll be able to do that. And it's just awesome, man. Great bunch of guys.
What about the fans, John? You mentioned last night that you had to take a deep breath to calm yourself down before you went out there.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, they were really excited, and there's a lot of energy going on, and definitely have to think about, hey, I got to calm myself down here and pitch my game. But man, this is awesome. Man, I've been playing for 14 years. This is a great feeling.
I want to know, how does this team get ready to play another game in 11 hours? How does this team get ready to play another game in 11 hours?
Well, luckily, it's not going to mean a lot. But I think we'll be all right. I mean, you see the fight in this team. I mean, we were down by 2 runs. They come right back, and, you know, we almost snatched it back up at the end. Stillwell hit that ball. That was close, wasn't it?
That was the game winner if it was fair.
It looked like it was really close.
Foul.
Yeah.
Let's get Will Clark in here. We appreciate it, John. A couple of former San Francisco Giants right there. Whoa! Now, I've seen you celebrate one of these before, and it's just as good this time around.
Oh, it's so much fun right now. I mean, this is such a great group of guys that came out all season long and battled adversity all season long with everybody saying you can't do this, you can't do that, and we did it.
What is it about this team, Will, that always seems to come back strong after some adversity?
The guys never give up. I mean, they never give up. They got fight, I mean, to the end. And I'll tell you what, you saw it again tonight. I mean, come right back with 2 outs in the 15th or whatever we win. I mean, the guys never give up, ever.
It really has been a 25-man fight.
It has been everybody. I mean, this is not a one-man show. It's been everybody. And with Johnny Oates' leadership and Doug Melvin up in the front office making some great moves for it, it came out fabulous.
You've played in the postseason before, Will. Do you have better feelings about this team, considering the makeup of this team, than you had in the past?
I love the makeup of this team. I mean, you know, the guys just, like I said, they never quit. And this is what we wanted all season long, was to get to the playoffs. Now that we're there, we're going to try and go ahead more.
You have a feeling you may have more celebrations, huh?
I'm hoping there's a lot more celebrations. You're right.
All right, Will Clark, we appreciate it. The celebration continues here in the Ranger Clubhouse. Let's go to a local break right now. We'll be back.
Back live at the ballpark in Arlington. Say hello to the American League Western champions. A moment ago, the thrill had a thrill. Jones and Grieve getting a little wet. As Will Clark, the thrill is a happy man. The Rangers are going, of course, to the playoffs. And this is Mark Holtz back live. We're going to go back to that clubhouse right now. 25 years of pent-up frustration exploded tonight. The A's were the helpful friends of the Rangers, and tonight the Rangers win the West for the first time in their 25-year history. Back to a rather noisy and jubilant Ranger clubhouse.
Yes, and we're down here with the former and current general managers of this team, and both of you can take some pride here tonight. Doug Melvin joining us right now, and your feelings, Doug?
Well, this has been great, and you're right by pointing out Tom did a great job in putting a good foundation here, and it's been fun here my 2 years. You know, you hope to build a championship here, and it came quick. But the character of the players, Johnny and the coaching staff done a fantastic job, and you know, what else to say?
This team has held together. People talk about the chemistry on this team, but the pitching and defense, I counted up, you've got 7 straight errorless games right now.
Yeah, that's what we aimed to do when we came in here, and it's an attitude. Playing defense is an attitude, and our guys did a great job. And there's Darryl.
Might as well talk about one of your key acquisitions, Darryl Hamilton, who just downs you.
Yeah, he did a great job. Never made an error all year, I don't think, and you know, he just ran a lot of balls down. He went way beyond expectations from our standpoint, and that. But you know, it's a team effort. I don't think you could really pinpoint any 1 or 2 players. And it was fun because an opportunity to meet a lot of new players. Guys came over from the National League, Kenny Hill and John Burkett, and they really gelled together. And you know, I don't know why. You know, it's just a matter, I believe Johnny Oates and the coaching staff getting the message out there that this is a team effort, and that's why we're here tonight.
Doug, you put a great deal of emphasis to start the season in your first through the 5th starter. All 25 men on the roster. And really this season, the extra men got a chance to shine. The 5th starter was a key to your ball club. The plan really worked.
Yeah, it did. We sat down, and you look back in the off-season, what we wanted to do, and the depth of the rotation worked. The bench helped us earlier on when Nawan was out. For example, I said it seems like it's a long time ago when Craig Worthington hit a home run off of Roger Clemens.
That this year?
That was this year. That seemed like a long time ago. But that goes to show you the depth of this ball club. People that helped, and we stayed injury-free. And even a credit to a conditioning coach, someone like Tim Lang, who worked with these guys, our trainers, our doctors. You know, it's a big operation, and to have success, there's a lot of people involved, scouts and minor league people, Reed Nichols, the farm system, Oklahoma City. There's so many people involved, you can't name them all, but that's what makes things work.
Hey, Doug Melvin's right on that list, too. Congratulations, Doug.
Thanks.
Go enjoy this one. Let's get Dean Palmer up here. And Dean Palmer, one of those Rangers who came to us during the Tom Grieve era. President Tom Schiefer with us as well right now. And what a special feeling this is for those of you who have been in this organization for such a long time.
Yeah, it's better. It's sweeter than I thought, man. I don't really know what to say. I mean, I've been in the organization for a long time. You know, grew up to this organization, and man, I'm glad it's finally here. Waited a long time for it.
Tom, is this what you envisioned when you built the new stadium, this kind of day in the new ballpark?
You know, that's what you always dream of, and
and we worked so hard, and you worked so hard, and I want to thank you for what you did, and Sandy Johnson too. And you know, you got guys like Dino and Rusty and all the core, Juan, Pudge, and then Doug was able to come in and build around it, and Johnny molded all these guys into the team that they are. They just got so much heart and so much character, and you're so proud of a bunch of guys like this being able to win and being able to epitomize what they do in the community. And I mean, you're proud of them on the field and off the field, and to be able to win like this, it's just unbelievable.
Rusty Rose. Rusty, is this the way you envisioned it?
7 years ago? Hell yes. The first year.
Well, this is exciting. Go ahead, Bill.
Let's ask Dean Palmer here. You know, this team and the difference that this team has, and your feelings perhaps on what this team can do come postseason time.
Oh, we can go far. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we got a solid team. Bunch of guys that are going to go out there and play hard and give everything they got. And I mean, this is what it's all about. We'll see. We're going to go as far as we can.
All right,
try to bring it home.
Dean Palmer, we appreciate it, and we also appreciate it to the ownership group as well. Now let's go back up to Mark Holtz. Mark.
All right, thank you, Bill. There's a lot of people that put in a lot of time, and they are happy to say that they are the Western Division champions. The Rangers did lose tonight, but they thank their pals Art Howe and the Oakland A's. They beat Seattle. The Rangers have 2 to play and then a playoff. We'll be back to the park right after this timeout. Welcome back to the ballpark. It was still Friday, September 27th, 1996, when the Rangers won the American League Western Division because the A's won it on that Friday. The Rangers did lose on Saturday, however. Here's the final game summary tonight. In 15 innings, 4 runs, 14 hits, no errors, and 12 left for the Angels. 3 runs on 9 hits. Palmer got the home run in there. No errors and 13 left for the Rangers. Harris the winner. Gore gets his first save. Whiteside is the loser at 0-1. Salmon and Palmer had the home runs in the night, 4-3. The Angels win it. But remember, the magic number was 1, and tonight, on behalf of the Rangers and all their fans, thank you, Art Howe and the A's, because they went ahead and defeated Seattle by the score of 8-1. Back to the winning clubhouse overall of the 96 season, the Western Division champion Ranger clubhouse. Here's Bill and Tom.
Yes, this is a winning clubhouse tonight, and Jeff Russell is getting a shower from Mike Henneman right now. And he deserves it because he just gave us one himself. Jeff Russell, the feelings, you've been here, you've left, you've come back, and you even talked retirement.
There's only one reason I came back, and it was because the team we had last year, we made some improvements for this year, and it did nothing but improve the ball club. Johnny's a great manager. It's just, it's a total war. It's a war from day one. Even though I missed spring training, I still had guys talking to me and telling me what it was about.
Russ, what is it about this ball club that allowed you to win compared to some of the other Ranger teams you played on?
I think you got to go down to you got Dr. Defense at second base, and you got Smooth Elliott at shortstop. It's the thing about having the defense. You know, we've had the pitching all year. We've had a great offensive team. With the defense, I think we came over the hill.
Congratulations.
Jeff Russell, we appreciate it. Congratulations, and go enjoy this one some more, huh?
All right, gentlemen, thanks for a great job down there, Bill. You were very, very wet. These are the new hats. They're on sale right now. The Grand Slam gift shop here is open until 2 o'clock. It opens at 9. They have things like bandanas, and the new bandana has right here the American League West logo on it, 1996. They've got T-shirts. They've got it all. So if you'd like to celebrate right here at the ballpark, you've got a Western Division championship. The man who has now thrown out 50% of the base runners, unreal with laser beams. Let's go back to the clubhouse and say hello to Pudge Rodriguez.
Let's talk to Pudge Rodriguez, and Mark Holtz just said he's thrown out 50% of the base runners, and that's awful special. What a season for you.
Well, I just thank God for giving me this season, and I'm happy. You know, it's the first time the Rangers make the playoff, and I can't wait to start the series Tuesday night.
And Tom Grieve, you probably were about to ask this very question, but for you who've grown up through the system right here, what is your special feeling right now?
It's very special because I've never been in this before, and being 8-9 years in this organization is nice feeling.
Congratulations, Pudge.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. We got today's starting pitcher, Bill Kenny Hill. Congratulations, Kenny.
Thank you.
Great job. Actually, you were probably yesterday's starting pitcher, but you had great stuff tonight.
I had good stuff. I was getting a little tired in that last inning. You know, I ended up with 250 innings. I was getting a little tired, you know.
You're looking a bit too dry, baby. You're looking just a bit too dry, baby. Hey, too dry, baby.
What about your thoughts, Kenny, going into New York? Have you had time to think of that yet?
I ain't going to think about New York till tomorrow, but I know we feel confident. We can play with anybody. But I think in 3-game series, anything can happen. I think whoever pitches the best is going to win the series. They got some big bats, but we got some too. But I think if we go in there and pitch like we're capable of pitching, I think we can win the series.
All right, Ken Hill, we appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And well, we had Dick Bosman coming up here right now. Let's bring Dick Bosman in here. He's got his victory cigar. And for a guy who was here when it all started, right here in Arlington, pitched the first game, starting pitcher in the first Ranger game ever, former teammate of Tom Greaves. What a feeling.
What a feeling. It didn't even sunk in.
Would you say the baseball's come a long way in Texas?
A long ways. You know, we first got here, we were just trying to survive, man. We were hoping to be a 500 ball club. But coming back this time, you know, last year we figured we had a shot at it. And the additions over the winter and the way it came together this summer, you know, we knew we had a chance to be there. And then these guys credit out there. They worked hard for it. Perseverance, some tough times along the way, peaks and valleys. But we're still there, baby.
And you know what the fans here have gone through, just as Tom does over the past 25 years. It was worth the 5-hour and 10-minute wait tonight.
You know, I hated it for that, too. I want to dance on that field. But, you know, it's the whole year. It's not just one ball game. And yeah, I mean, just to see the fans and the joy and the relief from all of us, you know, it means so much. It really does.
This is when you can sit back and feel satisfied after all the long hours that you put in with that pitching staff all year long. But did you envision the staff coming together like this and being such a big part of a championship team?
We felt like this spring that you know, when Johnny said 60 wins out of the starters, I didn't think that was out of line. But again, you know, you're looking for career years out of a couple. Other guys, you're looking for years that they're capable of doing. But, you know, their arms got to hold up. They can't trip on the curb walking across the street or fall on a bar of soap in the shower either, right? You know, they got to be able to go out there. And, you know, Tim Lang, conditioning coach, kept them in shape. You know, Hardy did a great job with the guys in the bullpen. The skipper pulled the right buttons, didn't he? And the boys did the job.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Honey, I'll call you in a minute, okay? All right, baby.
All right, Dick Bosman, we appreciate the players can celebrate, the coaches, the manager, everybody in the Ranger organization can celebrate right now.
They really can, and the fans can celebrate too. The fans have been a major part of this franchise. They've supported the team over the years in record numbers, and they were out here tonight. It took them a while before they could get to cheer, but it was a great night for everybody, Bill.
Gentlemen, how about the party award? I'm favoring Mark McLemore at this point. The doctor of defense could throw a party, can't he?
I think Mark McLemore needs to get doused right now. He's dousing everybody else.
All he kept saying is you're too dry, but if there's an MVP of the clubhouse, it's Mark McLemore, no doubt about it.
There is the doctor of defense. Tom, just 2 questions for you. You were part of putting this team together. How does it feel to see the maturity of a Rodriguez, a Palmer, a Greer, a Pavlik, and a Gonzalez right now?
Well, I think it's a great deal of satisfaction for everybody, not only everybody that's involved with the team now, but everybody that's been here for so long. For Sandy Johnson, Marty Scott, all the scouts and all the minor league managers and coaches who you don't read about, who you don't see in the newspaper. Those are the guts of the organization. Those are the unsung heroes in the organization, and those are the ones you really feel happy for, along with the fans.
One final question as you get down.
Kevin Gross gets the party award now.
They're out of champagne. They're in the water cooler.
Yeah.
Tom, what made this club different from the other ones that didn't win? Why did this club basically win this thing?
Mark, I think the biggest difference between this team and past teams is the unselfish attitude that the ball club has. There's been some talented teams in the past, but there's always been that little bit of selfishness
individual goals before team goals. And I think what you see with this team is an extremely talented team that pulls together, plays like a team, and puts the team ahead of any individual accomplishments. That, to me, is the biggest difference.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Great job down there. You're all going to need new clothes when this is over. They set the right two guys down there. The Rangers have won the American League Western Division Championship. They're headed for New York in the playoffs on Tuesday. Little business first. They have an afternoon game at 12:05 on Saturday and a game that you'll see right here on Lynn at 2:05 on Sunday. So it's the Rangers coming up with a playoff berth in 1996. It's been our pleasure. We will see you coming up on Sunday at 2 o'clock for the final game of the regular season, Channel 39 in Dallas-Fort Worth, and all across the Lynn Rangers television network. The executive in charge of Lynn Productions is Lee Speakerman. Tonight's game was produced by the commander, Paul McConnell, and directed by Dave Burchett. Our technical director was Keith O'Neill. The associate producers, Carla McMurray and Gina Atchison. Texas Rangers Baseball is a presentation of Lynn Productions, the home of the 1996 American League Western Division champions.